Prologue, mate. I dropped the plate I was holding to the floor but couldn't care to watch it shatter. My eyes were too busy soaking in the man standing before me. My mate. The future alpha of the Nightwalkers, Landon Walker, is my mate. Fuck. Landon's eyes were blown wide as he stood there staring at me. The emotions rolled off him like waves. Love, lust, confusion, fear, and happiness all packed into one. He was frozen stiff, mirroring my posture. Neither of us expected this outcome. It took us entirely by surprise. Why did we find out we were bound? We should have known we were mates at 16. It should have been instantaneous. But it didn't happen. We didn't know. Until now, that is. Both of us were past that ripe age of 16, me 19 as of today, him 21, but never felt this pull until now. But why? Why now? Why not before? Celine-Landon began quietly. The way he said my name sent chills running down my back. I opened my mouth to say something when the sound of approaching footsteps stopped me. It was Hestia. Wisps of her blonde hair swayed back and forth as she entered with a skip in her step. Her bright blue dress fell charmingly down her hips, highlighting the feminine curves she was blessed with. The air of cheeriness and glee she brought, and her presence cut the tension seeping into the kitchen just moments before. I immediately felt my throat constrict as I watched her wrap her arms around Landon's waist and snuggle into his chest. A pang of jealousy flared inside me, but I squashed it down. Friends. I reminded myself. They're just friends. No matter how close they were simply friends. Landon seemed a little taken aback as he shifted on his foot and wrapped his arm awkwardly around her. His expression is a mask of conflict. There you guys are. I've been looking for you too. Can't have the birthday girl isolating herself. Hestia smiled brightly at me, baby blue eyes shining and all. She looked absolutely stunning. My baby sister was glowing with happiness as she basked in his affection. At that moment, I could feel my heart rage with growing envy. It was wrong, so wrong, for me to want her as far away from him as possible, but he was my mate. It was instinctual to be territorial. It was in my nature as a wolf to desire him for myself, regardless of what my human side told me. Against my morals, better judgment, and senseless thinking, I wanted nothing more than to stake my claim. I wanted to tell Hestia that he was my destined one and that I was his. But I couldn't. I couldn't do that to my sister. At least, not yet without explaining it to her. We had to have a proper conversation about this. I knew it would break her heart, but that was something I wasn't ready to do. I doubt I ever could be. In that instant of clarity, he became part of me. A part that couldn't belong to anyone else but me. Not even my sister. I knew then and there that it was selfish thinking. They were only friends, yet I was trying to separate them. While I wanted to run away and hide, my wolf wanted to fight for what was hers. Instinct or not, it felt wrong. I hated the bond for it. Celine? Are you okay? My gaze flickered to my sister, her eyes shining with concern as a slight frown tugged on her lips. For a brief second, my gaze fell on their closeness before lifting back to hers. I'm fine. I choke out. What a damn lie. She didn't seem to notice, though. She smiled and gazed up at my mate. No matter how often I've said they were friends, the wolf side refused to acknowledge it. Not when I knew Hestia's feelings for Landon went beyond friendship. She was so sure she was in love with him. I suppose I could only be thankful now that they never seemed to cross the line. That Landon never took the bait. I never understood why wolves bothered getting into relationships to go long-term when they still have yet to meet their mate. People like my sister. Those who underestimated the power of the mate bond and the moon goddess would try to take fate into their own hands. A noble thought, but otherwise messy. They would seek out other wolves who felt similarly and planned a long-term future together. Someone as far as marking and mating, but it never ends well. When one of them finds their mate, everything they planned would fall into ruin. No one could resist the mate bond. It was embedded in their soul the moment they were born to be unable to defy it. It would only serve to strain relationships. No matter how much one loved someone who wasn't their mate, they'd soon change their mind when they met their fated one. Having a mate is a feeling completely incomparable to forged relationships, which is why I didn't understand why Hestia would bother Pin after Landon. When she realized Landon wasn't her mate, she was unbothered. She didn't care whether or not they were mates. Sure, it would have been easier if they were, but she'd decided long before that he was the one for her. It just didn't make any sense to me. It was utterly pointless. She had her own mate out there while he did, too. It didn't even have to be me. No amount of love would overpower the pull of mates. I've seen it happen countless times. With clenched fists and a tight-lipped smile, I darted my gaze toward Landon, who averted his attention from me and smiled down at my sister. I could see through his facade, but Hestia appeared not to. With a small kiss on the cheek, he soothingly ran his hand up and down her arm before clearing his throat. Isn't it time that we let Celine here open her gifts? Hestia's eyes twinkled with delight as she clapped her hands together. As much as I was in no mood to open gifts, she made a face that was hard to say no to. The obvious excitement in her expression made me weak to her wishes. I gave in, smiling softly before nodding as Hestia looped her arm around mine and dragged me to the living room. I forced myself not to bristle when she touched me. That little kiss didn't go unnoticed. I'll stay here for a second. I dropped a plate. I'll be right out after I clean it up. His velvety voice stroked my skin, making it tingle. Hestia, who had only now seen the broken plate, looked to her feet and gasped. I could tell she wanted to help him clean it, but Landon insisted he'd do it himself. After a few seconds of reluctantly agreeing, Hestia tugged me forward and began to lead me out. I could feel his gaze boring into my back as I turned. I hated the feeling of immense jealousy coursing through me, caused by my own sister. She did not fault this. Not really. It wasn't as though she knew he would be my mate. Of course, it wasn't ideal for her to be going after someone who wasn't hers to begin with, but they grew close to each other long before he got to know me. They actually cared for one another, bond or no bond. Besides, it was just a crush. I tried reassuring myself that her fascination with him was only temporary. The moment she'd find her mate, she'd realize how silly her pinning of him was. It still didn't erase the hurt from being secondary to him. Hestia was first. I was second. It hurt so much that anger toward my sister began to brew inside me. How could I share the one person I shouldn't have to? Hestia always had my parents' attention. I blamed it on the younger sibling card, though deep down inside, I knew my parents favored her. I didn't hate them for it. I never could. It wasn't intentional, but it wasn't very subtle either. My parents coddled Hestia. It was hard to pretend I didn't notice our stark differences. She was everything I wasn't. She was better. She was friendly, whereas I was socially awkward. She was confidently beautiful to a fault, whereas I was silent and kept to myself. Her friends would gladly put their lives down for her, whereas I only had my garden. She was always believed to be Luna material, whereas I was Luna's sister. She was best friends with the future Alpha, considered family to the current Alpha and Luna, and was someone everyone sought to be. She was Hestia. I was simply Celine. And I loved myself regardless. We both grew up fine. We were just different people, and I never minded that. She was her own person, as I was my own. It was her destiny for something great. I was confident that my own destiny would hold the same kind of importance, but just in a different setting. I knew I was much more than what people thought I was, even without saying it. She was my sibling, and I would be proud of her. I was proud to call her my sister. She was everything I hoped she'd grow up to be. She never asked for the attention people gave her. She was just that good to be drawing that kind of love from everyone in the pack. As stupid as it sounds, I looked up to her as an older sister. She was somewhat of a role model to me. She was one of a kind, just as I was. She was beautiful, just as I was. It just took the right person to see that. And for me, it was supposed to be my mate. For the first time in my life, I was jealous of my sister. Jealous of what she had that I didn't. Jealous of the memories they had shared, are sharing and will share. I was never mistreated, never bullied. But sometimes, I wish someone had said mean things to me or done something wrong. At least then, I would feel part of the pack even if it meant being at the bottom of the food chain. As of now, as it always had been, I was the outlier. The odd one out. The one people know but never knew. I just wanted a place here. Heat rose up to my cheeks when I looked over my shoulder to see Landon staring at me. He was crouched over the glass shards from the plate, but was completely still. We held each other's gaze as Hestia led me away for what seemed like minutes when, in reality, it was only for a brief few seconds. We entered the standard room, where the flat-screen TV was pressed against the wall, with 3 couches surrounding it, one on each side. Celine, there you are. I was beginning to think you locked yourself in your room, even on your birthday. My father laughed, raising a pointed brow at me. I forced a smile on my face before settling down on the couch opposite him. We never really got along, but he let me do as I wished, as long as it didn't interfere with his affairs. He was too busy with pack affairs to worry about me getting my hands dirty from gardening. His indifference suited me just fine. Then, my mother came strolling in with an apron tied around her waist. I could hear her speaking to my father, but my thoughts revolved around the brunette in the kitchen who still had yet to talk to me about what we would do. I felt someone looking at me. I tilted my head up to find Hestia grinning as she dashed to the other room. She came back with a big, blue box tied with a little red bow on top in her hands. She beamed, handing me the box while shifting her gaze to her feet, which were slipped into black heels. This one's from Landon and I. Just as she said these words, Landon came in. I tried not to look up because Goddess knows I would get lost in his forest green eyes if I did. I thought he would surely take his place beside Hestia, but he didn't. He leaned against the doorframe of the entrance to the living room without a word. His arms crossed at his chest, making his muscles bulge, and temptation held me by the throat. I managed to calm the soaring desire for him and stared at the box blankly. It was heavy in my lap. Everyone stared. My wolf was yipping in my head, running in circles as she cluelessly chased after her own tail. For the most part, she was almost completely unbothered. I didn't understand why. I guess it was because Landon's wolf reassured her that everything was fine. Taking the bright red bow, I pulled it apart and slowly lifted the cover. I felt my heart stop. It was a beautiful rose gold gown neatly folded into the box. On top of it was a silver-colored envelope with the words, Wedding Invitation Landon Walker and Hestia and Dixon written in script and black ink across the middle. Tears unwillingly built up in my eyes as I shakily breathed in. This can't be true. This couldn't be. They were just friends. Sure, my sister had a crush on him, and the chances he returned her feelings were high, but this couldn't be. It shouldn't. He was my mate. He was mine as I was his. Why would they do this, knowing they still had not met their mate? Why would Landon agree to this? For us, 16 was the age at which a wolf was deemed an adult. The capability of finding a mate was equivalent to the end of puberty for us. In a mateship, mates won't recognize one another until both reach the age of 16. More often than not, one would be older than his or her mate. It wasn't unnatural for there to be a slight age gap. It was widely accepted because most wolves considered the bond sacred and couldn't bear mistreating their significant others. Wolves were also quicker in development, both physically and mentally, than normal humans. Raising the legal age to 18 would only complicate affairs when there would be an age gap, regardless of whether it would be a 2-year or a 4-year one. It's why I knew that marriage between Landon and Hestia was possible, even when she was only 17 and going on to 18. I lifted my gaze from the box and looked at Hestia, who smiled brightly and expectantly, only to trail my attention to Landon, who avoided looking at me. His eyes were hard as he stared off to the side, his jaw clenched so tight his teeth might have cracked. My wolf howled within me, stirring with rage and heartache at how things unfolded. My parents, completely oblivious to what was happening, had gotten up from their seats to look at what my sister had gotten me. Once their gazes were set on the envelope, they looked at one another and joyfully hugged my sister. They bombarded her with words I couldn't quite register going through my ears, but I caught a few phrases about excitement for the next Luna. They were proud to have a daughter who would bring the family name into alpha status. That didn't matter to me. The Luna position never crossed my mind. I only wanted him, Luna's position be damned. I could only focus on the one person in the room who mattered above all. I wish I could say he looked remorseful. I wished I could say he looked torn, if only for my pride. But I couldn't. No hint of sorrow or regret lingered on his handsome face. He seemed completely calm, unbothered by the fact that he was breaking me from the inside out. The worst part is that he knew. The bond between us was there, no matter how small. He would feel the emotions surging through me as I would him. At least, I should be able to. But I can't because he chose to block the end of his bond. He can feel me, but I can't feel him. I wanted to ask you to be my maid of honor, Hestia said suddenly. I tore my gaze from Landon and turned to my sister, who had a faint pink blush spread along her cheeks. Her pink, manicured fingers fiddled together in nervousness. She stared at me, hopeful and glowing. As the tears I tried so hard to maintain finally broke through their barriers, I could only manage a wretched sob. I stuttered, not knowing what to say. I couldn't muster up a proper response. An immediate frown settled on Hestia's face when she caught my hesitation. Her eyes betrayed nothing of the disappointment and confusion she felt. She expected a different response from what I was giving her. Probably to jump at the news and shower her with kisses and words of affection as my parents did. Hestia, darling, can you and your mother please get her some water and maybe a wet towel? It seems as though Celine needs to take a breather. I guess the excitement and shock of the wedding stunned her. Hestia and my mother immediately shot out of their seats to make a beeline for the kitchen. I could only look at Landon and my father, who stared at us in confusion. His suspicion grew very quickly. Landon, you can't dash Beta Benicio. Please escort Celine to my office. Father looked between Landon and me before nodding solemnly and pursing his lips. With a curt dip of his head, he turned to me and gestured for me to follow him, but not before shooting a glare my way. What have you done, Celine? I didn't answer the question he asked through our mind link. I knew my father was assuming I had done something horrid that caused Landon to be upset with me. Of course, Alpha. Alpha? Why was my father calling him his future title? His birthright hasn't been passed down to him yet. We didn't even have the Alpha ceremony planned out. Landon couldn't take the position without his Luna already marked, mated, and finally, sworn into oath. These were the conditions the first night wake Alpha set. Landon nudged his head to the side where the exit was, and I stood up to follow my father out. He said nothing to me as I walked past him and toward the Alpha's mansion where the office would be. Only when I had both feet out the door did I hear Landon's voice again. Even though I knew what was happening, I couldn't help but look over my shoulder and see him talking to Hestia, who had a glass of water in her hand. As if sensing my gaze, Landon looked in my direction and locked eyes with me. His burdensome, steely gaze gave nothing away as Hestia looked over him to find me. Unable to stomach how perfect they looked together, I turned away and focused on the ground. We walked up the porch steps, my father opening the door for me while I walked in awkwardly. This was the first time I ever stepped inside the Alpha's home. Alpha Harrison never really permitted anyone outside his family or high ranks inside. Seeing as the Alpha and Luna loved Hestia like a daughter, and that she was Landon's best friend, she had been here countless times. Go up the stairs and make a right. You'll see the Alpha's office. Go in, sit down, and don't move until he comes in. I was about to ask him about the alpha title, but he never allowed me to ask when he abruptly turned on his heel and walked back out. I swallowed nervously, craning my head to the wooden stairs before approaching them like they were made out of fire. The creaking under my feet with each step did nothing to calm my nerves. I was scared shit. Once I reached the top of the stairs, I looked to the right and saw that the first door there led to the Alpha's office. If the golden nameplate reading, Alpha Harrison, wasn't an obvious indicator, then the prominent, Nightwake Pack symbol of an arrow shooting through the crescent moon in black ink on the top half of the door just below the nameplate was. I walked toward it, raised my knuckles to the wood, and knocked on the door. A few seconds went by, and I didn't get a response. I didn't really expect to, seeing as the Alpha was apparently away for business, but I couldn't help but feel my heart beating out of my chest. I decided to wait a few more seconds before warily turning the doorknob and pulling it open. I stuck my head in. Empty. Furnished with a large mahogany table dead set in the center with a black leather executive chair, the room was quite spacious, but at the same time, bare. A few feet from the Alpha's desk was a coffee table with 4 singular black club chairs, 2 on each opposite side. I chewed on my lip. A few photos were hung on the walls. I walked by them, taking my time to observe each captured moment. The first one I saw was of a younger version of Alpha Harrison and Luna Allison standing beside one another with smiles stretched across their faces. Luna Allison had her hands full with a baby, Landon, no older than a few months, showcasing a head full of chocolate brown curls and his vibrant green eyes with a toothy grin plastered on his face. I felt a small smile curl on my lips at the sight. I walked further in, seeing Landon's milestones framed on the walls. They were all displayed, from his first birthday to graduating from high school. The smile that was stuck on my face fell a little when I saw the most recent additions. Landon stood behind Hestia with an arm around her shoulders. He had a warm smile on his face, which mirrored the same expression Hestia had. Alpha Harrison and Luna Allison stood beside them, looking content. I could barely remember when this was taken. If I had to guess, it was probably around the same time as last year's annual gala. Alphas were expected to bring their mates and children along to the event. Naturally, the Alpha's children were permitted to bring their own mates. Landon had asked Hestia to go with him, to which she agreed. I still remember how happy Hestia was. The moment she stepped foot at home, she started freaking out about what to wear and how excited she was. Only then did I truly realize how deep her affection was for him. I was a bit worried, seeing the significance of bringing her along to the gala, but nothing in their relationship seemed to change, so I passed it off as just a platonic outing, probably so he wouldn't be bored the entire night. Now, however, I see how wrong I was. Celine. I whipped my head around, instantly locking eyes with green hues. I felt the air knocked out of me just from seeing him stand there. In all his glory, he stood tall with his lean, slightly built body tense from emotion. I straightened up. As awkward and horrible as I felt right now, I knew it was better to try at least to act somewhat composed instead of acting like a blubbering fool. We need to talk. I could only nod. All sorts of thoughts ran through my mind, but not one included the possibility of rejection. Landon sucked in a heavy breath, moving to the side of the door from which Hestia, my mother and father, emerged from. My eyes widened. I immediately sought Landon's gaze to question him silently, but his focus was on Hestia, who slipped her hand in his as she stared at me guiltily. She bit her bottom lip, eyes staring hard at the floor. Mother and father had grim, serious faces as they stared at me contemptuously. Finally, Landon lifted his gaze from Hestia and looked at me. I could see his jaw twitch, muscles taut as his grip on Hestia's hand tightened. The tighter he held onto her, the tighter my chest felt. "This isn't going to work," he said suddenly. It was so soft, but the sting it accompanied made me feel like I was slapped. The world was slowly falling away from me, but I kept my eyes on him. I didn't dare look away, even with the impending pain puncturing through my chest. I felt myself swallow as I breathed in shakily. The tears that were once again building up glazed over my eyes. "I won't accept you, Celine," he said, much stronger and full of conviction this time. "I never will." Chapter 1. I stared at him. His words played in my mind like a broken record. Each letter, each syllable from his lips, pierced deep within my heart and left a segment of his apparent distaste for me, haunting my thoughts. I could hardly breathe. The invisible weight on my chest, pressing harder and harder, made swallowing down my sorrow much more difficult. My eyes flittered around me wildly, only to fall back on Landon when I realized no one was on my side. I was left to fend for myself. The silence was unbearably thick. The shock momentarily distracted me from my parents' blank faces. Even when I felt like the world was ending, I couldn't help but feel surprised by their reaction, or rather, lack of it. They were indifferent to the fact that their daughter was being rejected. Most parents, if not all, would be angry at the idea of their pup being denied. Denied by none other than their other half. My father was beta, so his reaction would have been much more aggressive. A higher ranking came with a much stronger sense of protection over family. Looking at him now, I couldn't sense the tiniest bit of anger radiating from him. Instead, he seemed somewhat relieved that my mate had chosen my sister, like I was some dead weight that would have worn Landon down. The pain I felt was magnified. It felt like I was tied down to a boulder, slowly falling further and further into the darkness of the ocean. They do nothing but watch as I sink from the shore. No hands outstretched in an attempt to save me. No glance of guilt spared my way. This isn't going to work. "I won't accept you, Celine. I never will." I shook my head at the words taunting me. He couldn't have meant it. No wolf could ever say such words to their mate. To confirm my suspicion, I looked at him with the hope that he was lying. I hoped to see that he was only putting up a front. I would have been happy if I had seen any hesitation in his eyes. I would have been content with the smallest form of care. My heart, already battered and out in the open, was stepped on and crushed when Landon looked at me with such pity. His dark eyes swirled with emotion, but he didn't voice it out. He felt bad for me. He didn't care. He felt sorry for being my mate. It could have been anyone. He would have done the same thing. I tried to tell myself that. I tried to lift my mood by convincing myself that the reason he was rejecting me wasn't because of who I was, but because of who he was and what he wanted. But that somehow made it all the more painful. Although he made up his mind even before finding his mate, I expected him to consider it at least. He didn't. No part of him wanted to give me a chance. He never intended to change his mind, no matter who his mate turned out to be. He just felt sorry. It had to be me whose heart he broke. "But Landon, I am your mate. The moon goddess put us together for a reason. You can't do this. Please, Landon, please dash," I pleaded. I took a step forward to reach out to him. The tears rolling down my face blurred my vision, but I could still make him out perfectly. His tousled hair was messy from how often he had run his fingers through it. He had the habit of playing with his hair when frustrated or stuck on what to do. I barely managed to grab his arm, but he quickly pulled away as if my touch burned him. His fist clenched as he stared at me. Those beautiful eyes flashed with disgust. He stepped back. Landon's stance is postured in a way that protects Hestia, who stands behind him wordlessly. Her eyes were glued to the floor, but her hand trembled, holding Landon's sleeve. "Celine, stop it. You're embarrassing yourself. Out of consideration for Hestia, I will overlook your display of disrespect." I stared at him in disbelief. Even when I was being rejected, he didn't put me first. He didn't punish me for my disrespect purely out of consideration for her. Not for me. He felt obligated to do so for the woman beside him, not because he felt for me, but because he didn't want to hurt Hestia by laying a hand on her sister. Understand that this isn't a request. I love your sister. I'm sorry. I'm sorry the moon goddess made the mistake of pairing us together, but I can't abandon her. She's my life. Bond or no bond, she is who I choose. You have to accept that. I won't let some bond dictate what I will and won't have in my life. I wish it could have been any other way, but he swallowed. This is how it has to be. He looked almost sympathetic. The initial anger and disgust in his eyes softened to mere sadness. I was the charity case in his eyes. He was definitely hurting internally, but it wasn't in full effect. I glanced at their clasped hands. He had support. He had someone steadying him by his side, even if his wolf was howling in the worst kind of agony. In some way, Landon and Hestia's wolves formed some sort of companionship. They never passed the boundary of a platonic relationship because they could only ever feel that way for their mates, but it was to the point that they'd receive comfort from each other's touches. The kind of comfort I would have gotten from Hestia. The family is kind, but I had no one. What about me? I asked quietly. The tears trailed down my cheeks. I didn't bother to wipe them away when I knew they'd keep coming. I didn't care if it made me look weak. I didn't care if the whole pack saw this. My heart was bleeding from the inside out, and the only form of consolation I had was to let it go. The sister who would comfort me was the reason this was happening. You have Hestia, but what about me? I didn't do anything. I'm being forced to watch you two stay together while I can't find my happiness. You say you don't want the bond to take control, but I sucked in a shaky breath. Why do I have to get punished? Why are you punishing me for something out of my control? You may not want a mate, but I do. Wolves only get one mate, Landon. No wolf can ever be truly complete without their other half. I only ever wanted my mate. Who will I have if not you? My voice cracked at the end. The strength that held me up slowly left me. I felt so weakened, so drained both emotionally and physically. I could feel our bond prick with waves of discomfort and despair. Landon's eyes closed for a brief second before he pried them open. They were hardened, glossed over with certitude. I begged the goddess above for him to give me a chance. Pathetic as it was, he was my future, the future I wanted so desperately. I wanted to have him, even if it made me look like the bad guy, even if I looked like a fool chasing after him. Celine, I'm sorry. I blinked away my tears. Landon had turned away, glaring at the floor. His pent-up frustration was being taken out by drilling his anger into the ground beneath him. He couldn't bear to look at me anymore. Not that I could blame him. I looked like a mess, red-rimmed, swollen eyes, skin pale from anguish. His resolve would surely waver if he looked. Much to his dismay, his wolf was fighting for control. The hurt his human side inflicted on his mate urged him to come forth. The green in his eyes flickered to a soulless pitch black. I looked at my sister, who still had yet to say anything. My eyes pleaded with her to understand. She knew better than anyone how much I wanted my mate. How much I longed to finally meet mine since I turned 6 and learned about them. How disappointed I was when I didn't meet him the day I turned 16. I spent hours looking around the pack territory, hoping to find him wandering about. Hestia met my gaze and shook her head. She grabbed onto Landon before wedging herself in his arms. She cuddled into him, using his body to shield her from reality. I can't let go of him, she whispered hoarsely into his chest. I love him, Cel. I love him with all I have. Who knows, maybe you'll fall in love one day. Find someone of your own. It doesn't have to be this way. You don't have to follow the mate. A loud snarl cut her off. Everyone's attention drifted to Landon, whose lips were tugged upwards to the point where his extending canines were visible. He didn't like the remark about me falling in love with someone else, but none of us dared to comment on it. While he claims to want my sister, he also hates the thought of me having another. I absolutely despise it. My wolf growled in disapproval of his hypocrisy. What surprised me was that my wolf took his rejection far better than I did. While I felt the need to cater to him and plead with him to stay, my wolf was angry about his denial of our bond. She was aggressive, flicking her tail against the ground in my mind out of aggravation. She sent forth raging emotions of hostility at both my mate and sister. It took all I had in me not to act upon them. Thankfully, I managed to control her anger just barely. Hestia pursed her lips together as she stared at me. The earlier hesitation was gone from her gaze. It seems like his reaction bothered her more than she let on. It doesn't work like that, Hestia. The mate bond will always exist between us. Our souls were intertwined from the moment the moon goddess put us in our mother's womb. Only true mates can be one together. Body and soul. I gingerly wiped my puffy eyes. A mate bond wasn't some flimsy thing that a simple mark on the neck could erase. If one of the true pairs was marked, all the other would have to do was place their mark over the other one, and it would be like it was never there to begin with. It was painful, but it would disappear almost instantly, like it was draining poison from the mark's skin. Overwritten by the rightful imprint. This happened with countless couples, just like Hestia and Landon. I didn't know if it was any different since Landon was of alpha blood. No alpha blood ever rejected their destined Luna. Not only was it unlikely for mates to reject each other, but it was also dangerous. An alpha's mate was crafted to lead a pack alongside the alpha. She would have characteristics that no average wolf would have. Rejecting a Luna was like sending the pack to a road ruin. At least there wasn't any record of it actually happening. It doesn't matter. Landon finally regained control over his wolf. The veins in his neck popped out as he stiffened. We came up with a solution. My eyebrows shot up. The wolf in me pawed at the restraints I placed on her. She was itching to let loose, to challenge Hestia over the right of my mate. She wouldn't kill her. No matter what, my wolf valued our blood relation, but that didn't mean she wouldn't force her to submit. She projected images of pinning down Hestia in my mind, and I watched as she showed her neck in submission. A feral growl of amusement resonated in my mind. I almost shuddered from her rage. Solution? I asked. Landon looked over to Hestia, who held his gaze before giving him a brief nod. My wolf, he wants you as a mate. He won't settle for anyone else. He looked over to my parents grimly. But if we were to separate, the bond would weaken. I felt my jaw go slack. Is he seriously suggesting what I think he's saying? I furrowed my brows together and looked at my parents. Their eyes narrowed down at me as if daring me to object. Did they know about this? Were they okay with Landon tossing me to the curb? Did they want to ship me away? To abandon me? This transfer won't be permanent. It'll only be until Hestia and I finish the completion of our bond. Once she's marked and officially titled Luna, you'll be permitted back. I scoffed bitterly at his words. He sounded so dignified, like he was doing me some big favor. My wolf howled inside me, trying desperately to comfort my internal destruction. She nuzzled her head against the barrier, offering me as much solace as she could muster. You're kicking me out? I asked quietly. Father stepped forward, taking my arms in his large hands, and tore my attention from Landon to him. He looked at me with apathy, his lips pressed thinly. Celine, now is not the time to get emotional. This is bigger than you. You have no say in this. A flare of anger grew inside me at his words. I pulled from his grasp roughly, ignoring the sting from where his grip lay. This would have counted as disrespect and was punishable by law, but I couldn't care. Not when my father dared to tell me I had no say in my rejection. How could you? I looked at all the faces in the room. My gaze lingered on Landon a little longer than the rest. The overwhelming tension in the air had made an impact on Hestia. She couldn't handle the growing hostility coming from both my father and Landon, directed at no one but me. Any average wolf would succumb to show submission when higher-ups would display their power. My mother was at the point of crumbling, but since she was the beta's mate, she had somewhat more resistance. Being an offspring of a beta doesn't always ensure power or the ability to handle power. Only alpha blood was guaranteed that. It didn't matter whether it was a firstborn, second, third. They're ensured to have power. Maybe not as strong as the firstborn, but power above average wolves nonetheless. Mates were designed to be compatible with one another. If one of the pair had a title, their partner would be designed to suit them in both personality and strength. That would explain my deflection from their surging aura, trying to bend me to their will. An alpha's Luna wouldn't yield to anyone but their mate. Unluckily for them, I was hell-bent on standing my ground. "It'll only make it harder for you if you stay here," Father answered tightly. I could feel him staring at me, but I didn't look his way. I couldn't bear to look at the man who willingly tossed his daughter to the side for his other one. I guess I underestimated his favoritism. I couldn't have expected anything but this. "So, what? You're just going to abandon me on some pack and call me back after you mark and mate each other? After you announce her as your Luna? You're sending me away, so I won't interfere." I knew my voice was rising, but I couldn't stop myself. My hysteria was letting loose, and the encouraging growls from my wolf weren't helping me in the slightest. I snapped my gaze to Hestia when she said my name. "I know you've been waiting for a mate since forever, but—" I had him first. I could almost taste the bile in my throat. The underlying threat in her voice went unnoticed by everyone but me. The worst part was that I couldn't say anything back. She was right. She had him first. If word got out that I was Landon's mate, everyone would see me as the other woman. I was the man-stealer. Even with our bond, everyone would undoubtedly look at me with revulsion. I could easily say that they weren't supposed to be with each other in the first place, but what good would that be? They'd skim over that and argue that the bond was replaceable. Even if the moon goddess paired them up, they were already much too involved with one another. And somehow everyone would look at them like they were a 21st century version of Romeo and Juliet. Until my rejection, she was the heroine, and I was the side character. Landon sighed heavily. He darted his tongue between his lips and swiped it along his dried opening. With one stride toward his desk, he opened the drawer and pulled out a thick manila envelope. The top contained "Pack Transfer" written in bold, black ink. I could physically feel myself recoil at the words. They were practically banishing me for something I didn't do. They wanted to make things easier for me when it was easier for them. "You are not fit to be Luna. You don't have the qualities. If the pack were to function with you at the top, we will surely fall to ruin. Your sister is more than capable, Celine. You know that. Your sister shows more promise compared to you who fiddles around all day in the soil with your garden. No Luna does that. But did you ever give me the chance?" I yelled in spite. The words my father said cut deeper than I would have expected. Everyone was sure I wasn't good enough, but have they ever given me the chance to prove it? Was that asking for too much? An opportunity to prove to them I'm worthy and more than capable of doing what the moon goddess wants me to? "Sign the papers, Celine. This isn't up for debate," Landon said, thrusting the blank sheet in front of me. I shook my head. I felt the rage coursing through my veins as I stared at the paper in pure hatred. No, it came out bitter. My wolf was right above the surface. The last string of my restraint slowly chipped away. This was ridiculous. Entirely insane. My father growled at me, canines extending past his lips into a menacing snarl. His beta instincts kicked in. My refusal to do what the Alpha ordered agitated his wolf. "Does Alpha Harrison know about this?" Landon flinched. The paper in his hand was crumpled at the end, which he was holding onto. His eyes flashed dangerously at me before repeating, "Sign it." Then it all clicked. My father was calling Landon Alpha not because he had the position yet it hadn't been passed down to him. Landon was going to take the title forcibly. He would challenge his dad, and my father was in full support. He no longer recognized Alpha Harrison as his alpha. There was only one reason he'd do it. Hestia. There had been whispers among the pack concerning Landon's missing mate. Alphas often found their mate not too long after turning 16, so the worry over Landon's mate was valid. The Alpha and Luna worried that Landon wouldn't find her or that perhaps his counterpart had been human. It rarely happened, but to ensure a backup plan, they've set an age limit. Time was ticking, and Landon was expected to have the title by now. With no other choice, Harrison had conceded to the idea of a chosen. As much as he loved Hestia, Alpha Harrison would not accept Landon choosing Hestia over me, his true mate. He was a traditionalist. Had Landon not found me, he would have accepted Hestia with open arms. But that hadn't happened. Landon would have to act now if he wanted to have Hestia as his chosen. His wolf was already spiraling out of his control. Alpha Harrison had wanted to wait until Landon was 25 to pass down the title. He wanted Landon to wait a little longer for his mate. Landon's hesitance was understandable. There would also be a chance that other packs would look down on Landon. He didn't want to risk losing respect and his reputation. Not to mention giving our pack a bad name. He didn't want his father to be disappointed in choosing another over his fate either. So, if he sent me away, finished the bond with Hestia, and titled her Luna, it would be too late to undo. There has never been a revocation of titles in our history. Even after discovering I was Landon's true mate, Alpha Harrison couldn't do anything. Once someone was titled, it was impossible to take back or pass on unless the person in question breached the law or passed away. Landon probably never thought he'd find his mate. Now that he had found me, I was getting in the way of the future they had built together. And now he couldn't afford to wait until he reached 25 to take his rightful title. His wolf was getting reckless. I may be thousands of miles away, but the longer we are apart, the more his wolf would go crazy with need for me. To prevent that, he needed to mark Hestia as soon as he could and somehow save his wolf. Or at least lessen our bond. I'm still unsure how it'll affect our bond, but I'm guessing he was sure it would break it. My father would obviously be on his side. If Landon claims the title, he will ensure Hestia's happiness and a fitting title. I was never in this equation. It was always her. I'm not signing it, Landon. Landon's eyes narrowed down to me. Celine Dixon, you are signing this paper. Now. I stiffened at his usage of the alpha command. As his mate, I was his equal. But we never initiated our bond, never strengthened it with a mark. I was still below him in rank and thus fell weak to his command. Regardless of whether or not he had the title yet, he was the only pup of the alpha and the only heir. He had the power of the alpha command since he was 18. My hands obediently reached for the paper against my will. I could only mutter no's and pleas for him to stop when I finally took it from his hand. The pen my father handed to me was grasped tightly between my fingers as I shakily signed my name on the line beside the X. I stared at what I'd done in horror. Forced against my will, I had signed away my right to reside in the pack I was born and raised in. We have one more thing to do, my father said quietly. I peered through my lashes to see the men give each other a knowing look. Landon straightened up, eyes cold and hard. I, Landon Walker, future alpha of the Nightwake Pack, sever my bond to Celine Dixon, future Luna of the Nightwake Pack. An involuntary gasp left my lips as I gaped at him. A flow of emptiness settled in my chest. My wolf whimpered to herself, curling into a ball in the depths of my mind. My body was shaking. I convulsed at the stream of intangible pain, stabbing every fiber in my body. My knees buckled, my legs falling weak until I fell to the floor with my hands the only thing holding me up. Accepted Celine. I could barely shake my head. A fresh stream of tears slid down my face, and I fell onto the floor. Little droplets of my sorrow looked up at me as my head hung low. My muscles were sore. My head pounded from the trauma, all hitting me at once. Accept it. Again. He used the damned alpha command again. My bottom lip rolled out, quivering as I looked at him. I parted my mouth, but no words came out. This was all too much. My mother silently watched, a hint of sadness in her eyes, before she briskly turned away. I didn't have to look at my father to know what face he was making. I, Celine D. Dixon, future Luna of the Nightwake Pack, as he sever my bond to Landon Walker, future Alpha of the Nightwake Pack. The bland words coming from my mouth burned in my throat. It felt like such a sin to utter these words. Landon hunched over, his eyes screwing shut as he tried to steady himself. Hestia soothingly rubbed his back, cooing at him as she tried to calm him. At that moment, I felt so numb. So go to the world. So, I've gone to the land I never earned a place in. When he finally looked at me, my eyes were downcast as the tears kept trickling down my chin. "Pack your things," he said hoarsely. "You leave tonight." Tugging Hestia behind him, he allowed my father and mother to leave the room first. My father walked on, not bothering to look over his shoulder once. My mother trailed quietly behind him. Once the two leave, he lets Hestia go first before stepping to the door. You know, he stopped at the sound of my voice but didn't turn around. My heart beat loudly against my chest, but was quiet to the world, shattered. I ached with intense pain, shooting through every atom that made up my body. The day I met my mate became the day I lost everything. For someone who hates having his life being controlled, you sure have no problem controlling mine. So tell me, how is it any fair? He tightened his muscles before leaving the door and closing it slowly behind him. It isn't. He whispered just before the door locked. But that's just the way it is. Chapter 2. It took 2 hours to pack everything. I carried 2 pieces of luggage with me. 2 minutes to get in the van without a word of goodbye from either of us. I glance behind me and I see Landon holding Hestia in a tight embrace, his eyes locked with mine. My parents stood on the patio just a few feet from them, who looked on as the van pulled out from the driveway. 2 days to arrive at the new pack I was staying with, the Dusk Fall pack. And now, 2 months later, I'm still here. I sighed heavily, taking the battered watering can by the handle and walking to the shed. The sweet smell of fresh flowers and heavy rainfall filled my nostrils as I breathed in. Calmness flowed through my veins when my eyes scanned over the fertile land. Flourishing greenery blankets acres of land that stretch out miles across. Goddess, it was beautiful. I ignored the sluggish sounds of soil under my boots and stopped in front of the little wooden hut. Bentley Everdale, the kind old man who allowed me to work for him in his fields, came up from behind and flashed me a warm smile. The edges of his eyes crinkled with delight. Dressed in dark blue overalls with a red undershirt and brown work boots, he had oil smudges all over his hands and under his wrinkly chin. He must have been working on his tractor. Here again, Celine? After setting the watering can on the ground beside the rusting water valve, I tugged off my gloves. Bentley had a habit of checking up on me every few hours. He said I worked too much, but didn't consider it work. I just loved flowers, that was all. Maybe a little too much, but each one is its own. I looked back at him, returning his smile with my own, and wiped my forehead from the sweat trickling down my temple with the back of my hand. The blazing sun kissed the surface of my exposed skin and left lingering prickles of discomfort down my arms. Yep, 2 months had passed, and no word about my return was ever mentioned. No phone calls, no letters, absolutely nothing. The thought disheartened me. I figured that no matter how badly things came between us, and how things ended, I would at least be checked up on. I was still the child they raised, still the older sister she had grown up with. At the end of the day, we were still family. But I guess that wasn't enough. The most disappointing part of all this was that I stupidly clung onto a filament of hope that maybe, just maybe, they'd show me they cared. That they'd show a hint of regret at what they've done. One phone call to see how I was holding up. It wouldn't erase my anger, hurt, and most definitely betrayal, but it would have at least proved that they thought of me. That they actually cared about me. Selly. I whipped my head around to the direction the squeaky voice came from to find Lila running at full speed toward us. Her chestnut curls, tied into pigtails, bounced with every step she made. The toothy grin on her face stretched to her ears, and her hazel eyes widened with excitement. Her cheeks were flushed from her attempt at getting to us faster. It was endearing to see her petite body clad in a white dress, struggling to run over the wet soil. I visibly cringed as I glanced down at the shoes that Luna Thompson had bought for her, sinking into the mud. Luna Thompson will not be happy to see that. The smile broadened on my face as I watched her stumble but quickly regain her composure. The little slip hadn't fazed her. Her excitement in seeing me never diminished along the way. Well, hello there, Lila. Bentley greeted him, putting both hands on his hips. He stared down at the 5-year-old amusedly when she reached us. Lila smiled shyly, a pink blush spreading on her round cheeks. Her eyes darted to the ground before peering up at Bentley timidly. Her small fingers hooked around the hem of her dress before she dashed to hide behind me and wrapped her arms around my legs. Poking her head to the side, she peeked over me. No doubt those doe eyes of hers were watching Bentley with caution. For a 5-year-old, she was quite inquisitive. Lila Everdale was an orphan of the Red Husk pack. A pack far, far away in the east. She lost both parents at just a few weeks old after an unexpected rogue attack. None of the wolves wanted to adopt her because of her lineage. According to Bentley, her parents were the omegas of that pack at the time. The alpha of the pack I was currently residing in, Alpha Thompson, found Lila being beaten by her pack members during one of the social events held in their territory. The abuse was something he didn't tolerate. Child abuse was more so. He demanded the right to claim her, and unsurprisingly, the Red Husk pack was more than willing to give Lila up with nothing in exchange. They saw her as baggage left behind. She was only 3 years old when Alpha Thompson brought her here. Bentley told me that the first time he saw her, she was covered with bruises all over her tan skin. Cuts and scars littered her arms and legs, some old but most new and fresh. You could only imagine the kind of abuse she's been through at Red Husk. Alpha Thompson was bringing her to the pack house. Her tiny body cradled in his big arms was a sight to see. It was even harder to imagine. Bentley was just walking home when he saw her. He couldn't believe how malnourished she was. She was only skin and bones, he'd tell me. When Lila was officially introduced as a new pack member, she refused to lift her eyes from the ground. He guessed she was constantly told to avoid eye contact as a way to shame and humiliate the young child, to carve into her mind that she was below everyone else because of her bloodline, that she was born inferior. I could never understand how someone could lay their hands on children. Such young, pure souls do not know the ugliness of the world being stripped of their innocence. The trauma of being abused since basically her birth took its toll on her and influenced her greatly. She was withdrawn, unusually quiet, and overly wary. She didn't play with other pups her age and took to just staring at flowers. Apparently, Red Husk kept her indoors at all times. So when she finally caught a glimpse of the outside, she was taken to observing them. Thus, she met Bentley, on whom she grew somewhat dependent. It took a good full year for her to even crack a smile. A mistrustful Lila denied anyone who tried to get close to her. Sometimes she still denied Bentley. Many of the pack members offered to adopt her, but Lila refused to go along with anyone. She was satisfied staying in the pack house with other orphans who would soon be adopted. She often threw tantrums when someone tried to get close. He told me that she'd kick, scream, cry out, and attempt to run whenever someone tried to bring her home. I frowned at the words Bentley said to me once. The poor child has been through a lot. When she turned 5 a few months ago, she asked me if I loved her like she did from Red Husk. I was so confused. I was under the impression that Red Husk treated her badly, but then again, maybe there was at least one person who actually cared for her. Maybe a relative of some sort, possibly a family friend. So I told her that I did, but then she just frowned, and her lips began to quiver, and she said, "You'll hurt me too?" The bastard proclaimed to love her every time she'd hit her. Every hit she laid on Lila's skin pounded the wrong definition of love into her head. To Lila, love meant physical, emotional, and mental pain. "Sully, can we see the flowers?" Lila mumbled into my jeans. I blinked away, the anger bubbling in my chest, and laughed softly at her before nodding. Skimming my hand affectionately against her cheek, I felt my heart warm as she leaned in. As much as Lila strayed away from affectionate touches, she was also desperate for them. A dangerous combination that could determine whether or not Lila would lash out if used at the wrong moment. Being starved of affection can do that to you. My wolf had admittedly gotten maternal over the pup. Ever since the day we met her when she was playing in Bentley's garden when I first arrived, we had formed a cautious relationship. Through her, Bentley had met me and offered me a job. As the days I kept coming increased, she slowly opened up to me until she practically followed me around like a lost puppy. She was like a ray of sunshine in my life. Lila was one of the biggest reasons I'm stable enough, aside from the overwhelming kindness the pack showed me and the garden Bentley let me work on. I was an emotional, depressed mess when I first arrived here. No point in sugarcoating it. I wasn't keeping track of time or bothering to go out to eat, and I just lived through life like a shell of a person for almost 2 weeks. Missing my garden back home didn't help either. It was only when I found out that the pack territory had a large field that I gained some kind of interest or motivation to get up. I managed to keep my mind off things and focus on myself whenever I worked on the plants. It was the perfect distraction. Just staring at the calming beauty of nature was enough to lighten my mood and clear my thoughts for a moment. Bentley, Duskfall, and Lila were my lifesavers. They pulled me from the darkest corner of my life. They gave me a true understanding of what family meant. From randomly being invited to dinners, included in social events, asked to come over to houses, befriending almost everyone in the pack, and freely spending my time in the garden without being judged, Duskfall was my sanctuary. A pack free from the poisonous tentacles of drama. It hurt to know that someday I would leave it all behind. That my time here was ticking. This privilege of living life to the fullest was limited. It was all in the hands of Landon, the mate who didn't want me. Of course we can. I looked up to Bentley, who nodded for approval at my silent question. Giving him one last smile, I leaned down to carry Lila against my chest before walking off to the flower garden. She locked her legs together, squeezing my waist between them as her arms hung around my neck. Lila squirmed in my hold, her small hand clutching onto the back of my shirt as she buried her face in the crook of my neck. I felt a small laugh escape me when she peered over my shoulder to look at Bentley before quickly ducking down when he caught her stare. The little pup was quite the cutie. We walked down the trail for about 7 minutes of silence when she asked, "Sally, are you going to leave?" I flinched at the suddenness of her question. She never really asked about my stay until now. I stopped mid-step to look down at her before continuing on to the flower garden. She kept her head down, the crown of her head the only thing I could see. She was playing with a lock of my hair, her fingers combing through the strands at the ends. Lila knew I was only visiting for a while. Everyone in the pack knew that. They didn't know the reason, though. Some would ask, but I brushed it off, saying it was some minor issue back home. I could only guess what kind of excuse Landon came up with. I highly doubt he would go on a limb to say that I was his rejected mate and he needed me to stay away so he could mark and mate my sister. I wasn't eager to receive looks of pity from them either if I told them the truth. I had my fill of that from Bentley, the only one I ever told. He was angry with me, but most of all, I could see the sympathy under those bluish-green eyes. His mate had passed on a few years back, but he was happy. He was content. He had the chance to love and cherish his mate till her very last breath. It was an honor, he said. An honor to have been the one to provide her with a lifetime full of love and affection. An honor to be her mate, whom she had blessed with a family of 3. He, she, and their son, Isaac. Isaac was supposedly out of pack territory, training to become the next Gamma at a training camp in the South. The reigning Alpha chose Gammas and Betas. They weren't passed down from generation to generation like Alphas were. After choosing the candidate, they were sent to train for the position. They were only given a ceremony to accept the title after their extensive training was completed officially. There were a lot of requirements to pass the standards. Bentley keeps close contact with his son. He writes him a letter and receives a response every 2 weeks. I could see, with the way his eyes glimmered with pride when he spoke of him, that his son was his biggest joy. Being separated from his son made him feel quite lonely. So when Lila came into the picture, he found a new sense of purpose. He would take care of her with the remaining years he had left. Bentley often said he misses his mate, Maria, dearly. He can sometimes still see her sitting on her favorite couch with her legs propped up, reading a romance novel. She may have aged, but she's still the romantic she always was when we first met at 16. The warmth in his eyes as he said that tugged at my heart in both good and bad ways. It was only then that I realized I wouldn't have any of that. I wouldn't have anyone to just sit around and do nothing with. To just enjoy and revel in each other's company. No one can memorize their little habits and mechanisms. I tried not to think about it too much, but it was hard not to when I could physically feel my bond with Landon Weaken. Turns out what he said was true. The mate bond was slowly loosening, and I felt every layer forcibly removed by his increasing emotional bond with Hestia deep in my bones. Every time I felt it, a piece of me fell away. Suddenly, a sharp pain twisted in my gut. I hunched over, mouth open, in a soundless scream when I fell onto the ground. I managed to keep myself from falling face first because of the little girl still in my arms. She was the only thing racing through my mind. Lila squealed, startled by my wheezing. She squirmed in my hold until I let go, but I couldn't breathe. My hands shakily clutched onto the fabric over my heart. My mind went hazy as my vision began to black out. I was suffocating. I forced as much air down my throat, but it wasn't enough. My hands had curled around my neck. It was like with every breath I took, I was swallowing acid. A burning sensation would travel down my throat to the very core of my body. It'd ignite unworldly pain to spread across every particle making up my being. The inflammation in my chest felt like 1,000 knives piercing through me all at once. Tears welled in my eyes as the pain tripled. It reached every crevice in my body. Not a single muscle was tense from the pain. Beating my soul inside and out, I gasped out. I could only hear the distinct footsteps of Lila running away and frantically screaming for Bentley before I passed out. A world of black stretching abyss, welcoming me into the caress of nothing. When I came to, Lila was fast asleep beside me on a chair. Her head rested against her folded arms on the side of the bed. Judging from the bareness of the room and the unfamiliar peach-painted walls, we were in one of the spare rooms at the pack house. It was a lot closer to the field than the small house I currently lived in. Rubbing my temples, I closed my eyes shut. There was a sort of ringing in my head. A migraine made my focus a little woozy. It hurt like hell, but it was more annoying than anything. After a few breaths, I opened my eyes and turned to look at the window. I nearly groaned out loud at the darkness just beyond the room. It was already nightfall. I slept for almost the entire day. I could faintly remember checking the time and seeing that it was only 10 in the morning when I passed out. I sighed. I'll just have to work twice as hard tomorrow to make up for today. I already felt bad for Bentley, yet again, I found myself unconscious. My eyes drifted to the small child beside me. Her back rose and fell steadily as she breathed. A small squeeze made my eyes fall to my hand. I realized she was holding onto my finger. Her tiny fingers curled around my pinky. A frown marred my face at the dried tear streaks down Lila's cheeks. I slowly reached over her, even though lifting my arms alone strained my sore muscles. Gently, I wiped her tears away. Lila stirred in her sleep, but nuzzled into her folded arms against the bed. She was always a light sleeper. A breath of relief came over me when she didn't wake up. I wasn't sure how bad her reaction would be if she saw me. I must have scared her. Images of her helplessly frightened face flashed in my mind before I forcefully shut them out. Guilt and frustration built up inside me. I didn't want her to have to see that. At all times, it had to happen when I was with her. Even when I knew there was nothing I could have done to prevent it, I still felt responsible, as if I should have been strong enough to withstand it when no one ever could. This isn't safe for you, Celine. I looked up upon hearing a croaky voice and saw Bentley walking in with a frown. He closed the door behind him with a bouquet of roses tucked against his forearm. My lips tugged up when I realized it was the flowers he so carefully grew himself. Bentley allowed me to work on his garden, but the roses were off limits. His mate had loved his roses, and since then, he wanted to be the only one taking care of them. It brought him some form of solace for his loss. Without him saying it, I knew that by growing the roses himself, he still felt her presence. He felt like she was right there with him. He was wearing a checkered shirt with long khakis, a size too big for his lanky body. He looked tired. His gray hair was messy, and his eyes were sunken in more than usual. It made me feel worse knowing he probably didn't get any sleep because he was worried about me. Bentley sighed heavily before laying the flowers on my nightstand and pulling the desk chair to sit to my right. Taking my hand in his, he furrowed his brows together before tightening his grip. This is the 7th time this month. I swallowed thickly. Averting my gaze from him, I chewed on my lip. Fear rippled inside me from his tone. We never really talked about these attacks because I never wanted to. He knew what they were, but he never made a move to talk about it. He was aware it made me uncomfortable. So, hearing Bentley bring it up now had my nerves kicking in. You slept for 2 days. My mouth parted in surprise. 2 days? This was the longest I had ever slept through. Granted, this attack was far worse compared to my past ones, but this is outrageous. 2 days. A full 48 hours of sleep. She wouldn't leave your side. She was afraid you'd leave her too. Bentley's eyes trailed over to the small body beside me. His gaze softened in sadness, like her parents. A deep stab of pain poked me in the heart. Lila never talked about her parents. She didn't have anything to say. How could she when they were taken from her before she could even open her eyes? Still, she knew what having parents meant, what it would have meant for her if they'd lived. Bentley tightened his hold on my hand. With pursed, dry lips, he gulped, I told Alpha Oliver about what happened to you. The moment those words left his lips, I felt everything stop. My eyes widened. My heart dropped at what he said. Did he tell him? My face paled almost immediately when his words sank in. Oh goddess, what were they going to do? Did they tell Landon? Were they going to kick me out for being unwanted? Will their views of me change? Anxiety crept up from within me when I tried to yank my hand from his hold, but he didn't let go. His face hardened as he looked over to Lila. Sweet pea, this isn't right. You're suffering far too much. How many more times will you have these attacks every time they mate? How many more bruises will your body take? How many more times do I have to find you lying unconscious over the floor? How many more times will your pretty little eyes shed tears for that son of a bitch? Bentley's soft voice sought after my tears. I could feel them threatening to spill. I vowed to myself I wouldn't cry again. At least not in front of them. I've done that way too many times just from that day alone. I probably cried a year's worth of tears by now. Even if my heart was breaking again and again, I didn't want them to have the same impression of me as my pack did. Weak, useless, pitiful, not enough. I can't do anything about it, I whispered. My hands trembled, but Bentley's reassuring hold kept me from completely breaking apart. His warmth sent a small rush of comfort. He opened his mouth to say something when we heard a faint knock on the door. Was someone else visiting? I looked at Bentley in confusion, who gave me a small, regrettable smile and let go of my hand before opening it. Alpha Oliver. Bentley dipped his head in respect as the big, burly Alpha at the doorframe nodded at him. His dark eyes swept across the room until they met mine. Alpha Oliver Thompson. Only pack members or close associates were allowed to call an Alpha by their first name with the title. That's why I always called him Alpha Thompson. Alpha Harrison, Landon's father, was Alpha Harrison Walker. However, since I was a pack member, I was permitted to call him Alpha Harrison, whereas other wolves from different packs were required to call him Alpha Walker. It was a subtle way to show the relations between wolves. A pack was like a family. Only family was allowed to get away with referring to an alpha with such intimacy as using their first name. A mate never had to use the title or the last name. I was neither a pack member nor a close associate, so I resorted to using his last name. Sure, I was staying in his pack, but my legal loyalty was still at Nightwake. I have only met him a total of 3 times since my stay here. Once, when I first arrived, twice, when Bentley asked for permission to give me a job, and a 3rd time, when my first attack happened and I fell ill for a day. He'd visited to inquire about my health or if someone had done something. I had managed to say it was just exhaustion, and he never questioned it, though I knew he didn't believe me. He probably decided against asking out of respect for me. Bentley, could you give me and Celine a moment? Please take Lila with you. Bentley nodded at him, slowly making his way to pick up a sleepy Lila in his arms. Her little eyes fluttered open when he scooped her up and wandered around until they fell on me. Immediately, she thrashed in his hold, whining to be let go so that she could come to me. Her chubby little arms reached out in my direction as small sobs racked her body. The inner turmoil in me nearly drove me mad. My heart ached for the child. Her expression cut deep as my wolf restrained the urge to comfort her in front of the alpha. I watched as Lila slowly disappeared, her wails echoing in the hallway. Even when she wasn't in sight, I kept staring at the door longingly. That little girl is head over heels for you. I snapped my attention to Alpha Thompson, who had a slight smile playing on his lips, before dropping my gaze to my hands. Chewing on my lip, a smile appeared across my face at his words. Was it wrong to feel a little pride over that? To feel happy at the fact that Lila had gotten so attached to me? I was just as in love with that little girl. Bentley told me about your situation, he said softly. I felt his alert eyes observing me like he was expecting me to burst into tears at any moment. When his glances became too much, I peered over at him, catching him rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly, and his gaze dropped to the floor. Clearly, the alpha never had something like this happen. He probably didn't know what to say for fear of saying something wrong. This was why I didn't want anyone to know. The moment they did, they'd treat me like I was made out of glass. Not that my heart wasn't as fragile as one. But once something breaks, it can't be broken again, can it? Oh, that was my brilliant response. Alpha Thompson sighed loudly, sitting in the seat Bentley had sat on. If only we weren't talking about this, I would have found it funny. His large mass bent uncomfortably on a chair too small for his bulky body. He soon gave up trying to find a comfortable position and lifted his head to meet me in the eyes. Alpha Thompson was a great alpha, a great man, husband, and father. He was kind, caring, and strong, but disciplined. He had strict sets of morals he would stand by, and I grew to respect him tremendously, especially when he was the one who saved Lila from her life at Redusk. Celine, why didn't you say anything? He asked exasperatedly. If I wasn't hearing things, he sounded almost disappointed. I swallowed down the lump in my throat. How could I voice out my fears? Voice out my insecurities? I didn't need to feel more exposed and violated than I already did, but at the same time, something compelled me to answer. Something told me I could trust this man not to judge me like others did in Nightwake. After all, how could someone who runs a pack as peaceful and kind as this be someone untrustworthy? I can't. I answered truthfully. I was afraid to. Alpha Thompson shook his head, clearly unhappy with the fear haunting me. His thick eyebrows pressed together, and his frown deepened. He didn't understand. I didn't expect him to. What are you afraid of, Celine? Are you afraid of that youngling? That alpha walker finding out you said something? My head snapped up with wide eyes. He called him Alpha. That could only mean he had successfully overtaken the title. I figured he would have done so sooner rather than later. His time was running out, after all. The question was, since when did he claim it? A Alpha Walker? You mean Landon Walker? He's Alpha now. Leaning against the chair, he folded his arms across his chest. Alpha Thompson thought for a moment before nodding solemnly. He pressed his lips together in dismay. Landon had gotten the title, mated Hestia. All he needed to do was mark her. How had he gotten away without marking her? Did he take the title first? Did he choose to disobey Nightwake traditions? Was it because she wasn't his mate that they decided to give him leeway? Everyone knew they weren't mates, so it could only mean they willingly allowed it to happen without argument. They loved her that much. She was so fit to be Luna that they overlooked his disinterest in following the proper order of things. All he had to do was mark her now. Once he'd done that, he would have completed their bond and successfully tossed ours aside. Since when? I asked softly. Alpha Thompson looked almost hesitant in answering, but eventually gave in with a small breath. He unfolded his arms and relaxed his hunched shoulders. He was preparing himself for my reaction. He knew that I had to know. Approximately a week after you got here. My eyes bulged out of their sockets. A week? That's all it took him? Around 7 days since I left? If that was so, then why didn't he mark her yet? He had so much time to mark her. He let a full 2 months pass without claiming her. So, what was the holdup? Is it possible he was having second thoughts? A bubble of hope formed inside me, but I quickly dismissed it. Of course, he didn't. He had just finished mating with her a few hours ago. I felt stupid for even considering it. Against my better judgment, I had hoped he wouldn't mark her. Marking her was the last step to the completion of their forged bond. My wolf growled at the thought. She was still hurt over the fact that our mate had sent us away and chosen another over us. Above all, our blood-related sister. I was too, but it didn't affect me the way it did her. I managed to form good relationships here in Duskfall as she did, but her connection to Landon's wolf was far stronger than my connection to Landon. She was created for the sole purpose of standing beside Landon and his wolf. She existed to go hand in hand with Landon's wolf. Her connection to the pack was stronger since she was supposed to be Luna. So, to have all that stripped from her was like saying her existence was futile. I nodded slowly, trying to let the information sink in. I kept my gaze on the thick blanket over my legs. Alpha Thompson remained quietly still in his seat. I knew he was still waiting for me to answer that previous question. I had a feeling he wouldn't leave if I didn't answer. A small part of me hoped he'd forgotten, but sensing his prying gaze on me told me he didn't. Reluctantly, I gave in. Everything. I'm afraid of everything. I'm afraid Landon will find out and he'll be even more disgusted by me. I'm afraid of repeating the same sob story over and over to people who ask, because it'll make it feel even realer. I laughed bitterly. I'm afraid people will look at me different. Afraid people will see me the way my family and pack members did. I'm afraid of rejection, I finally admit. My hands balled up the blanket over me. The rush of emotions hits me all at once when I think about it. I'm so afraid of being rejected again. If my own pack, family, and mate can reject me, who's to say the people who I just met won't? I muster up the courage to look at him. Alpha Thompson's gaze softened. I half expected him to get angry at my insinuation that his pack members would do a complete 180 on me, but he didn't. He calmly reached over to rub my back. The touch of someone simply listening rather than responding with false pretenses soothed me far better than any therapist could. I decided to go on. I had nothing to hide anymore. There was no reason to hold back. Let me lay my heart out to people who genuinely care. When he finally marks her, he'll transfer me back. He said so himself. The mate bond's burden will still be there, but it won't be strong enough to make him act out on instinct. I'm a different story, though. Rejected and unmated. I respect myself far too much then to simply give myself away just for the sake of wearing the bond. So I'll suck it up. I'll feel every ounce of the torture from our mate bond. Not like it'll make a difference to him if it didn't. Then why don't you permanently stay here? My head shot up to him. My jaw hung open at the bluntness of his suggestion. It wasn't uncommon for members to transfer out to other packs. Some would do it because they had mates over there, and others would leave because they didn't agree with the pack's rules. To officially leave a pack, the alpha had to agree. I knew Landon, aside from what he says, would never allow me to go. He may not have me, but that didn't mean he'd let anyone else have me, either. What? Alpha Thompson smiled, looking at the closed door behind him before returning his attention to me. He looked so sure of what he said. There wasn't a string of indecisiveness in his expression. If I'm being honest, I was kind of thinking of a way to convince you to stay. It was a selfish thought on my part, but Lila needs you. Bentley does too. The old prude hasn't had that smile on his face since his son left. He sees you as his own daughter like he does Lila. They may not be your family, but to them, you are. He squeezed my shoulder. Staying at that pack will do you no good. No offense, but your family seems like real shitty people. If Alpha Walker tries to prevent you from making your stay here permanent, I'll personally handle it. We take care of our own, Celine. No one left behind. Just say the word, and I'll assure you I'll make it happen. If we have to bring this up to the Chancellor, so be it. We'll do whatever it takes. Whatever. Never in my life had people treated me this way. Treated me with priority. All the restraint I had on trying to be strong broke away as I cried into my hands. Wet blotches of tears collected in my palms as Alpha Thompson patiently waited for me to calm down. When I looked up, red-eyed and all, he grinned. I'll take it as a yes? I smiled for my future, and for the first time in 2 months, it was genuine. Yes. Alpha Thompson let out a huge breath before raking a hand through his thick hair. I guess he was really insistent on keeping me here for Lila. Most of the pack members have noted that Lila was attached to me. It brought them a sense of relief to know Lila was finally opening up to someone. Thank goddess, I was worried I'd have bad news for Alpha Oliver. Alpha Thompson quickly stood up, the chair falling behind him. A male's shout filtered through the door. His eyes stared down in the direction of his voice. Not a second went by, and the door busted open, revealing his Beta Crawford. His dark hair was slicked wet against his forehead, and his shirt was sweaty. He was breathing hard, his body heaving up and down rapidly. What's wrong? Alpha Thompson asked, his tone intimidatingly dark. He caught a whiff of tension from his Beta and immediately knew something had happened. Beta Crawford shook his head, eyes visible with fear. A Beta shaking in his skin was never a good sign. Beta Crawford turned to look over his shoulder when a loud scream resonated down the hall. He grounds his teeth. Our rogues. They breached our borders. Alpha Thompson's eyes flashed with deep-rooted anger. Protruding down his neck and arms were his veins. You could feel the fury oozing off him in thick waves. His wolf was fighting for control over the enemies threatening his pack. The alpha in him wanted blood. Desperately. The whites of his eyes slowly inked black. His canines elongated past his lips, bearing threateningly to no one in particular. A low, deep guttural growl ripped from his throat and echoed down the halls. His wolf had successfully taken over him. This was the first time I've ever seen it happen. Alpha Thompson's chest had puffed out, muscles bulging as he slightly shook in outrage. He was demonstrating his dominance before going out to face the rogues himself. He made his presence known on his territory so that whoever he crossed would know of his status. I could feel the thirst for blood in his constant growls. Take Celine and any others to the bunker. Protect them with your life. His voice was deep, almost like another voice intertwined with his. Without another word, Alpha Thompson turned and made a stride toward the door. His large body radiated pure rage in his footsteps. Beta Crawford waited until his alpha left to spring into action. The alpha command worked instantaneously. Yanking me up by the arm, he began to drag me out the door. His face hardened with new, profound courage, masking his previous expression. Stumbling over like a newborn fawn, Beta Crawford caught me before I completely fell and hoisted me up in his arms. He didn't say a word and only continued to silently bring us through the hall. This was damn embarrassing but necessary. I couldn't quite feel my legs yet. The attack and the bed rest for 2 days weakened my strength tremendously. My body felt like jelly. We need to leave. Now. The initial fear in his voice was gone. The need to fulfill the orders from his alpha defeated his perception of fear. We zipped down the stairs. The pack house was completely abandoned now. Pure terror could be heard outside. Women, men, and children filled the night air with blood-curdling screams. Beta Crawford tensed. He had the desire to aid them. His grip around me tightened slightly before he kicked open the back door and dashed outside. It was utter chaos. Fires lit up houses. Bodies were scattered around the plains. Blood was smeared all over the buildings and soaked into the soil. Most of those who were viciously mauled on the ground were lacking a body part. Some had their chests, backs, or stomachs slashed open. Guts spilled out onto the ground. The faces of people I grew to know on more than just a first-name basis stared lifelessly at me with their mouths open to scream. Only they never got the chance to. The foul smell of death and burning flesh reigned around us, but I couldn't turn away. The horror and pure devastation of reality forbid me to. Beta Crawford clenched his jaw. Sorrow filled his eyes as he tore his gaze away to continue running. He had seen the people he grew up with slaughtered mercilessly. The only thing he could do was keep going, no matter how much it pained him to do so. No matter how much he just wanted to stay there and mourn for the dead. I scanned the area around us. The screaming had ceased, but this wasn't even half the population. Where was everyone? Where did Alpha Thompson go? A thunderous roar broke me from my thoughts. Quickly looking to my right, I saw a large gray wolf with its canines snapped on the small body of a child, prowling toward us. Beta Crawford stepped back. His dark eyes were calculating and observing the opponent before us. A low rumble came from within the rogue's chest, and it slowly unhinged its jaw to drop the body. I screamed in agony. I stared at the bloody corpse of little Jason, Alpha Thompson's 3-year-old son. Beta Crawford growled, eyes heated in anger at the sight of the little Alpha being savagely chewed and killed. His skin broke in his back, trails of blood oozing from his head and torso. His shirt was almost completely torn apart. Beta Crawford's body shook with the desire to take vengeance, but he restrained himself, remembering the Alpha's command. He was preparing himself to run, but quickly tossed me to the side when another wolf lunged at him from behind. I skid across the ground, mud coating my body. Run! Beta Crawford quickly stood up. He used his hands to push himself off the ground and body slam against the gray wolf's side. The sound of bone cracking made me flinch as Beta Crawford took the two wolves head-on. He didn't have the time to shift. Both wolves would attack him before he could. He managed to grab one by the snout, but didn't get the chance to do any damage when the auburn wolf clamped down on his other hand. I had to do something, but I couldn't shift after an attack. Goddess, why? Why does this happen now? Why to them? My eyes helplessly searched for Beta Crawford's. Run! He yelled, pushing the wolves off him. He grabbed the auburn wolf's hind legs before slamming it against the gray wolf. Bentley brought Lila to the garden. Go! At the sound of Lila's name, I gathered all the strength I could muster and forced my legs down the pathway toward the field. I tried to ignore the sound of flesh being torn. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was when two unfamiliar snarls of victory surrounded it. I kept running. Everybody I passed by willed me to look in their direction, but I couldn't. The heavy scent of blood curled around my mind as I jumped over the fence. I couldn't see anything in the dark. Even with my senses heightened, it was too dim to see through. I whipped my head around desperately in every direction. I didn't know where to begin to look. Then I heard a scream. A little girl's scream. Lila's scream. My blood ran cold. Pushing myself harder, I rushed over to the sound, begging the moon goddess to give me the strength to shift. The sluggish sound of my feet pounding down on the mud rang in my ears when I saw a figure hunched over the ground. A man built up with heavy pounds of muscles pinned Lila to the ground. Tears rolled down her face as she screamed hysterically. Her legs were kicking, and her arms were trying to pull away from the man's grasp. Her pants were thrown to the side, her shirt riding up her exposed chest. Her underwear was still on, but the man quickly tried to change it. Without thinking, I rushed over and threw myself over the man's body. He fell over, my arms still wrapped tightly around his neck. Lila's screams were unceasing as she crawled away and stared at me. She cried out my name, then Bentley's, before repeating in a cycle. The man was strong. He recklessly thrashed around, his hands planting firmly around my forearms in an attempt to pull me off. I tightened my hold, forcing every ounce of power in me to keep my arms locked around him. I shut my eyes in pure rage. The ideas I knew the man had, if I hadn't interfered, sparked enough emotion in me to grasp tighter. An aggravated yell tore from my lips as the man's fruitless attempts to get me off ceased. After a few seconds, his breathing slowed. His body drooped to the ground, with his head hanging loosely at his neck. I felt his heart stop. I killed a man. I killed someone. Slowly, I let my arms wrap around his neck. His body fell over with a loud thud to give me a good view of his scarred back. I kneeled over the floor, the body a few inches from mine, facing down onto the grass. The adrenaline pumping in my veins had me momentarily in shock when I felt small arms wrap around my waist. Lila's broken whimpers against my skin took me out of my trance. Cautiously, I wrapped my arms around her body and held her close. Her warmth was the only thing keeping me from losing my mind. My touch soothed her slightly as hers did for me. I swallowed. Picking myself up with Lila in my arms, I walked over the body, not sparing another glance in disgust at the man and disgust at myself for enjoying the feel of his life, leaving his body in my arms. My wolf growled in approval, her canines baring in pride. The desire for blood was clear in her beady black eyes. We needed to get out of there. Forcing myself to think straight, I suddenly remembered Bentley. He was supposed to be with Lila. I looked around, only to find him missing. Panic spread inside me. He couldn't be turning in the opposite direction. I ran with Lila, still sobbing in my arms, toward his garden. Leaves and branches slapped against my skin as I ran, but I could barely feel them. I was too focused and engrossed in trying to find him to notice the small cuts spreading across my skin. When we reached the front gate, I looked around wildly. I was desperate to catch sight of the one person who showed me what a true father was like. His flower patches were still the same. It was completely untouched. I snuggled Lila tighter against my chest. Her face was buried in my shirt, and I felt myself freeze. I whimpered, my legs shaking as they gave way. Falling to the ground on my knees, I held Lila's head to my neck so she couldn't look back. Her wet tears rolled down my skin. I stared in complete silence. His checkered shirt was ripped open at the back. His body face down with his head hidden in the cluster of his dandelions. His arms and legs were spread apart, his right forearm missing. A sharp sob pulled from my lips, but I forced it down with my other hand. Hot tears blurred my vision, but it wasn't enough to wash away the image in my head. Bentley's body, surrounded and hidden by the flowers he so carefully nurtured, embraced him, as if protecting him from the world. The moonlight's soft shine cast a shadow over his body, and his precious white roses tainted in deep red. Chapter 3 Camila Cabello. I have questions, Sully. Where's Bentley? Lila tried pulling from my grasp in impatience, but I didn't let her move away. Goddess knows what awful thing will scar her memories of him. My eyes never strayed away from Bentley's back. It was like any second from now, he would just sit up, wipe the dirt off his clothes, and say he was fine. It didn't feel like I had lost him, even when the evidence was right in front of me. I couldn't feel him breathing, but somehow, a small part of me still believed he'd wake. That small, delusional, helplessly hopeful part of me. I couldn't find it in myself to admit it. To admit he was truly gone. It was just so sudden. Everything happened way too fast. So fast that I couldn't comprehend it. I had to be stuck in some nightmare. A nightmare I desperately wanted to wake up from. When I open my eyes, I'll find Bentley working on his truck, his hands all dirty from oil. He'd be wearing his overalls paired with his work boots like he always did. He'd tell me to take a break, maybe spend some time with Lila over the fields and help her plant some seeds. He found little Jason running around with a stick he was chasing after other pups with their squeals sounding down the pack territory. Luna Thompson would be chatting away with other female wolves about the next feast we'd have. The pack warriors teach the teens how to fight and train properly for the future. Anna, Oscar, Remy, Hardin, Cindy, June, Brenda, all those faces attached to the names I knew so well that I'd never see again. Their expressions of their last moments of life twisted in pure horror were forever engraved in my mind. Those soulless eyes are staring right through me. Some had serene, unsuspecting faces. Those who were caught off guard never truly knew what fate had in store for them until it was too late. I shuddered, forcing my eyelids to shut. I couldn't let myself stray away from my objective. I couldn't bring back the dead. My thoughts went to Lila. The best I could do was make sure another wouldn't fall. There was nothing but rubble left for us here. I couldn't feel any of my bonds with the members connect. My wolf had gotten acquainted with their wolves and formed a makeshift bond that allowed me to feel them, albeit faintly. It didn't give me much information about their whereabouts or thoughts, but I could feel their presence on land if I searched hard for it. And searching for it, I did. I just didn't find any. They were wiped out. Lila stuck on like a leech, clinging on to me like a life preserver. She was definitely traumatized from her earlier incident. She was touched, and she saw me kill a man all in the same minute. Maybe there was a small part of her that feared me now. I shook away the thought and frowned at her appearance. Her curly brown hair was a mess on top of her head. Mud, strands of grass, and small sticks coated her locks along with her clothes. Her top was getting dirty from the mud on my shirt, but she didn't seem to mind. She held tighter despite the cold water saturating through the fabric and soaking into hers. Lifting my head, I tried to scan the area. There were tons of rogues prowling around the territory. Loud howls sing into the night from every direction to state their position. From what I could hear, they had almost every perimeter secured. All except one. The secret exit is near the bunker. About 30 of the rogues were roaming around the borders, securing the exits to make sure no wolf could get out. Or get in. The only advantage I have is that I knew the land better, but who's to say they didn't already scout out the area before attacking? Confusion struck within me. How could they have possibly breached the heavily guarded barriers? Duskfall had barbed wires, 20-foot fences, motion detectors, and outposts every few feet from each other. How in the world did they manage to weasel themselves in? Lila whimpered as if sensing my inner turmoil. Tilting my head down, I loosened the hold I was unconsciously tightening around her. Her nails dug into my skin, but I ignored the slight pain. She was feeling antsy. Clearly frazzled from everything that had happened thus far. I had to be strong for her. She had no one to depend on but me. If I lost my will now, there'd be no way we'd get out of this alive. Keeping that as my mindset, I hardened myself. I compelled my nerves to steel. Being afraid won't solve anything. I stood up, backtracking from the garden before making a dash to the woods. My guard was up. I threw one last glance at Bentley to bid a silent goodbye before running as fast as I could down the narrow pathway. The rogues were smart enough to cause the fires. Smoke collectively formed a smog around the territory, enveloping the small houses in a thick swamp of harmful fumes. Not only did it mess with our sense of smell, but it also messed with our sight. It was a disaster. Calamity's kiss fell upon our pack. Zooming by the after shadows of the trees, I narrowed my gaze down the course leading to the bunker. I believe some of the pack members managed to hide before getting caught. We had protocols and practice situations to ensure everyone was quick enough to get there on time, kind of like drills. No one but the pack members knew of the bunker. It was created for emergencies like this. A witch had cast a protective spell on the structure, hiding its appearance from those unwelcome. The rogues wouldn't have been able to see the bunker or catch a scent on it. It was the perfect hideout, completely invisible to the senses unless the Alpha gave permission. When we reached the entrance, I noticed the familiar marking on the stone wall, a black circle with a red insignia inside it. A witch's mark. The rogues had a witch with them. That could only mean they had undone the protective spell. I frantically went down the stairs and almost tripped along the way. Stumbling with my feet, I grabbed onto the railing for support. Abruptly, I stopped when we reached the bunker. The door was wide open. A foul smell of flesh reached my nose. Crestfallen and horrified, I didn't move an inch. I didn't need to be a genius to figure out what happened in there. Lila squirmed in my hold. The stench bothered her as she tugged on my shirt. I forced the bile down my throat. The disturbing smell of flesh and blood made me want to hurl. I didn't want to walk in and see the bloodbath there. I turned on my heel and jogged up the stairs. I held Lila closer and took off in the other direction from where we had first come. Everything was hard to see through the fog. The eerie ambience of the deserted land brought chills to my spine. The place that would have been crowded with people was completely desolate from use. Lila's soft sob vibrated into my chest. She had clutched onto my shirt, her face pressed hard onto my collarbone. I moved her back slightly, cupped her wet cheek against my palm, and tilted her head up. Her eyes were puffy, her lips swollen and trembling. As quietly as I could, I whispered down to her, "Lila, I need you to be very quiet." I looked from my left to the right before turning back to her. Once I saw the coast, it was clear. I was completely on edge. I felt like at any moment, one of the rogues would just jump out and attack us. My paranoia brought on thoughts that scared me to the bones. Thoughts like, what would happen if they caught us, or if they'd just kill us on the spot? The bad guys will hear us if you're not. Lila's cries stopped as she stared up at me. She sniffled, rubbing her little fists against her eyes. They'll get us like they got Bentley? My chest tightened at the name. With a curt nod, I skimmed my thumb over the edge of her eye. Wiping away her tears, I grimaced at the afterthought of Bentley. His body and blood flashed through my mind. The same kind of state we'd be in if we didn't escape. The cold wind brewing over us bit into my flesh, encouraging goosebumps to rise from my skin. The call of midnight is just above our heads. Yes! Nodding to herself, she wrapped her arms around my neck and buried her face in my embrace. Her soft whimpers ceased as she remained still in my arms. She was resolved to keep quiet, knowing just how crucial silence was to our survival. I carefully walked down the slope. I was freezing in my wet clothes, the wind seeping through the fabric. The pack was most likely deserted. Most wolves were killed if they didn't escape. Unable to think of anything else, I reached out in my bond to call for my parents. I hoped that after reaching them, they'd call for reinforcements. The Beta had enough power to summon a small group of warriors to a pack in need without the Alpha's supervision. It was rare that these things happened, but if they did, the Beta wouldn't have done so unless absolutely necessary. I kept trying to find our connection, but I couldn't find it. My wolf tilted her head in confusion. My eyebrows knit together until I understood what had happened. Both my mother's and father's walls were up. I couldn't get through to them. They were purposely shutting me out. Not even my wolf could get through to their wolves. I haven't tried to reach out to them in 2 months, and now I know that if I did, it wouldn't have gone through. This was their way of officially cutting ties with me. My chest burned in grief. I could feel a lump weighing down in the pit of my stomach. Surely, Hestia wouldn't have done the same. I tried searching for her bond in my head. Nothing. Feeling sick all of a sudden, I flinched, hearing sticks snap from behind me. I didn't wait to turn around to jump behind a tree. Pressing my back to the bark, I held Lila protectively against me. Her figure quivered in my hold because she, too, heard it. I waited. Slowly, when nothing could be heard, I peeked over the trunk. 3 wolves were roaming through the woods. They looked around, eyes searching, with snouts raised in the air in an attempt to catch a scent. The fire's fumes made it impossible. I held my breath. A hand was placed over Lila's mouth, and her breathing was hushed. I stood completely still. I hoped they didn't feel my presence. I was sure they couldn't smell me, but hearing me was a different issue. The tiniest bit of noise would get their attention. A sudden cracking reverberated down the woods. "All clear," a masculine voice asked. A similar sound repeated before I heard the rustling of leaves coming closer. "Clear," a different voice responded. This time, female. The third wolf shifted. Lila peered up to me with wide eyes. She knew these were the bad guys that got Bentley. Shaking in her thin shirt, she turned away in fear. Her little arms unwrapped themselves around me and bent so she could cover her ears with her hands. I wanted to console her and assure her everything was all right, but now was not the time. If I weren't careful, there would never be a time. A cackle echoed. "And they call us heartless," the male voice said amusedly. A loud crash mixed with a frustrated groan of aggravation, followed by the fall of a tree, sounded. The crows cawing flew in the opposite direction from where they had originally perched. I resisted the urge to make a sound, pressing my hand down on Lila's mouth harder when I felt a whimper try to slip through. The feminine voice laughed. "To think that Alpha ignored our threats. They think too little of us. How careless." She walked on. "I heard the Beta sent his daughter here," the female said smugly. The mockery and taunt were clear in her tone. She was feeling quite proud of herself. My eyebrows rose when I realized what she had said. "Beta's daughter?" I froze, turning in the direction of where they were, and felt my heart pound. Were they talking about me? The Beta sent his daughter here? Even though we've been sending out warnings since 3 months ago. The third voice asked, not really expecting an answer. "Warnings?" My jaw was clenched. My father knew? They all knew there'd be an attack. They knew and chose not to do anything. My tongue darted out, licking my dried lips as I listened in. Anxiety crept up behind me. They were probably a few feet from where I stood behind the tree. They were only getting closer as they walked down the clearing. I couldn't exactly run when they'd all chase after me and inevitably catch me. I decided that waiting it out was the most logical route to handle this. The fucker clearly wanted her to die. She was unwanted. The mole reported the Alpha was her mate. Yet the little shit rejected her. Picked her sister, apparently. Guess it'd make it easier for him if his mate died. He laughed. "Ain't that a tragedy?" Hot. Fresh tears rolled down my cheeks. In anger, I forced the emotions within me to calm. I couldn't have them sense my presence. I wasn't too worried about Lila since she was still a child. It was harder to detect the children's presence since they hadn't shifted yet. Those with their wolves were very noticeable if they couldn't hide their presence. The more emotion you felt, the clearer you were to their sight. My thoughts circled back to my family. They knew. They received and ignored all warnings about an attack. They sent me here to die. They blocked my bond with them because they knew I would try to reach out for help. Help, they would deny me. They had forsaken me and left me in the trenches of death. The Grim Reaper is the only one willing to catch me when I fall. The ultimate betrayal of the people I grew up with. The man I called my father, the woman I called my mother, and the child I called my sister. I didn't allow myself to even think about that man I called my mate. I should have known they were heartless enough to lead me to my demise. I didn't think they were cruel enough to abandon them. The Nightwake Pack had more than enough resources to send help, whether it be food, shelter, or manpower. If the pack warriors were to come running, they'd get here in an hour compared to 2 days by car. The warriors were much better in terms of speed and endurance. A normal wolf would get here in at least a day, even after shifting. I was angry that they allowed innocent lives to be involved. Packs never abandoned allies. A werewolf's word was supposed to be law. Nightwake and Duskfall have been allies since 1807. They had the treaties and everything. They purposely ignored the message and chose to overlook the attack. They gave shoulders to people in need of help. The sad thing was, 3 months ago, Alpha Harrison was still in charge. Hating Landon for it would have been easier, but knowing that the Alpha, even I respected, had a part in this was simply too disappointing. They chose to let these people drown in a sea of blood. They chose to allow the rogues to triumph. It would seem they were traitors in more ways than one. Are you sure we got everyone, Draxon? Draxon snarled at the question. His aggression rolled off him in huge chunks. My wolf rumbled at the pressure. She didn't like the dominance he exhibited to us, even when it wasn't on purpose. She felt the urgency to get Lila out of there quickly. She knew the chances of us escaping were slimming down the closer these wolves got. They all radiated a form of power. They weren't afraid of using wild, untamed, and raw power without discretion. I'm sure you know the consequences for questioning me, Theo. Or must I remind you? I heard a slight whimper echo. Ripples of fear reached me from this Theo person. I took a risk. I peered over the tree trunk just enough so I could get a quick glance at the rogues. The three wolves were in human form, completely in the nude. Nudity wasn't really a big issue anymore within packs, especially with rogues. Showing off their structures was like demonstrating their power. A silent presentation of status. The thicker their muscles were, the more power they held. The female in the trio, bending her head down in submission, trembled in her spot. I could guess that the male standing firm in front of her was Draxon. His fists were balled, and his dark eyes narrowed down at the female. His head was shaven, clean on one side, with a tattoo of a dagger running down the side of his skull to the very length of his neck. He was massive, almost as muscular as Alpha Thompson. He had streaks of black ink curving down his biceps and over his chest. Dark hair was dripping with blood over his skin. The other male, whose name I still didn't know, had curly dark locks reaching his shoulders. I didn't have time to continue observing them when he spoke, "Relax, Draxon." She didn't mean it like that. You know Zeneron will have our heads if we fail. He wants the pack wiped out clean. No survivors. After a second of silence, the pressure diminished. It seemed like Curlyhead's words knocked some sense into him. Theo visibly relaxed and sent Curly a look of thanks when she felt Draxon's anger subside. I couldn't blame her for feeling so submissive. His power was tremendously heavy. Not as heavy as an alpha's, but quite notable for someone not in power. Dropping his shoulders to relax, Draxon sighed heavily. He pinched the bridge of his nose irritably, with his temper threatening to return. He took a moment to recollect his thoughts before turning to look at the curly head, call the mutts. We've done our job here. It's time we go back. Bowing at his order, Curly's head is still. His eyes blanked out as he spoke to the other members through the mind link. When he finished, the three turned around without another word. They hunched over the ground, hands digging into the soil with their backs arched up. They were mid-shifting, for starting to pierce through their skin, when Theo suddenly looked over her shoulder. Quickly, I held still against the tree trunk. My breathing stopped, my heart racing, and the damned migraine came back. Did she see me? A second went by in silence. By the sound of it, none of them have shifted. There was no bone cracking or paw pounding. There wasn't the tiniest bit of shuffling around the leaves scattered all over the ground to indicate that they'd moved. The slightest of movements would have been heard, especially with my heightened hearing. Yet there came none. I broke into a cold sweat. In that split second, I tried racking my brain to think of a good way to escape. A way that would give us more than a 50% chance of survival. It's not like I could climb a tree with Lila. Time was not on our side. The rogues held their positions. Theo must have sensed my presence and notified her colleagues through the mind link. The initial pressure I felt before returned at full blast, if not tripling. All of them, with their power combined, made my bones go weak. Only this time, it was directed at me. I could feel their savage intentions expelled from their auras. Lila must have felt it, too, as she began to quiver in my arms. It was a do-or-die situation. Any moment now, they'd lunge at me. I wasn't sure if they knew my exact location, but chances are, they did. I cursed under my breath, and with a second on my watch, I bolted down the domain. The fog encompassing the plains made running harder, but at the same time, hiding easier. I could easily lose them if I ran fast enough. I could hear the 3 wolves quickly chasing after me, their ferocious snarls egging me on. Sliding down the mound, I turned over my shoulder to see the 3 of them in their wolf forms. Their paws hammered down into the dirt under our feet. Their speed increased as they slowly closed the distance. Cutting corners was the only way I could shake them off. Pushing myself as fast and as far as I could get us, I jumped over the stream and nearly got out when another wolf coming from the opposite side caught me by the leg. Canines descended down and broke through my skin, drawing drops of blood to trail down my calf. He held my leg in his jaw, biting down with as much force as he could before I kicked at his muzzle. It let go instantly, shaking its head to get rid of the damage. The other 3 were quickly approaching. With Lila still in my arms, I braced myself for impact and shut my eyes, but snapped them open when I heard a furious rumble from the front. Craning my head up, I saw a bloody Alpha Thompson in front of me, holding onto the wolf's jaw with his bare hands. Tearing it apart, he threw the limp body to the side, puffing out his chest as the 3 wolves halted. Their dark eyes zeroed in on their fallen comrade before shifting to Alpha Thompson in anger. They studied him, fully aware that he was an alpha. The medium-sized wolf tilted its head, pacing to the right. The other goes to the left. The biggest one, whom I assumed was Draxon, remained in the middle, eyes narrowed down on me. "Leave." Alpha Thompson bellowed to me without turning. He was breathing hard, his body all scratched up with pieces of flesh torn off. The 3 wolves quickly launched at him when they realized he was stalling for time. Taking all of them at once, he pushed his body forward, hands grasping at any part of their bodies before hitting as hard as he could. He managed to push one off, the smaller of the 3, sniveling at its broken rib. They didn't waste any time before lunging toward him again, catching his arm in one jaw and his right leg in the other. Alpha Thompson groaned, frigidly trying to tear his arm out of the wolf's mouth. He kicked at the wolf, trying to shake it off. Scrambling to get up, I sprint toward the exit of the pack territory. I didn't wait to hear the increase of growls heading in our direction. The ground shook under me. The rogues called for reinforcements. Panting loudly, I rushed down the small hill and nearly tripped in the process. I was so close to the gate when something large collided with me. I yelped, my hold on Lila slipping as she fell to the other side of the ground, with me rolling over the grass. I winced in pain. The arm I landed on was broken and throbbing with pain. A moment of haziness washed over me. My head went woozy as I tried to focus my vision by blinking a few times. I raised my head, trying to see what had crashed into me, only to fall silent. Draxon stood there in his human form. A smirk was in place as he walked ever so slowly toward me in mockery. I hissed, forcing myself to move. My arms wobbled when I tried to push myself off the ground, only to be slammed down when Draxon's foot pushed on my back. When I resisted, he pushed harder. I could feel my bones cracking under the weight of his foot. A laugh pulled from his lips, deep, croaky, and full of amusement. Tilting his head to the side with a cocked brow, he sighed exaggeratedly before winding his leg back and kicking me in the side. I felt a bone shatter inside from the impact. A huff of air was forcibly kicked out of me. I coughed, my stomach twisting in agony as my body took on a curled position. Blood trickled down my mouth. I lay on my side, my arms going over my stomach protectively, when I noticed Lila sitting on her knees, staring at me with misty eyes. Cuts adorned her face, arms, and legs. The fall had hurt her far more than I thought. She sat there, completely scared and confused about what to do. She just stared at me in question. Draxon noticed my attention elsewhere, curiously looking in the direction I stared at and froze at what he found. He turned back to me, a sinister smile stretching across his face as he strode over to Lila. I could feel my mouth opening, my voice finding itself to scream out, "No. Stop. Leave her alone." But he didn't. Using my forearms as a grip, I desperately tried to crawl toward her, but it was too late. Lila screamed as Draxen bent over to grab her by the neck roughly. He held her up like she was weightless. Flickering my gaze to his other hand, my eyes widened at the ascending claws coming from the tips of his fingers. A whimper broke out from me, my wolf growing loud in my ears, but unable to do anything. I could feel my eyes water, my heart raging in panic at what was to come. Draxen gave me one last glance, his eyes holding mine, and he smiled. Then, as quick as he did, he punctured his claws into Lila's stomach, ripping a line down her flesh. She screamed hauntingly, tears running down her cheeks as her face contorted in unmeasurable pain. Eyebrows pressed together, lips parting widely, body convulsing from the damage she took. Her blood bled into her shirt, staining the fabric damp. She gurgled, choking from the grip Draxen had around her neck. I felt my claws extending, my fur starting to bristle out. I still couldn't shift, but my wolf was desperately making an attempt. She went against reality, trying to wedge herself into the seat of control. I see her throwing herself against my walls, head smashing against her barriers in brashness. Her rabid, feral snarls resonated in my head as her black eyes glowed lividly. It was suicide. I could die from the overwhelming stress that is burdening my body. I no longer had control of my emotions. They spiraled out, willing my wolf to come forth to wreak havoc on all who dared to hurt us. I knew the chances of dying were high, but if it meant saving Lila, I was willing to go through with it. The same thirst for blood I had felt over the man who had pinned Lila under him returned with the same intensity. My blood pumped with a desire to see him bleed, eyes seeing red as my body moved on its own accord. With a cry, I hurled myself up, throwing my body in his direction. I elbowed him, getting him to let go of the little girl before stumbling back over his feet. Angry eyes searched wildly for the source as they fell on me. He growled, muscles taut in rage. His aura no longer had an effect on me. I was far too clouded with the impulse of impaling him with my claws to take notice of the murderous looks he threw me. In a nanosecond, he slung himself at me and withdrew his hands back to grab me. His bloodied claw swiped at my arm, a hiss leaving my lips when he grazed me enough to break the skin. I raised my leg, kicking him at his waist with hard force. I heard a painful creaking sound from his body. Draxen snarled. His eyes dropped to his scratches and the place I kicked him at. He was angry. I was sure I left a bruise there, but it wasn't enough to break a bone. Since I had no prior training skills, I relied solely on my basic instinct. Animalistic, primal instincts. Draxen didn't waste another minute before launching his other attack on me, but I managed to deflect it. I moved aside before he could reach me. Peeking over to Lila, blood was beginning to pool around her. She lay there, coughing out blood as she cried silently. Her head turned to the side to watch me. Her eyes were already starting to droop. She didn't have much time left. Tightening down on my jaw, I faced Draxen head-on, ignoring my wolf sparks to stall. She was guiding me, telling me what to do. She told me to push harder. And so I did. With everything I had, I slid over the ground and managed to trip him. He fell hard on the floor, not having enough time to regain his composure when I straddled him. I snaked my arms around his neck, secured my legs around his waist, and tightened my hold. My broken arm hurt so much, a sense of fire burning through my tissues at the feel. Draxen stirred around violently. He elbowed me in my stomach, forcing my hold to loosen, but I grabbed hold of his hair and forced his head against the ground multiple times. Slamming his skull down with more force each time, his body weakened. He went limp. Some blood poured out of his head, unconscious but not dead. The sound of footsteps quickly advancing broke me out of my bloodlust trance. Help was on the way. Help for him, that is. Getting off of him, I limped my way to Lila, carefully pulling her into my arms and tried not to cry at her gaping wounds. The pain of my broken arm was soon forgotten. Her face had paled, her lips shaking and turning blue. She was dying. "I'm dashed," she whimpered, squeezing my shirt in her fist. Swallowing, I forced a smile on my face as I looked down at her. The facade I forced on my face was trembling, no matter how hard I tried to keep it straight. "Yes, baby." Running down the exit, I forced the exhaustion trying to overtake me out of my head. My body willed me to take a rest. My eyelids lose the strength to keep them open. Shaking off my tiredness, I bit down on my lip to stimulate pain. But it wasn't enough. Against everything I had, I prayed so desperately to the moon goddess. To the moon goddess who'd ignored all my prayers before. I begged her to take my life instead of Lila's. I begged her to listen to my pleas and spare the innocent child's life. I knew that it was idiotic, but I had nothing else I could have done. Nothing else I could offer. "I'm scared," she whispered. Lila sobbed, eyes glassy with tears. Her little fingers curled around my shirt. "Mama, I'm scared." My heart broke. The composure I tried to maintain broke as my own tears broke through. Kissing her forehead, I set her down, ripping my shirt to wrap around her wound. Her blood quickly soaked through it. Negative thoughts filled my mind one by one, telling me she wouldn't make it, telling me it was my fault for being too weak, telling me that I failed her just like everyone else. Sweetheart, you have to hold on to it, okay?" I took her hands in mine and laid them over her wound. She winced, crying harder at the pain. She barely shook her head before I pressed them against her wounds harder. Scooping her up in my arms, I ran forward. I couldn't count how much time had passed. I could only hear her heartbeat slowing down. I was losing time. Lila's warm blood dripped down my arms. Suddenly, I remembered one more thing. Landon. Throwing my pride, anger, humiliation, and betrayal away, I reached out to him. He didn't have a wall up. I began to feel hopeful. My wolf howled, feeling Landon's wolf perk at our attempt at communication. A burst of happiness swelled in my chest, but it came down all too quickly. Like a metal wall suddenly clamping down, he blocked us out the moment he felt my call for him. And not a minute later, excruciating pain shot up in my neck. I felt like I was being skinned alive. My knees buckled, and my body fell over to the ground once more. I tried to go onto the bond, slamming everything I had against his walls. He would feel my desperation. He'd feel how badly I was trying to break through to him. And he ignored me. As the pain in my neck pulsed through, my wolf howled in agony. Crouching in the corner of my mind, she scratched at her chest with her claws. Rabid growls surrounded her as she kept clawing at herself. She was trying to kill herself. Landon had marked my sister. Hestia had marked Landon. Tears ran down the side of my face, falling to Lila's pale cheek. I urged my legs to keep moving, but every wave of pain coming over me immobilized my body. My legs, paralyzed and unmoving, twitched uncontrollably. No, Dash, I cried hoarsely. My nails dug into the ground in a pathetic attempt to crawl my way down. I dragged my body over the soil, collecting mud on the way. The thuds pounding in my skull had me sobbing at my weakness. The last fragment of my bond to Landon cruelly snapped apart. I felt everything. The moon goddess's punishment for going against her blessings. A punishment I didn't deserve. I felt a drop of water hit my forehead. It started to rain. The water puddled around my body, rolling off my skin and soaking in my hair. The cool comfort of rain did nothing to ease the fire burning in my abdomen. My strength slowly dispersed from inside me. I felt so cold but so hot. Shiver after shiver, the heat in my body left me defenseless. I kept holding on, trying my hardest to keep going. Lila's breathing was shallow, her small chest lifting and falling slowly. All color was draining from her face. Then, suddenly, another wave of pain overcame me. They were mating again, this time a lot more intensely because of the aftershock of marking. My claws extended out. My body moved on its own. My wolf was trying to take control, to end the life I had because of our mate. She was going crazy, not thinking clearly and purely acting on emotion. A sort of high soaked my mind to numbness. Mama, slowly, my eyes started to close. Despite my desperation to keep myself awake, I was slipping into the darkness, which was consuming me whole. I forced my head to the side, seeing Lila's hazel eyes piercing into me. Her hand reached out to touch me, but failed to. Spurring the last remaining strength inside me, I tried to lift my hand to touch her. I wanted to feel her soft curls in my hand, but the only things I could move were my fingers. No, Lila. Please, no. Please. God, no. Baby, no. I whispered, and the feel of my tears sliding down my cheek, washed away by the rain, was the last thing I could remember before passing out. Darkness. I was lying in an ocean of darkness, unable to see, feel, or move anything. Only my mind was conscious, and my senses were all numbed out except my hearing and smell. I gradually picked up on the faint sound of something beeping. I don't know where I am, but my sense of smell has returned. I caught whiffs of multiple wolf scents, but none of them were ones that I recognized. That could only mean I was in uncharted territory. Alpha Meredith is here. She wants to see the girl, said a soft, feminine voice. I heard someone respond, but I couldn't catch what he said. The next thing I knew, I heard the door creak and shut. I was alone. I couldn't feel any other presence in the room except mine. Alpha Meredith? Alpha Meredith Crestfield? Isn't she the alpha of the Greyhound pack? The only female alpha on the board as of right now? I felt myself begin to panic. If I were in Greyhound territory, then I was in enemy territory. Neither Duskfall nor Nightwake was allied with Greyhound. This was looking bad. My eyes suddenly fluttered open upon command. Bright light invaded my sight, making me squint in discomfort. Blinking away the confusion, I tried to sit up. My body felt so rigid, so stiff. I gasped out, feeling an ache shoot up everywhere just from trying to move. I let myself fall back into bed. Turning my head to the side, the first thing I saw was the lavender paint on the walls. A few paintings of scenery hung up with a two-person couch pressed to the side near the window. I was in bed, dressed in a hospital gown with a 4-needle puncture in my arm. Sweeping my eyes across the room, I noticed a small vase of carnations on the coffee table. What the hell happened? I tried to remember the last thing I did before passing out, but it only made my head hurt. Everything was a blur. I groaned, grasping my forehead in my hands when the door slammed open. I quickly sat up despite the immediate protest of my body. I see you're awake. A tall, older woman with gray hair tied into a bun stood in the doorway. She was dressed in a black blazer, dress pants, and flats. Her intense hazel eyes peered appraisingly at me. I didn't like the way her eyes scanned down my body with slight scrutiny. She was definitely the alpha. Alpha Meredith Crestfield. The power she was emitting told me so. If anyone other than I were sitting here, they would have bowed their head in submission. But something told me not to. Something told me to hold my ground and keep my head high. I opened my mouth to say something, but couldn't find my voice, so I simply nodded. The alpha seemed pleased with something. I don't know if it was because she was happy I could understand her, or if she was glad I wasn't backing down. Normally, alpha hated to be challenged or intimidated. It made them feel like their power and strength were being questioned. I guess it was one of those alpha territorial things. Alpha Crestfield sighed through her nose. Walking to my side, she stood straight and tall. I couldn't understand why I felt such a connection to her. I wasn't feeling scared, nor was I really panicking now that I met her face to face. I felt similar to her on a spiritual level. My wolf was basking in her presence as well. A little confused, but happy to be near her. What the hell? You're on Greyhound territory, my dear, she said suddenly, her voice void of emotion. I swallowed. Was this the part where she told me I was going to be held captive and that the only way for me to return home was by talking to Landon? Anger soared through my veins at the name. The man who was supposed to love me, cherish me, and understand me had betrayed me in the worst of ways. I might have accepted his decision to reject me, but I would never forgive the fact that he decided not to help dusk fall. My breathing hitched. Lila. I quickly looked up at the Alpha, my eyes wide in realization. The little girl. I was with Lila. Where is she? Is she okay? The blankness on Alpha Crestfield's face faltered. Her lips tugged down the tiniest bit before she hid it well. For a split second, I could see something under her facade. Something I could associate myself with for the past few months. Sadness. She didn't need to say anything. I knew, deep down inside, what happened. I knew, with all my heart, that my precious little angel didn't make it. But I still bet on that 0.1% chance that she survived. Even with all the odds against it, I hoped. Hope that had shattered with the way the Alpha's gaze dropped. Staring at her with all the courage I could muster, my lips moved on their own. Let me see her, please. Alpha Crestfield's eyes snapped up to me, a small huff of breath leaving her. She looked reluctant. She was more than wary of me, and it was understandable, seeing how I got here, but I just needed to see her. I needed to. If it meant fighting my way to see her, then so be it. Please. I'm begging you. Finally, her hazel eyes softened at my blue ones. She nodded in agreement. I'll get you a wheelchair. No, I said, swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. I'd rather walk. Pressing her lips in a thin, hard line, she nodded again. The nurses who were standing right outside came in. They all fussed over me, helping me get up and removing the 4-needle from my arm. Embarrassingly enough, I could barely walk. My arm had already healed, and so had the minor injuries all over my body. With the exhaustion and trauma I'd undergone, it wasn't a surprise I hadn't completely healed yet. Wolves may heal faster, but we aren't immune to human injuries and severe exhaustion. I was still a little sore, but in wholeness I was fine. One of the nurses held me up, tucking her arm around my waist, and helped me keep up with the Alpha. We walked out of the room and into the hallway. We were in the pack house. A few curious wolves looked at me in question. Their probing gazes drilled holes into my back as we passed by. I tried not to let it bother me when some would whisper to each other about who I was. To most of them, I was a poor survivor of the Dusk Fall pack, if not the only one. We walked down the corridor and down the stairs until we reached a huge metal door guarded by 2 warriors. The 2 were talking to a lean man dressed formally. Alpha Meredith. The man, wearing a white button-down shirt, bowed at Alpha Crestfield. His gaze shifted to me, and his eyes widened by a fraction before returning to Alpha. Are you here to see? He cleared his throat uncomfortably. The bodies? I flinched at the last word. Did they collect everyone's bodies and bring them here? Alpha Crestfield nodded once, not bothered by his words. Pursing his lips together, he made way for us to pass and opened the metal door. A gush of cool air smacked me in the face. The Alpha and a few of her men walked in first. I allowed them to get a few steps ahead of me before making any more moves to get inside. I followed, taking cautious steps in and holding back a sob at the sight. Bodies in white body bags were set up in a line. About 40 of them were in here. I sucked in a shaky breath, looking at the bodies I undoubtedly knew but couldn't bear to see. I felt a squeeze on my shoulder. Looking at the hand on my skin, I found the nurse holding me. She shot me a sad smile, sympathy crossing her gentle features. I couldn't bring myself to smile or say a word of thanks for her attempt at comfort. Feeling so much at the same time that I couldn't feel it anymore made me this way. I was so far gone. The rest of them were unsalvageable. Alpha Crestfield explained. She looked at the sea of bodies with false indifference. I could feel her sadness radiate off her, but she wouldn't let it show on her face, not in front of me, not in front of her pack members. just limbs and pieces left behind. And the alpha? Alpha Crestfield went quiet. I looked at her, surprised to see her lips forming a deep frown. Dismembered and tossed in the river with the Luna. My eyes widened as a sharp whimper left me. My wolf's ears hung low, with her tail between her legs. Her sadness mixed with mine as we thought back to the kind words of the Alpha, our Alpha. A whole bloodline was erased. The Alpha, the Luna, and then their son. The rogues really didn't leave anything behind. Nothing, except me. The girl, I stiffened. She's over there. I followed Alpha Crestfield to the corner of the morgue. A small body bag was laid on the table. I looked at the Alpha, her mouth not moving, but her eyes telling me to go on. Lifting my hand up, I took the zipper in my fingers and slowly unzipped the bag. A wad of curly brown hair peeked through, her face pale without blood to color her skin, her eyes closed and thick lashes casting shadows under her eyes, her small button nose, dry and colorless lips in a pout. She looked so at peace, as though she was sleeping and not completely out of my reach. "Oh, how did you find me?" Alpha Crestfield stood behind me. She placed a hand on my back. Her warmth sends a soothing touch to both me and my wolf. She felt so motherly. "You were within my territory. Only 6 minutes away." My eyes went misty with tears that refused to fall. After all the crying I've done, I couldn't handle it anymore. I was tired of trying to be strong. Tired of trying to stop it. I knelt down, sniffling as I wrapped my arm over her cold, lifeless body. Her words calling me Mama were replaying in my head. Pressing my head on her stomach, I cried for my loss. Cried for the people I grew to love but lost all too quickly. I cried for the weakness I had. Cried for my inability to do something. Cried for the lives I desperately wanted to save. Cried for the fact that I was left alone yet again. Cried for the family I held love for, only to find out they wanted me dead. Cried for the mate who cruelly abandoned me when I needed him most. I cried because I had let Lila slip through my fingers. But most of all, I was angry. Angry at the people who had done this. Angry at my biological family. Angry at the bond that ruined me inside and out. Angry at the moon goddess, who seemed to be hell-bent on bringing me misfortune. Angry at Landon and Hestia for mating and marking each other. I passed out, with Lila dying within my arm's reach. Angry at myself for not being able to push through when help was literally 6 minutes away. Had I kept pushing, kept going, had I not passed out, I would have had a chance to save her. A slim chance, but a chance regardless. A chance I would have taken for anything. I was angry at my powerlessness. Angry at the fact that I was proving my parents right by letting everyone I cared for down. Angry for everything that has happened to me. Angry for having my happiness stripped away when I finally acquired it. Tears trailed down my face, and my eyes heated with hatred burning deep in my soul. My hands were clenched, my body shaking with fury that needed to be released on those rogues. I swore that with everything inside me, I would get revenge. Be it now or in decades, I will make them pay. All of them. "Your mate is an alpha, isn't he?" Alpha Crestfield asked. I breathed in, slowly turning to look at her. She stood there in complete composure. Her hand never left my back. Her eyes were sharp and calculating as she waited for my answer. She knew what it was, but she wanted to hear it from me, to see if I would try to lie to her. Gritting my teeth, I laughed bitterly. "Yes, an alpha," I said, thinking about their faces and the deep-rooted rage I felt overflowing. "But he's not my mate." Alpha Crestfield raised a brow, a small smirk pulling at her lips. Withdrawing her hand to her side, she lifted her head higher. She looked amused. Happy, even? Her aged but beautiful face contorted in slyness. "I see." She mumbled lowly, "You want revenge, don't you?" My wolf perked at the tone in her voice, a suggestion, knowing one. Without hesitation, I nodded. Looking at Lila one last time, I let my hand caress her cold cheek. My fragile heart chipped away the final layers of warmth left inside me. More than anything, silence seeped into the room. A few seconds went by before I finally heard something. The men and the nurse accompanying us started walking out the door, closing it behind them. Alpha Crestfield and I were the last ones in the room. She smiled, her eyes lighting up with interest. Would you like a chance to fulfill it? My eyes connected with hers. I knew she was deathly serious, but so was I. This woman, the Alpha of Greyhound, was giving me a chance. A chance I never got in Nightwake. A chance to get vengeance on those who wronged me. A chance to rip into that rogue's chest and tear out his heart. A chance I wasn't stupid enough to let up. Yes! Chapter 4 years later, Alpha Celine, Ms. Meredith Crestfield, is here to see you. I paused, my fist an inch away from hitting the punching bag. Ragged breaths left me as my chest heaved from the overexertion of my body. Wisps of pale blonde hair clung onto my skin from the sweat coating it. Dropping my posture, I put a hand on my hip and glanced at the clock on the wall. 6:30 a.m. I've been working out for 3 hours already. Noah Jones, my beta, stood right outside my personal gym. He wore his usual black button-down with dark dress pants and black shoes. He looked at me expectantly with a stack of papers tucked in his arms. His green eyes shifted to the busted punching bags on the floor before returning to me with amusement. His lips twitched. A small smile threatened to inch across his face, but he withheld himself. Stressed? He asked in the mind link. A mumble pulled from my lips while I ignored him. Pulling the wraps around my fists, I stepped away from the punching bag and walked to the bench where my bottled water was. No doubt about it, I was stressed. Piles and piles of admission requests were coming in all at once. Sure, I had Noah with me to help, but I was the one who had an actual say on who could join and who couldn't. The request rate had risen so high since our pack ranked second best. Rankings were announced annually, and the Chancellor and his administration decided who would be placed where. Population size and funding are usually major factors in the ranking system, but manpower and international and local alliances were also components. Grabbing the bottle and twisting the cap open, I lifted it to my lips and downed the whole thing. Fresh, cool water quenching my thirst from overheating my body gave me a moment of relief. It's been 2 years since I've officially claimed the Alpha title from Meredith. I underwent intense training just to be considered worthy of the title. Once I proved myself by completing the courses, I changed my last name to Crestfield and took over as her adoptive daughter. Getting the documents to declare my severance from the Dixon family and the Nightwake pack had been difficult. Not so much because I needed permission as I was already an adult and therefore not reliant on my blood family's approval, but because it had to be kept under wraps. My identity was a secret we needed to keep. Usually, to withdraw from a pack, the wolf needed permission from their current alpha. Still, the Chancellor had been lenient with my special circumstance and Meredith's decision to adopt me as her daughter and heir. Supposedly, there was a clause somewhere that said a member on forced temporary pack transfer and got hurt or damaged in any way within the temporary pack they resided in would have the right to leave their original pack without bringing it up to the Alpha for a formal parting. Forced pack transfers were usually for those known to be disruptive or possibly one of those in the rare instances in which two wolves were dating and suddenly one found his or her mate and they broke up. Bitterness was always a leading cause for disruption. Accepting Meredith's Alpha title was exhilarating. The pride and power I felt from the ceremony reinforced my determination to succeed. It wasn't, by any means, an easy transition. A handful of challengers were trying to take the title from me because they initially saw me as an outsider. A threat. Someone who was from an enemy pack. They hated the thought of someone outside the pack rising as the new Alpha. Ignoring that, I was personally handpicked by the current Alpha herself. But, of course, I met those challenges. I met them all and pounded into everyone who came to witness the fight, saying that I was not to be taken lightly. No mercy, no remorse, and absolutely no hesitation. Anyone who dared to take this from me wouldn't be let off easy. I wouldn't let everything I worked so hard for tumble down because of it. Sighing as I crushed the plastic bottle, I threw it in the trash and nodded at him. Noah gave me a curt bow before stepping aside to make room. Meredith came strolling in, a smile on her face and a small black box in her hands. Standing gracefully tall with her hair slicked back and an elegant black, knee-length dress on, she raised a brow at me. Hazel's eyes sparkled with amusement as she took in my tired, sweaty appearance. Training so hard this early in the morning? I scoffed with a small smile. No place I'd rather be. Meredith hummed in response, looking around the gym before heading toward the bench. She sat down, her knees pressed together, with the box gently placed in the middle of her lap. Her eyes fell on me. She looked a little perplexed. Finally, she patted the space beside her. "Sit with me, Celine." And I did. I sat beside her, wiping the sweat from my neck with a towel I left on the bench. I tried to ignore how filthy I felt, with my sweat making me sticky. My skin still burned from all the blood pumping into me. I was so tired. But it wasn't enough. The pain helped remind me of why I was doing this. Who was I doing this for? I couldn't afford even to waste a minute of my time. "You know you didn't have to get me the house." Meredith broke, looking pointedly at me. I could see in her eyes that she felt somewhat indebted. The house she was referring to was the one her mate built for her as a gift. Her mate, Kit, had died after being mauled by rogues. Zeneron's current leader, father was the leader at the time. He had ordered an attack on their pack years ago, but they fought tooth and nail against them. They managed to hold the rogues back before they could burn Greyhound to the ground. She was 19 when he passed, and she had met him only a year prior. Losing a mate was something I couldn't begin to understand. I've seen how some would fare after losing their significant other. Some would go crazy, while some would manage to mourn but move on with another in their lives. Meredith was neither. She decided against finding someone else, believing it would be a betrayal if she did. So she lived a lonely life as Alpha, never having the chance to love another and have kids. The house he was building was never finished and was under Kit's name. With no will or testament, it was passed down to his brother by default. His brother sold the house to a family of humans that had lived there ever since. Meredith long gave up trying to get the house, not wanting to get mixed up with humans. Only recently was it put up for sale, but the moment it was, I bought it. I had Noah keep track of it since Meredith told me the story. I would get it for her from the very moment I heard of it. I rolled my eyes and tilted my head to the side with a small smile. "And you didn't have to help me 4 years ago." My smile fell, my face turning serious. "But you did." Meredith went quiet. She tapped her fingers along the edges of the black box rhythmically. She relaxed her shoulders and stared at the wall. Her wolf sadly peeked out as she thought about Kit. Only in moments like this did she ever let out her genuine emotions. As a single alpha who raised the pack from ashes by herself, she learned to conceal everything she felt inside her. She learned to assume the worst in people and refrained from showing even the slightest hint of weakness. It isn't like I did it out of the pure goodness of my heart, Celine. I needed an heir. With no child of my own, Greyhound would have fallen apart. In truth, you were a godsend. A godsend with a tragic backstory, but a heart made out of gold. A godsend with alpha traits that's needed to run a pack. A godsend I used for my selfish needs to make sure this pack kept going. Not only that, but you're after rogues. The same rogues that killed my Kit. I trapped you, Celine. I didn't help you. I chuckled at her words. Godsend, she says. It's funny how now, if people think of the alpha of the Greyhound pack, godsend wouldn't be in that list of colorful words they'd describe me with. Granted, they never really met me officially. All they knew were the stories of how I savagely hunted down packs of rogues one by one. Sometimes, even stories of defeating Alpha got too big-headed, thinking they could come here claiming my territory. Of course, that was 100% true. I was quite the isolated alpha, never going to events unless needed, which has never happened yet. And you think what I'm doing is for the sake of purity and good? I want to destroy the rogues and eliminate each and every one of them through the most torturous ways possible? A quick, efficient death simply isn't enough. I want to watch them burn and beg for their lives. The only reason I have the power to do that now is because of you. You gave me the chance. A chance that has many consequences. Consequences that I knew of, but still took. She still didn't look convinced. With a reassuring smile, I put my hand on her back like she had done to me the first day I met her. My wolf perked up, rubbing her head against Meredith's wolf to console her. They grew a strong bond with one another, as I did with Meredith. It was my decision, Meredith. And I don't regret it one bit. I don't care if what you did was because of your selfishness, because honestly, I did the same. If you were using me, I was using you. You used me for my bloodline. I used you for the title. We both got what we wanted here, but I still got more of the bargain. The house is just a small token of thanks. Finally, Meredith smiled. She shook her head in amusement and breathed in. I may have been the one to rescue you that day, but you saved me. She whispered to herself. She gently squeezed me, taking my left hand in hers before flipping the small box open. Inside was a ring. A green stone is in the center, and small flowers are carved in the golden band. An engraved GH was on the inner band of the ring. It was beautifully elegant. This is the Greyhound crest, she explained, taking the ring off the slit. She slowly slid the ring on my middle finger. I was surprised to see that it fit perfectly. The green stone shone brightly under the light. It felt empowering to wear it. My wolf felt overwhelmed, but at the same time, pride was swelling in her chest. She truly felt like an alpha now that she was wearing it. I would have given you this a while ago, but I didn't know whether or not you wanted to continue being alpha. She moved the ring around my finger, smiling brightly at how it fit. I had it resized and everything. I would have put it on your ring finger, but she peered up through her lashes to give me a sly smirk. I'm sure you'll find someone who's willing to slide one on for you in the future. I snorted reflexively at her insinuation. Meredith has been actively trying to convince me to find someone. She'd send a few profiles of eligible mateless alphas or betas who came from overseas every week. Once, she actually brought one to the pack house when I was down in the torture/interrogation room. Imagine the shock on the poor man's face when he saw me coming up from the basement, drenched in blood with a butcher's apron around my neck. It's safe to say I've never seen a wolf run that fast in my life. She was set on the whole, bringing my love life to life, or so she says. She knew of my history with my mates and my family. She understands me, to say the least. Or, well, she tries to. She didn't know why I didn't want to get involved with someone else. Unlike her, my mate didn't want me. There'd be no betraying if I chose to move on like he did with Hestia. It's not like I was saving myself for Landon. The man can die for all I care, but I haven't been keen on looking for romance just yet. I wasn't against the idea, but now is not the time. Besides, I doubt anyone would be interested in the Hellhound. Ah, yes. My favorite nickname of all. It was a play on the pack name, but also quite scary to the ears. I don't know which story stemmed from, but it caught on. Noah would mess around with it, accidentally calling me that when he told his mate, Malia, about his day right before me. I inwardly grimaced when I remembered the pups in the pack retelling the stories they heard from our warriors. The rogues were so scared. They saw the alpha and begged for mercy. The Hellhound is upon us. As amusing as it was to see pups under the age of 7 circling pack territory, calling out Hellhound this, Hellhound that, it started getting old really quickly. Sucking in a breath, I gave Meredith an apologetic look. Meredith, you know I'm not interested in that sort of stuff right now. She held her hands up in mock surrender, but failed to hide the smile on her face. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't be so closed off on the idea. If someone who catches your interest comes along, don't be so quick to shut the door. With these last words, she set the box on the bench. Without looking in my direction, she made her way out of the gym. "Thank you," I said suddenly, twisting the ring around my finger. Meredith stopped in her step to listen but didn't turn around. She waited quietly for me to finish. For everything, Meredith turned over her shoulder, a warm smile gracing her face as she stared at me. I had always felt such a deep connection to her since I met her. I guess it was because she became somewhat like a mother figure to me. She was always there to push me when I needed it and console me when I had those attacks until I learned how to control them. She was there for everything. Like Bentley was. "You're welcome." "Oh, by the way, I passed by your gamma on my way here." He seemed a little on edge, mumbling about something. "I suggest you go talk to him before the young lad rips his hair out." Turning back, she walked out of the gym without another glance. I resisted the urge to groan. Isaac getting on edge can only mean it's nothing good. The guy had balls made of steel. He hardly ever let anything get to him. He was as emotionless as a rock in his gamma mode. Isaac. My gamma. Bentley's son. The first thing I did after agreeing to take up Meredith's offer was find him. He was training for his gamma position, so I knew where he was. He was where everyone went for training. I wondered if the news of Duskfall's demise had gotten to him. My heart bled for the man I didn't know but felt related to. I couldn't even begin to imagine the kind of shock and trauma he'd go through. I dropped everything on the spot to go there. Meredith had encouraged me, bringing me there to tie up loose ends before beginning the next chapter of my life. When I arrived at the training grounds, his mentors said the news had reached him, but he wasn't taking it well. He'd shut himself in his room for days, not bothering to come out. The mentors couldn't force him out either, so they left food for him outside the door. Anytime they came back to check, the plate would be gone. The loss hurt him badly. I expected it to. No one could be okay after receiving news of everything and everyone you loved burning into ashes, and you weren't there to help. If he were anything like me, he must have felt responsible. He would have felt guilty. I remember my first encounter with him perfectly. Every detail of our conversation burned into my mind. The mentor led me down the hall, the heavy oppression of power weighing me down. The testosterone and aggression filtering through this house were intense. Males who lived here were training to be either beta or gamma, so naturally, the aura around the house would be immense. The female sanction was in another building miles away. We walked on for a few minutes in silence. His mentor was built up with muscles clearly defined from his thin shirt. He was a big man who had fought and won many battles from the tattoos riddling his biceps, a warrior in his prime. We stopped in front of a door near the end of the hall. The mentor looks at me, a little wary, before nodding to the room. "This is it," he said roughly, folded his arms across his chest, and sighed heavily. His hard eyes darted to search my face, and from the moment they connected, I knew he was having second thoughts about allowing me to see him. He was worried about Isaac. Almost every trainer was. This was the first time it happened. A lone man training only to hear that his entire pack was wiped out, Alpha and Luna included. For him, no one could ever understand his pain. He was alone. No family, no pack to return to. All his training to be a gamma had gone to waste because how could he be a gamma to a pack that no longer existed? He lost everything, his family, friends, pack, and purpose. The worst part was that he was training to protect his pack, yet he wasn't there when they needed him. He was, in a way, a rogue. I have to warn ya, dollface. Isaac hasn't been very. He made a face. His eyebrows knit together, and his lips pulled back in a line, kind to people lately. I'll stay out here in case anything happens, but, do be careful. He moved out of the way. Considering his advice, I lifted my hand and gently knocked on his door. Surprisingly, when my knuckles touched the wood, the door creaked open. It wasn't locked. The room was dark. No light lit up the room. I wasn't even sure if anyone was inside until I heard a gruff, "Get out." It wasn't a request. It was an order. My wolf instantly growled at the disrespect toward us, but I pushed her down. My human side understood where the hostility came from, but her pride blinded my wolf. Shaking off any hesitation inside me, I steeled myself and stepped closer. I said, the voice got louder, harsher. "Get out." I frowned. His voice was raspy, almost dry. He sounded sick. I had to get to him somehow, but what do I say? How do I start a conversation? I had a million things I wanted to say all at once. I tried to tell him about Bentley, about how he was like a father to me. I wanted to talk about how he often spoke about himself as the most precious thing in the world. I tried to tell him I was sorry for being too weak to do anything, to be the only one that survived when literally everyone in that pack deserved to. I wanted to tell him I understood. I want to say to him I know how he feels, how losing everything feels. But all that came from my mouth was, I was there. The silence on his end told me he knew what I was talking about, that he had heard me. The next thing I knew, I heard a thunder of rushed footsteps heading my way. I stayed rooted to my spot when he emerged from the darkness. His dark hair was very similar to Maria's from the pictures, and his bluish-green eyes were identical to Bentley's. He was a handsome, tall, muscular man with stubble on his face. Dark circles rimmed around his eyes. "Who are you?" he asked hoarsely. I felt, rather than saw, him shaking. His voice broke in the tiniest ways. The slight tremor from his words and the misty eyes he desperately tried to control. The pain was fresh in his heart, and I had just added salt to the wound. But I had to tell him. I stayed at Duskfall for 2 months. I said quietly, feeling the need to explain. I worked for Bentley. I worked for your dad. Isaac's eyes widened in realization, and he smiled before I could even comprehend it. A small, almost sad smile curled on his face. His eyes lit up as he took me in from head to toe like I was some mystic being he never believed existed. "So you're her," he said, almost in a daze. "You're Celine." My eyebrows shot up in question. The mentor guy, still standing there, watched the exchange with interest. Isaac didn't seem to mind. He was fully aware of the large man standing to the side, leaning against the wall, but his focus was on me. "Dad, he wrote about you," Isaac said, clearing his throat after mentioning his father. "Told me he met someone who got Lila to start talking more. That this Celine was a sweet girl he wanted me to meet." He chuckled to himself, wiping his eyes with the heel of his palm. "I wish we could have met in other circumstances, but I guess I'll take what I can." Isaac hung his head low, no doubt feeling everything all over again. Cautiously, I reached out to touch his face. Isaac froze, body tensing under my touch, but didn't make a move to push me away. So, as gently as I could, I slid my hand over the back of his neck and pulled him down. I pulled him lower and lower until his head was resting on my shoulder. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. "Bentley changed my life. He and Lila and everyone in the pack gave me purpose, but I couldn't do anything to help. I couldn't even save Lila. I'm so sorry, Isaac. I failed everyone. I'm so sorry." Each word got remotely deeper and deeper, all the emotions I was trying to bury slipping through my mask of indifference. Isaac remained quietly still in my embrace. I didn't notice his trainer had left, giving us a moment of privacy. Isaac still didn't say anything, but he slowly wrapped his arms around me, pulling me closer as something warm drifted down my shoulder. My dad, did he ever talk about me? A short laugh left me. Fragments of my memories flashed through my mind. All the time. Was he proud? Pulling from his hold, I cupped his cheeks and smiled. Always. Once Isaac had calmed down, he let me into his room. He apologized for the mess. The mess is the torn papers scattered all over the floor, ripped clothes, broken beds, and holed walls the size of a fist. We sat on his couch, the only piece of furniture that didn't meet his wrath, aside from the framed photos of his family. Lila wasn't one of them. She was staring down, her little legs bent as she squatted to stare at the sunflower growing from the ground. "We took that last year," Isaac explained, noticing what caught my attention. I nodded and tore my gaze away. My wolf whimpered at the thought of the little girl and slinked back into the corner of my mind. Isaac sat beside me, his body once more hunched over with grief. "Where are you staying now?" he suddenly asked me. I glanced over at him before staring at the ground. "Greyhound." I felt him flinch at the name. Greyhound and Duskfall were not allies, but they weren't exactly enemies. For the most part, they were civil. They just had different views on things. Duskfall believed in voluntary training, whereas Greyhound believed in mandatory training. This meant that in Duskfall, wolves weren't required to undergo training unless they wanted to apply for positions. The opposite was believed in Greyhound. "They let you stay there?" he asked with confusion, clearly in his tone. Opposing packs hardly ever took in members from the other. I mumbled a soft yes before staring him straight in the eyes. It was now or never. "I want you to join me." Isaac furrowed his eyebrows together. Confusion set in his rugged features as he shook his head. "They won't accept me. I'm a Gamma. I trained to be a Gamma, Celine. The current Gamma will feel threatened by me and all hell will break loose. It won't end well. The future Alpha just offered you a position, boy." Our heads whipped in the direction of the door. Meredith stood at the doorway, hands behind her back as she walked toward us. Isaac stood up, bowing his head in respect before lifting his gaze. "Alpha Crestfield," he acknowledged. Meredith smiled, nodding for him to sit as she got closer. It would seem that her words didn't fully reach him, so she repeated them again. "Celine will be taking over my position soon, and she needs a Gamma." She turned to me. "Isn't that right, Celine?" I smiled at her. Bringing my attention back to Isaac, whose eyes were wide with shock, I shrugged. "I could really use a Gamma. More preferably, you. Only if you want it. If you don't dash, it'll be my honor." 2 years later, I was titled Alpha, and I chose him as my Gamma. Just like what happened to me, a few were unhappy with an outsider having a position. But like me, he held his own against the challenges. I had told him why I was doing it. I explained my purpose. I told him I wanted revenge, and he more than willingly agreed to help me. He wanted their blood as much as I did. Standing up, I walked out of the gym and noticed Noah waiting outside. He looked at me, a small smile playing on his lips as he dropped his gaze to my ring. He whistled. "Shiny." I rolled my eyes and swatted at him with a towel, which he avoided smoothly. He stepped with me as I walked down the pack house, looking for where Isaac was dawdling around. I couldn't deny that I was getting worried. It wasn't often that Isaac would get so worked up about something. He only ever did if it was something grave or about the rogues. "Isaac's in your office." Noah answered my unspoken question suddenly. I said nothing as we turned to my office. I caught a whiff of Isaac's scent around the room by twisting the doorknob open. He was pacing, not even noticing us walking in. The look on his face was concerning. It took him a full minute to realize I was standing there. When his eyes met mine, he straightened. All traces of nervousness were gone from his expression, but I knew better. "What's going on?" I deadpanned. Isaac glanced over at Noah before swallowing. "They caught rogues. 2 of them. The Chancellor is calling for a meeting involving all Alphas to decide what to do with them." I soaked in his words, feeling a slight dread come over me. All Alphas, huh? I knew this day was coming. The day when I'd have to see them again. To face the people who tore me down and force me into who I am today. When? Tomorrow. I pinched the bridge of my nose in irritation. Of fucking course. Looking at Noah, I mind-linked him to get the car ready. A room full of Alphas is full of aggressive tension that could easily break if one says something wrong. Noah excused himself, already beginning to prepare for tomorrow. When he closed the door, Isaac scowled at the floor. "It's them, Celine." Isaac's gaze hardened as fire swirled in the thick of his emotions. His fists clenched, veins adorning his skin. Theo and Val. They were caught. Landon's POV, my eyes snapped open. My heart was pounding out of my chest as I sat up in panic. My hands balled around the thick blanket over my legs and yanked it off in frustration. I wasn't surprised to find it soaking from the sweat pouring out of me. My hands were shaking, my body trembling from my nightmare. It happened again. I had that same fucking nightmare. And the subject of the said nightmare was the same as usual. My mate, Celine. I sighed, running my hands down my face and hunched over the bed. This was the second week since I started getting these nightmares. It was always the same thing. I would see her face twisting in pain. The night when we found out we were mates, the face she made of excitement and happiness before turning to one of grief when I said those words to her. "I won't accept you, Celine. I never will." I cringed at the face she made, the look of pure devastation as her heart broke. I felt it within me. Our bond resists the pain I knowingly inflicted on her. Those pale blue eyes glazing over with tears caused by me. The way her body shook when we severed our bonds, then the way she turned back in the van and met my eyes while I held on to Hestia. A flare of anger brewed inside me. I threw my head back, eyes shut, to calm myself. It was 4 years ago. For years since I last saw my moon-given gift. For years since I broke her little heart for her sister. The sister who found her mate 3 weeks ago. Growling in aggravation, I pounded my fist against the bed. The bed I now slept in alone. Since finding her mate, Hestia decided to sleep separately in a guest room. She wanted time to think about what to do with her mate. The thought angered me. She hesitated to reject her mate for me when I didn't even falter in rejecting mine, not even when it was her own sister. Hestia was my wife. She bore my mark, held the title of Luna, and, most importantly, carried my pup. And she has the nerve to need time to think? I couldn't help but think about Celine being in her position. How Celine would have looked with my mark, the Luna title, and lastly, carrying my pup. A ghost of a smile spread across my lips. She would have been a good mother. Celine always loved pups. She had a maternal instinct that Luna typically had. When Hestia found out she was pregnant, I was ecstatic. I was going to be a dad and have my future alpha in my arms, but she didn't share that view. Hestia was frightened, even considering abortion. At 22, she claimed she was too young to have a child. My wolf was enraged at the fact that she even considered abortion. Not that he ever really liked her in the first place. He had always been against my relationship with Hestia from the very start. He only ever wanted his mate, Celine. Now, that was impossible. I couldn't feel her anymore, not after the night of Duskfall's ruin. I remember how frantically she was trying to reach me, and despite that, I marked Hestia. Hestia was already getting annoyed at my refusal to mark her. I waited a good 2 months to do it. Frankly, I still thought it was too early. I didn't want to have any regrets, but feeling Celine coaxing me to talk to her frustrated me. It frustrated me that I was so close to giving in that night. So, to convince myself she had no control over me, I marked her sister and mated her the same minute. That was when the bond stopped. I wasn't sure if she died. Most people said she did. Her parents said she did. They, too, couldn't feel the bond. I always wondered why they treated Celine the way they did. It had to be more than simple favoritism. It didn't make sense, but I never questioned it. Hestia has always had my attention since day one. She was the prettiest girl in the pack, the most popular, friendly, kind. She was everything her wallflower sister wasn't. Granted, Celine was also beautiful, but her beauty was overshadowed by her sister's. Anyone would have done the same. They would have gladly chosen Hestia over Celine. I know it's selfish, but it's my life. I should be able to choose who I want. In that moment, I wanted Hestia. But there was always that small part of me that wondered what life would have been like with Celine. Had I not chosen Hestia and given into the mate bond, would my life be any different? Would we have pups right now? 4? 3? Would we have been happy? A knock on the door snapped me from my thoughts. I was being foolish. The past was the past, and nothing could be done now. Grabbing a shirt from the floor, I slid it on and walked over to answer it. I opened it to find Beta Benicio, Hestia, and Celine's father, standing outside. Alpha, we have a message from the Chancellor. My face hardened. The Chancellor? What could he possibly want? What is it? Beta Benicio looked around cautiously before answering in mind link. 2 rogues were caught. Apparently, they're both high in rank. The Chancellor calls upon all alphas to decide what to do with them. He wants everyone to go to the capital tonight. My eyebrows rose at his words. All alphas? Including the Hellhound and the Bloodlust Alpha? Beta Benicio grimaced at the names and nodded. The Hellhound was quite infamous. She became a myth from tales of how she mercilessly hunted down rogues to viciously cutting down Alpha who tried to challenge her. A legend. No one has ever seen her, but we all knew she existed. They only knew that she was Alpha Crestfield's daughter, the new Alpha of the Greyhound Pack. The Hellhound never went to social events, not even the annual galas. Usually, it would have been a sign of disrespect to all alphas who attended, but no one dared to call her out about it. That fear would strike anyone when this person was the leader of the second most powerful pack. Not even I would try to cross her. The Bloodlust Alpha was in a similar boat. Mysterious, but ridiculously strong. I've only seen him once, and it was during a challenge for his territory. I was only 15 then. My father wanted to bring me along to show me what a true alpha was like. The Bloodlust Alpha was a year older than I, but he looked mature. He looked experienced in battles. He killed a man thrice his age without even a sign of regret. Snapped his neck off his shoulders with blood spluttering out like a damned fountain. That was the last time someone tried to challenge him. I sighed, nodding at Beta Benicio. The 2 deadliest of alphas are in the same room. This was going to be a hellhole. I straightened my tie, giving myself a once-over in the mirror when the door pulled open. Hestia came in wearing a light blue dress, showing off her curves and slight baby bump. She agreed to attend the party with me because of her title, but it was mostly me pressuring her to attend. She was afraid the alphas would be there and vocally told me she'd rather stay home. I had to use my alpha command to get her to finally go. As much as I would have loved to leave her home, attending the meeting without my Luna would raise unwanted eyebrows to question my authority. We were already at the capital, staying at one of the guest rooms the Chancellor gave every alpha pair. We weren't staying the night, but we did need to take a few hours rest since arriving earlier that day. The meeting was going to take place in 30 minutes. I already felt tense. Coming face to face with men and women who wanted more land for themselves. It wouldn't be a surprise if one of them issued a challenge to an alpha. It usually happened during these meetings because they'd all take the time to survey the competition. I would have to be very careful in controlling my emotions. Anything can go wrong in a room full of alphas. Alpha, it's time. Beta Benicio was dressed in his own suit, looking sharp for the meeting. Typically, the Alpha, Luna, and Beta were permitted in the room. Though the Luna and Beta had no say, they were allowed to sit inside. It was a sign of respect more than it was a sign of equality among ranks. Taking Hestia's hand, which I loosely held, I forced down my frustration with her and walked down the hall. I could already feel the power radiating from the alphas a few doors down. Hestia trembled, feeling oppressed by the pressure suddenly weighing her down. She wouldn't be able to handle staying in that room. With a frustrated sigh, I squeezed her hand and dragged her to the conference room. When we stepped in, 7 of the 10 alphas were already inside. All male. Their mates were in the back of the room, conversing among themselves with the beta beside them. It looks like the Hellhound or the Bloodlust Alpha has yet to arrive. Recognizing Alpha Reynolds and Say's familiar faces, I greeted them with Hestia falling short behind me. She kept her head down, clearly affected by the aura the alphas were giving out. "Lift your head, Hestia." I mind-linked her. She raised her head an inch before looking down once more in submission. My wolf snarled in annoyance, hating how weak Hestia was making herself look. As the Luna, bowing her head meant showing weakness. She was embarrassing not only herself, but the pack. She held the Luna title, yet she didn't act like one. "Ah, Alpha Walker. It's been a while. I see you brought your mate." My smile wavered, but I quickly masked it with a laugh. "Yes, I did. I see yours is making herself acquainted with the other Lunas. Hestia, darling, why don't you join them? Make some friends for yourself?" Hestia nodded, looking relieved, and quickly walked to the group of women huddled in the corner. Once she was out of sight, I felt a gush of air leave me. "So I hear the Hellhound is coming," said Alpha Say, folding his arms across his chest. "Apparently so. Haven't seen Alpha Crestfield since they suddenly announced Meredith Crestfield in stepping down. I didn't even know she had a daughter," Alpha Reynolds added. Alpha Say hummed in agreement, looking at the seats. The round table had 11 seats in total. One is at the very end of the oval where the Chancellor would sit, and then there are 5 on each side. The first and second ranking pack leaders would sit at his sides. The first being the Bloodlust Alpha, Alpha Locksworth, would sit at his right. The second, the Hellhound, Alpha Crestfield, would sit on his left. The rest would follow suit in order. My pack was ranked 6th. I frowned. When my father was Alpha, he ranked 4th. Alpha Reynolds' eyes scanned the other Alphas on the other side of the room. His stern gaze zeroed in on Alpha Windrel, who was walking our way. "Great, the sexist pig is heading this way," he mumbled annoyingly. Alpha Windrel was a despicable man. He believed that women shouldn't have any power in his pack, that the men were the superior sex, and that all that women were good for was to indulge in and impregnate. He also didn't believe in the concept of mates, having a harem of his own, including his mate. He had no Luna, no Beta, and no Gamma. He'd rotated other members periodically so that no one could stay in one position for too long. The only one in power was he. There had been countless attempts to overthrow him, the Chancellor heading these meetings as the instigator. It would have worked, but to successfully overthrow an Alpha who hadn't died, breached Lupin law, or been challenged, the pack in question would have had to cast their votes. As it was, they were all terrified of him. They'd been forced into submission, and none had spoken against their Alpha. As much as the Chancellor would have wanted to cast Windrel out, he couldn't. Not when no Lupin laws could have been proven to be breached. Not when his pack didn't vote him out. Williams may be the Chancellor, but he can't act outside his authority. I hated to admit it, but Alpha Windrel was a strong man. He is competent if you look past his apparent flaws and oversized ego. He ran the pack since he was only 17 and never let his rank fall. Until, that is, the Hellhound came around and brought her pack from number 8 to number 2. His eldest son, Cade, was accompanying him instead of his mate. Cade was well over the age of being capable of taking over, but the greedy fucker wanted to hold on to his title for as long as he could. From what I can see, Cade was a good man. Nothing like his father. Why he didn't try to challenge him for the title, I didn't know. Alpha Walker, Alpha Say, and of course, Alpha Reynolds. He smirked as he looked at every one of us. His narrowed eyes took us in, no doubt trying to figure us out. His cockiness and arrogance practically seeped into his words. It's been far too long. I hate that the only time we ever see each other is when we have these rogue issues. He shook his head in false disappointment before the sly smile returned once more. I heard you talking about the Hellhound. It's a shame the Bloodlust Alpha isn't coming, but at least we'll see what the big fuss is about with that Greyhound mutt. Just as Alpha Say was going to respond, the door pushed open and a hush fell upon us. The Chancellor James Williams, came in. The elderly man held himself up with pride. Regarding respect, he was the one at the very top. Even Alpha Windrel acknowledged the man. "Alphas, take a seat." Everyone shuffled to their respective seats and stared at the Chancellor, who nodded toward the Lunas and Betas. "Please." He nodded, a small, encouraging smile on his face. Everyone else sat in the back rows, having a good view of the round table. As we had noticed, the seats at the Chancellor's right and left sides were empty. Neither the Bloodlust Alpha nor the Hellhound had arrived. The other seat meant for the Duskfall pack was empty, but no one said anything about it. After all, no one talks about a massacre that happened 4 years ago. For now, the Duskfall territory was put up for dispute. The neighboring packs argued about who had the right to claim it, so the conflict was still ongoing. Nightwake was also close to the territory, but I decided against claiming it. I didn't need a reminder of where Celine had fallen. It would appear we're missing some people. The Chancellor noted, looking a little more amused than aggravated at the empty seats. Alpha Windrel seemed to have the opposite reaction. He scoffed, rolling his eyes as he sank back in his seat. He ranked third, which frustrated him beyond words he could describe. After all, he was bested by a woman he disapproved of. The Bloodlust Alpha not appearing is old news, but see this? This is what happens when women are ranked. They get big head. The whore probably spread her legs to get to the top dash, the doors slammed open, and the source emitted a new wave of power. Everyone's eyes snapped to the person standing at the doorway. A thick, heavy silence coats everyone. I didn't turn to look, forcing my gaze to remain on the Chancellor as a means of respect, but no one other than Alpha Windrel's son, Cade, followed our example. Alpha Windrel looked awestruck, his gaze following the figure like a magnet. The clicking of heels resonated through the room, and it was enough to let me know she was there. The Hellhound was here. The Betas and Lunas sitting at the back watched in awe as a tall, blonde, and insanely beautiful woman took her rightful seat at the Chancellor's left. She ignored the silence and heated gazes and looked at the man she was accompanied by. I felt a pang of jealousy burn through me. My wolf was growling but barking in excitement at the same time. What the hell was going on? I looked over to see Hestia and Beta Benicio's faces pale as ghosts, bodies frigid in tension. Seriously, what the fuck? Letting my curiosity get better of me, I looked at the Hellhound again. Creamy skin, flawless with no blemishes, plump lips painted with dark red, eyes with long lashes hooding pale blue eyes, light blonde hair tied into a ponytail. I hadn't even noticed what she was wearing until now. She wore a black dress reaching her knees, her shoulders exposed, and allowing every male here to see that she was unmarked. Such a beauty was unmarked. I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I knew her. I might have seen her in the annual gala, but her scent was something I knew. Something very familiar. There were only a handful of people I knew who had her characteristics, one of which was Hestia, and the other was dead. "I'm glad to see you made it," the Chancellor said amusedly. Alpha Crestfield smiled, a small, humorless, snide smile. She leaned against her chair, hands on the table folded to show off her red-painted nails and her green greyhound crest ring. A ring I wore myself, except it was different as it was for Nightwake. "I was beginning to worry we'd have to start without you. I know you have a busy schedule," he continued, looking at the other alphas with a smile never meant to fade. His brown eyes fell on me and lingered before returning to Alpha Crestfield. "Isn't that right, Celine?" Celine, when she was heading to the conference, my heels clicking against the marble floor echoed as we walked down the hallway. Each step I took reflected my aggravation. Noah followed behind me, matching my emotions as he was annoyed that we were running late. Annoyingly enough, just as I was about to head out for the conference, one rogue was caught trying to survey my territory. Of course, I made sure to oversee the capture myself. I wouldn't let any of my pack members deal with a rogue unsupervised. Rogues were vicious and untamed, and they surely would have no problem doing anything they could to escape restraints. Isaac was the one I entrusted to keep him locked up. Surely, he was having fun with roughening him up a little. A smile graced my lips at the look on his face. The rogue was someone I didn't recognize, but I was certain he came from Zeneron's group. The little shit had his imprint on his arm. Striding to the conference room, I heard a booming voice straining through the wooden door. The bloodlust alpha not appearing is old news, but see this? This is what happens when women are ranked. They get big head. The whore probably spread her legs to get to the top dash, my eyebrows pressed together in anger before I slammed the door open, not caring that its hinges loosened. Immediately, my gaze fell onto the prick whose mouth was wide open, spouting nonsense. The man was thick with muscles, and his power oozed off him like cologne, but it was more of a scare factor than reliable. Ignoring the piercing gazes from everyone in the room, I caught 3 familiar scents. Benicio, Hestia, and Landon. I nearly scowled at the mental images of their faces flashing in my mind. I refused to look at them. They didn't deserve the time. Disgust flowed through my body like a tidal wave. My wolf snarled, and canines bared out as she paced around in my head out of outrage. As I trained my body, she trained with me. She was so much more than she was before. She had learned to control her emotions, which was hard for a wolf, to understand the situation more closely and accept our reality. She finally understood the fact that our mate had been the one to abandon us, that he had rejected our existence and chosen to let us die. I held myself high. All 7 alphas were watching me to evaluate my capability. Nothing less than I expected. Chancellor Williams sat at the center, watching with great interest as I approached his left side. The only other missing spots were the Duskfall Pack and Alpha Locksworth. My eyes lingered on the seat Alpha Thompson would have taken, but I tore my gaze away before I could feel any more than I already did. Pulling the chair back, I sat beside Chancellor Williams. "I'm glad to see you made it," he said, his voice clear and light. I plastered a smile on my face and leaned against the chair. My intertwined hands lay on the surface in front of me, showcasing my ring, so that none of the alphas would question who I was. "I was beginning to worry we'd have to start without you. I know you have a busy schedule." His gaze swept through the table of alphas, landing on someone briefly before he parted his lips. "Isn't that right, Celine?" I felt my lips twitch. The old geezer was having fun with this. "Well played, Williams, well played." I felt the 3 pairs of eyes burn into me. The one sitting a seat from me prickled me the most. His power grew, but just barely. He had the same presence as he always did. The presence I desperately wanted in the past, but now lived to forget. I let out a small breath. "Of course, which is why we should start this as quickly as we can. I won't waste your time, so let me get to the point. The rogues. I want them." Silence. Chancellor Williams was the first to break the tension. He laughed, his wise, crinkling eyes narrowing as he threw his head back. His body shook with laughter. "Always so straight to the point, but I'm glad you want them. I was planning on having you handle them in first place." After all, he leaned toward the table, eyes going cold. All traces of his earlier playfulness were gone. His hatred for rogues was evident in his glassy, dark eyes. "When have you ever failed to break a rogue?" My wolf shook her fur out at the compliment. She enjoyed the praise of the Chancellor and wagged her tail in appreciation. Dealing with rogues was a specialty of mine. "I never did," I said. "But you already know that." Chancellor Williams held my gaze as our smirks widened in silent understanding. The others in the room were visibly tense from our exchange. I guess I confirmed their suspicions about me, including all the stories that reached them. Hold on. My eyebrows rose at the new voice interrupting. The same annoying voice that dared to question my value just moments before. "You're gonna let her take the rogues? This woman." He gestured toward me with evident disgust. This heathen was getting on my nerves. My wolf was ready to challenge me, but I held her back. Insinuating a challenge right from the first meeting won't leave a good impression on the alphas I want an alliance with. Taking a deep breath in, I kept my lips tight and observed. Alpha Windrel, you must know of Alpha Crestfield's reputation. She's more than capable of handling these rogues. She's been in charge of interrogation for the past 2 years. This is no different. The Chancellor paused and glanced at everyone genially. I called forth this meeting to assure that everyone was in agreement of passing them over to Alpha Crestfield. Objections will be heard as long as it's in the space of questioning her capabilities. He raised a brow, so forgive me if I refuse to acknowledge your protest in regards to her gender. Alpha Windrel's expression darkened. His beady eyes turned black as he shifted. Strands of brown fur started ripping through his skin. Immediately, the other alphas stood up, alert and ready to restrain him. Chancellor Williams and I were the only ones who stayed seated. You let this whore handle such an important task? Are you mad, Williams? Chancellor Williams growled, noting the disrespect from Alpha Windrel. I glared at the alpha, feeling my claws itching with the need to sink them into his skin. We heard a faint growl surface from the corner of the room. My eyes drifted toward the source to see Noah shaking, his eyes flickering between black and green. His wolf was ready to go out to protect his alpha's honor. Alpha Windrel's black marble eyes lay on Noah, scrutinizing the beta. He was ready to fight him for the disrespect. Drop your stance, pup. I'll put you down faster than you can even blink. He growled, taunting Noah into starting the fight. The last string of my restraint snapped. He no longer directed his attention to me but to my beta. And that was something I wouldn't permit. Are you challenging me, Alpha Windrel? I asked, pure rage coursing through my veins from the threat underlying his tone against my beta. No one threatens my pack. No one. Alpha Windrel's gaze met mine, and a toothy grin crossed his face. The smugness radiating off him almost made me choke on my desire to plummet him to his death. I'm not challenging anyone, darling. I'm only stating facts. You aren't fit to stand with us. He opened his arms to refer to the male alphas sitting at our table. You should go ahead and let your mate take care of you. Actually, seeing as your neck isn't marked, you haven't met yours yet. He tilted his head to the side coyly. How about you come over to my pack? I'll take good care of ya. You'd make a wonderful addition to my toys. His words unburied unwanted memories deep in my heart. The people who forced me into what I am now are sitting just a few feet away from me. I gritted my teeth, turning my gaze to Chancellor Williams. Faking my composure, I laughed sardonically. I believe this is a challenge, Chancellor Williams. Am I wrong? Chancellor Williams shifted his gaze toward me, his shoulders tense from the irritation of the man stirring up all this trouble. He smiled tightly before nodding. No, I believe you're right. It would appear that Alpha Windrel is challenging your position. No matter how good his poker face was, I still could see through him. He was more than accepting of what I was about to do. I've heard stories of this Alpha Windrel before. Unpleasant and infuriating stories, to be exact. Some came from Meredith, who personally had a bone to pick with the man. Supposedly, even then, when she was alpha, he was more than vocal about his sexist beliefs. I looked over to the young man standing behind him. That must have been his son, Cade, the boy who was nothing like his father, or so Meredith says. Without thinking much of it, I rested my head on my propped arm and let my gaze burn through the arrogant alpha in front. He was not going to escape me today. I'll do the world a favor and reduce the number of ignorant fools walking this earth by one. It's only right we go through with the challenge. My honor is being questioned. I have the right to defend myself. So before we continue our conversation, why don't we settle this like the alphas we are? I smiled, daring him to object. I knew I had baited him the moment his dark eyes narrowed into slits at my taunt. Alpha Windrel? The alpha pierced his gaze at me and snarled. He probably didn't see the point in fighting because he was so convinced he would win. That only managed to fuel my desire to skin him alive in front of everyone so that no one else would so much as think about questioning my legitimacy. Standing, I stared straight at him. Chancellor Williams, I take it that you'll be our umpire? Chancellor Williams pushed his seat away and stood. He looked between Alpha Windrel and me before nodding. Fixing his suit jacket, he straightened up and pulled on his cuffs. Of course, Celine. Gentlemen, shall we take this outside? He asked the group of alphas, who looked more than curious about what would happen. Quickly, everyone got up and started to head toward the exit. I walked behind the Chancellor, with Alpha Windrel following close by. He emitted his energy, trying to make me submit, only to have his efforts deflected. My apologies for losing my cool, Alpha. Noah linked. I glanced behind me to find him frowning. He felt like he was the reason this was happening. Don't apologize, Noah. This was bound to happen. The prick needs to get off his high horse and face reality. He has little regard for women. We don't need alphas like him leading a pack. Noah didn't respond, but I knew what I had said made him feel better. I felt a tinge of relief wash over me from our bond. As an alpha, I had a bond with my beta and gamma. It was similar to a mate bond, but purely for business. It was to ensure that we all could work efficiently and compatibly with one another. Being connected would allow us to have a far more intimate understanding of how the other would think. Since the beta and gamma were chosen and not passed on through generations, there would be a need to affirm the individual's allegiance. There were different types of bonds, however. The bonds between the entire pack and the bonds between the alpha, beta, and gamma were different. As the three highest-ranking wolves, they needed to have separate links to ensure nothing would accidentally slip into the pack link. Think of it as a private channel that only the three could access. You only needed to have a ceremony with a witch to form a stable bond, but that bond didn't go deeper than communicative reasons. It didn't create as severe an allegiance nor promise loyalty to each other. Many packs chose this bond mainly because many alphas wanted to separate themselves from being on equal standings with their gamma and beta. They believed it would bring them to a lower level than an alpha should. Foolish thinking, but a traditional belief. They doubted a traitor would climb those rankings, so they never second-guessed it. It's what Nightwake believed in. To form the bond we did, Noah and Isaac had to take a blood oath with me, swearing their loyalty and life to the pack, binding me to them. The blood oath wasn't something just anyone could do. The Chancellor was the only one who could perform it. Not to mention, it hurt. It was held at a temple near the capital, one of the many temples built for the moon goddess. Roughly a week was taken to set the bond. Snapping back to reality, we walked down the hall to the large yard outside the capital. The flat ground of space welcomes us. This was the challenge grounds where alphas would challenge another alpha over the right to claim land. The last challenge happened about a decade ago. The Bloodlust Alpha had everyone shaking to the core, even considering issuing a challenge after witnessing his brutal wrath. You know how this works, alphas. Chancellor Williams boomed, clasping his hands together. He looked at the two of us. Everyone stood on the sidelines while Alpha Windrel and I stood at the center of the field. All is fair on the challenge grounds. The victor shall take over the other's land, claiming the Alpha title. It is up to them to decide what to do with it. The defeated will lose all rights to his or her pack and will have automatically relinquished the title the moment they've been bested. There is not limit. No rules except that the two contestants cannot step out of the challenge grounds. Failing to do so will mean immediate loss. The entire time Chancellor Williams spoke, Alpha Windrel stared at me. The cocky, overconfident expression on his face never left as he stripped off his shirt. I kept myself calm, showing him how his attempt to display his power did not affect me. If he thought he could intimidate me with a showcase of his muscles, he underestimates the threat of rogues. I've seen and dealt with rogues far stronger in terms of will. Rogues don't care if the opponent is alpha or insanely strong. They'll still fight. They'll observe and assess the opponent, but never run away. It was always a fight to the death with them. I'll have fun making you submit to me. Once I take over your land and your people, I'll earn my rightful place back. I'll have more women for my fill. And you, darling Alpha, will find yourself in a new position. He walked forward, purposely taking dignified steps to emphasize his power. He walked closer and closer until he was only an inch away. His tall structure loomed over me as he smirked. "On your knees with your pretty little mouth wrapped around my cock." I stayed quiet, my body tensing with bloodlust I hadn't felt in a while. My blood pumped heatedly, my anger mixing in with Noah's, but I quickly blocked him out to prevent myself from losing control. Alpha Windrel laughed, turning his back and putting some distance between us. "Go on," he taunted. "Be a good little slut and listen to your first order. Shift." I didn't move. I just stood still, watching. Alpha Windrel sighed, running a hand through his hair before turning to look at where the other alphas stood. It's always the hard-headed ones. "Oh, well, if you don't want to shift, so be it. But there's no way I'm going easy on you." Again, I said nothing. "Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on your pretty little face. I still have use for it. Come on, Williams. Hurry it up. Challenge begin." When those words left him, Alpha Windrel shifted into his large, brown wolf and dashed over to me. His jaws snapped open, getting closer and closer to biting down on my arm, but by the time he was close enough to do it, I had him by the neck. My fingers curled around his throat, nails digging through his fur and hardened skin. I felt warm drops of blood wet my fingers, but I didn't stop. He growled, thrashing in my hold, but my grip on his neck only tightened the more he did. My wolf snarled in fury. His obscene, disgusting comments echoed in my mind as I tried to control the amount of pressure I applied around his neck. Tilting my head to the side, I couldn't help but frown in disappointment. It would seem I hate you less when you can't talk. Throwing him to the side, he rolled over before getting up on his paws. He shook his head, trying to eliminate the wooziness that made him dizzy. He snarled at me, angry that I had seen his attack, and tried again. Truly, this was already beginning to look pathetic. Alpha Windrel jumped, claws ready to puncture through my skin, but he was too slow. I avoided him, lodging my knee deep into his body and successfully breaking 3 of his ribs. He howled, aggravated but hurting. I could hear the Lunas and Betas chattering to themselves. The Alphas were watching in silence. They knew it was best to observe. Seeing Alphas in action was always an advantage. It'll give you a good image of who they were and what they were capable of, and you never know when they'll become your enemy. It's better to take notes and come prepared. Having some knowledge about their fighting style always helps. Alpha Windrel limped up, starting to run at me again. All caution was thrown to the wind when his attention returned to me. He was utterly reckless, all for the sake of his pride. He didn't think before attacking. He was the fight now think later kind of guy. If that is, he ever thinks things through. I didn't wait for him to run for me this time. I dashed to his side, grabbing hold of the fur on his head in one hand before taking my other hand to his torso with a fist. I felt his bone crack under my hand and smiled in satisfaction. Reeling my hand back, I landed a hit above his stomach, effectively making him bend over in pain. Once he arched his body down, I kneed him in the stomach before pulling the fur of his head up. I angled his neck toward me. Letting out a snarl of my own, my canines descended and hovered near his neck, a sign that I could easily tear out his throat. He whined, unable to free himself. It was irritating how much I wanted his blood. Letting him go, I watched as he coughed out, shifting back to his human form, completely naked. He clutched onto his stomach, eyes screwed shut in pain. "I submit." He groaned out. So he wouldn't even fight to his death for his pack? I saw Cade in the corner of my eye, fuming in anger, glaring at his father in pure contempt. As his fists balled up, he clenched his jaw. He just watched his spineless father give up the pack. I sighed, walking to the cowering form of Alpha Windrel on the ground. I bent over, grabbed his hair, and dragged him to the center of the challenge grounds. Holding him by the scruff, I yanked him up until he was kneeling. His hazy eyes looked at me in confusion. Blood bubbled down the edge of his lips. "Looks like the only one kneeling between the two of us is you." I whispered into his ear. Then, ever so slowly, I tightened my hold. I gripped tighter and tighter until he started choking. No one said a word. Thick tension came over us. W, what are you, DDoing? I submitted. Alpha Windroll choked out, hands frantically grasping at my arm, holding his neck up. I smiled at his feeble attempts and leaned down to his ear. Didn't you know? A challenge is a deathmatch. Then, without hesitating, I pierced my claws into his chest and ripped out his spine. Blood splatters out of him as his eyes roll to the back of his skull. His last breath left him with his body hunched and limp in my hold. I dropped his body to the ground and walked away when it pooled around him. Blood stained my dress and soaked my hand, but I didn't mind. Blood spammed into the crevices of my ring. The dark red drilling around the green stone made me frown. Had it been 4 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to stomach the sight of this. I learned to embrace the blood I grew accustomed to seeing and drawing out, but that didn't mean I liked it. But I'll make the exception for today. It was rather personal. Now, I said when I reached the group of alphas. Chancellor Williams was smiling widely, eyes lit with amusement. He hated Alpha Windroll as much as anyone could, but he couldn't kick him out of the alpha seat. That was a power no one had unless a challenger had come across. Meredith couldn't risk challenging him when she had no heir to succeed her. Then she found me. Let's get back into the conference room, shall we? I turned toward the Capitol only to stop when I heard a chuckle. No, I don't think there's a need, Celine. I looked at Chancellor Williams with a quizzical brow lifted. His eyes scanned the group of alphas once before turning back to look at me. I don't believe there's anyone else who would disagree with letting you handle the rogues. I'd already wished for you to handle it, but needed all the alphas to agree. The conference was opportunity for those who had an objection to let it be known. But we do have to discuss what you want to do with Windroll's pack, Evergreen. I exhaled. I almost forgot about that. I let my head crane to the huddled betas and Lunas group before landing my eyes on Cade. He met my eyes, not flinching away or staring at me in hatred. I motioned to him with my head. I don't want it. Give it to the boy. It was rightfully his anyway. Walking off to where Noah stood with a handkerchief in his hand, I took it gratefully and wiped the blood smudged on my face and hands. Shall I send someone to collect the rogues? I asked Chancellor Williams. He shook his head and grinned. No. I'll have someone send them over to you. He paused, smirking as he shot me a look of question. Will I be seeing you at the gala next week? Walking with Noah trailing behind me, I raised my hand dismissively. You can count on it. Landon's POV, I watched as Celine walked away, with the beta following after her. To say she had left me speechless was an understatement. She left everyone gaping after her disappearing figure. May this be a lesson to all of you. I turned to look at Chancellor Williams, who, too, was looking after Celine's silhouette. Don't mistake her disinterest in gaining more power as weakness. It'll do you well to remember that. Unless, of course, you want to end up like him. He said pointedly, looking at the spineless man lying on the ground. Literally. Without another word, the Chancellor turned around with his hands behind his back and walked away. You're all dismissed. The tension immediately lifted when the Chancellor and Celine left. I felt my wolf howl in pride, seeing firsthand how capable and strong his mate was. While I, on the other hand, was completely and utterly in shock. Beta Benicio quickly ran over to me with Hestia right behind him. W, is that Celine? Our Celine, he asked, clearly bothered. I nodded once, my gaze glued to the ground. Then something came over me. Something that urged me to follow her. So I did. I ran down the field, following her scent, which was almost entirely different from the one I remembered, but somehow the same. I heard the other alphas speak about what was happening, but ignored them. Beta Benicio was hot on my trail, but I was still faster. Finally, I caught sight of her. She stepped inside her car, surrounded by 2 vans filled with warriors. The man she was with spoke quietly to her in hushed tones. I stopped in my step and waited for her to notice me. She froze, sniffing the air with a confused expression before lifting her gorgeous blue eyes to meet my green ones. Her expression remained the same. Neither happy nor sad to see me. Neutral. Celine. I began slowly making my way toward her. The man by her side immediately took a stance, aggression rolling off him in waves when Celine lifted her hand up. As soon as she did, the tension had diffused, and the man who was so close to lunging at me obediently stepped aside. Alpha Walker, she said in a smooth, strong voice suited for a Luna's. A wave of disappointment washed over me as I heard her address me with my title. Not only that, but with my last name. She indirectly told me she didn't consider us more than acquaintances. I shouldn't be surprised, but we were mates. Didn't that count for something? How did you? Where were you? How are you? At this, she raised a brow. She was completely unamused, almost dreading my presence because she would rather do anything else than be here with me. All the questions and things I wanted to ask and say to her blanked out of me when I saw her. She truly was beautiful. She had gotten toned. Her form was much better, allowing me to see what good 4 years of training had done for her. A huge part of me was glad to see she didn't take anyone else. The missing mark on her neck told me so. But there was still a possibility that she was seeing someone. A possibility I didn't want to consider. Alpha Walker, if you have any business with me, please make an appointment. I don't have time for small talk and pointless little reunions. Then, without even blinking, she shut the car door and waited for the man to climb in with her before driving off. The vans followed suit, leaving behind a fog of dust that blurred my vision. I watched her drive away for the second time in my life. But somehow, it felt like I lost something I didn't have. Chapter 5, well, that was quite a show. I didn't look away from the road to know that Noah had an annoyingly smug expression on his face. I could feel his excitement and pride swelling through our bond. He made damn sure I knew how good he was feeling, how much he enjoyed what he witnessed, the overwhelming satisfaction he got from the little show. The way his voice was slightly higher and pressed than usual was also a dead giveaway. He claimed to have a love for drama. My favorite part was please make an appointment, but then again, the whole thing was great. There's so much to choose from. He sighed in contentment before looking at me seriously. I'm afraid I'm falling hard for you, Alpha. Don't tell Malia. It could be our little secret. The urge to smile was getting harder to resist. So I didn't. My lips tugged up, and I shook my head in amusement. I made a mental note to tattle on him so he could face the wrath of his mate. Goddess knows he'd rather face any punishment I'd give him than be given the silent treatment by his beloved destined. Gripping the wheel in my hands, I glanced over to him. Noah had been talking about this for the last 30 minutes of our drive home. He made me feel like a celebrity because of the latest scandal in the way he was talking. I just had a mini catfight with some girl and ended up on the front cover of tabloid magazines. Except, in this case, a dogfight. Taking a left turn, we entered Pack territory and nodded at the warriors guarding the border. From a glance, I saw our best fighters, aside from Isaac, watching with caution as we approached. Their eyes narrowed in alertness and their bodies tensed in caution. The head warrior lurched forward, ready to jump down in front of the car when his gaze met mine. He backed off immediately but said nothing. He waited for his comrades to take notice of themselves. When they caught the scent of who we were, they relaxed. Their black eyes swirled back to their original shades. They bowed in recognition before pulling the metal gates open. Welcome back, Alpha. Beta Noah. Noah linked back, keep your eyes open. Driving into the lot, I felt relieved to see nothing had changed. It was always like this whenever I left the Pack territory. A small part of me was always afraid that when I came back, everything would be set into flames. Lives would have ended, bodies lying around in a puddle of their own blood, families torn apart, and children knowing nothing of the horrors that await them. Absolutely anything could happen at any given second. I learned that the hard way with the attack at Duskfall. I was certain I wouldn't be able to get back up again if I had to witness the same thing happen twice, not when I was the sole person in charge of protecting them. Once I parked the car, I unbuckled my seatbelt to find Noah's eyes flashing blank. He remained completely still for a few seconds before his eyes returned to their usual vibrant green. His posture stiffened, and his expression wiped clean of any lightheartedness. Chancellor Williams sent a memo. There has been a change of plans. The 2 rogues are staying at the Capitol. He wants you to conduct the interrogations there. Zeneron has been keeping a number of rogues around the territory. Reports say they've found some lurking near the woods. The Chancellor doesn't want to risk the chances of the 2 escaping by bringing them out. A frown inscribed itself on my face. I knew things were a little suspicious. Zeneron wasn't going to give them up that easily. Theo and Val knew far too much to simply be discarded like used tissues. They had bigger roles than just being his henchmen, carrying out orders. They probably had a good amount of knowledge for future plans and campsites. Zeneron knew, only too well, the risks he'd have if they decided to talk, which made the rogues all the more important. Knowing Chancellor Williams, he'll make sure the possibility of escape is 0 before giving up our valuable subjects. I had no plans to argue with that. As much as I wanted to tear them limb from limb in my territory and away from prying eyes, I wasn't desperate enough to put their use in jeopardy by demanding them here. Still, they wouldn't escape my clutches. Just because they couldn't be brought here didn't mean I'd make the interrogation a walk in the park. Just because I couldn't bring them didn't mean I couldn't bring things to them. I had a few select tools in mind. I hummed, already pining for a chance to face those 2 again. My wolf sat on her hind legs, jaw parted with her tongue sticking out in anticipation. The thirst for their blood only grew the longer the days went by. Not once did we forget our desire to pay them back. The desire to make them regret their decision to attack Duskfall. Everything they were responsible for would be paid in full. One way or another, their blood will be spilt. It was just a matter of time. That's okay. Prepare our little toys. I opened the car door, sliding off the seat, and planted my feet firmly into the ground. Some pups that were running around took notice of me and clumsily bowed in respect before running off. I smiled, watching over the pups squealing and laughing with one another, little bodies bouncing in glee as they shrieked. They lived such carefree lives. Carefree lives I strived to protect. The life I had wanted to give Lila. One pup hadn't moved from his spot. He kept staring at me, or rather, my body. When he noticed I caught him looking, he gasped before speeding off to where his friends were. I frowned. Glancing down, I realized the pup was staring at my blood-soaked dress. It made me wonder how he noticed when the red wasn't easily seen on black fabric. He must have caught the scent of it. Noah repeated my motion, closing his door shut. He was about to carry out my orders when he looked at me. Giving me a sympathetic smile that told me he felt my thoughts of Lila, he started walking off in the direction of the pack house. Oh, and Noah? Bring silver. I remembered their faces perfectly. Theo and Val. 2 rogues are responsible for what happened at Duskfall. I remembered Theo's smug face. I remembered the fear I felt running away from them with Lila trembling in my arms. Fear for her. Fear that they'd mercilessly put an end to her life. Fear that had turned out to be the harshest reality. My eyes darkened with bloodlust as Noah smirked at what was to come. The bond sent waves of anger to him. How much silver? He asked, knowing full well what I was going to say. But to his amusement, I answered without skipping a beat, lots of it. Congrats, Celine. I raised my head from the papers I was looking at to see a smiling Isaac leaning against the doorframe. His sleeved arms crossed his chest, enhancing the muscles tightly bound by his shirt. I shot him a questioning look as I pulled away from the desk. Since getting back to the pack house, I've done nothing but paperwork. I sat here chained to my desk, looking through countless reports and admission requests. At this rate, I'm going to need reading glasses very soon. Congrats. I asked him. I'm sure Isaac had just finished training the youths of the pack. As Gamma, Isaac was responsible for leading our warriors and training pack members. I'd come and oversee training occasionally, but he preferred to do it alone. He always preferred to work alone. It was hard enough for others to really get close to him outside training, as I've seen countless female wolves try, but training with him was difficult. I guess being close to Bentley and all was the reason he took to me easily. 5 months was the time it took Noah to even hold a proper conversation with Isaac. I had to give it to him, though. Noah did not back down and relentlessly tried to get on Isaac's good side. I guess his persistence was really the key factor in their friendship. Isaac was a tough one to crack. I'm sure everyone in the pack can vouch for that. He pushed himself off the frame with a goofy grin on his face. He strode over to me, planting his hands on the table and leaned forward. Everyone's heard about Windrel. Noah's been running his mouth telling everyone how the hellhound was unleashed since he got here. Hand gestures, sound effects, and all. Quite the storyteller, that guy, but I doubt he exaggerated anything. He motioned with his hands for emphasis. I groaned, rubbing my temples with my thumb and forefinger. While my wolf was prancing around in pride, I was dreading reality. Of course, Noah just had to. I can almost hear the pups running down pack territory, singing a song about it. Remind me why I chose Noah as my beta, again. I grumbled, flipping through the stacks of unsigned papers. Report. Report. Admission. Report. Admission. 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 My fingers ached to rip my hair out, but I held myself back. I was this close to throwing the stacks in the fireplace, but that would have been stupid. Satisfying, yes, but stupid. Isaac pulled away, his smile stretching as he shrugged. His dark hair hung over his eyes, and his lips slowly tugged into a smirk. Can't answer that when I'm still questioning why, myself. I rolled my eyes, intertwining my fingers, and sank into my leather chair. Looking at Isaac with suspicion, I stared. I knew there had to be some reason Isaac was here. It was completely out of character for him to walk into my office just for small talk. If he wasn't training, he was overseeing others' training. There wasn't a second in his life when he wasn't on the pack training grounds. Okay, what's going on now? The smile slipped off his face at being caught. Isaac's gaze dropped to the floor before he sheepishly chuckled. That obvious, huh? He may have a good poker face, but it didn't work on me. He sighed, his body sagging forward as he looked behind him at the closed door. He glared. Alpha Windrel is here to see you. His words were more than just a simple shock. I felt my eyes widen. The boy whose dad I just murdered like an hour and a half ago? His son? Cade? I asked. Yes. The man went out of his way to come here instead of going home. I stood up, pushed my chair back, and walked around my mahogany table. I sat on the ledge of the table and pursed my lips. And he said nothing. Isaac's Adam's apple bobbed slowly as he swallowed down his nerves. His eyes immediately took refuge on the ground. His fists were clenched and his jaw was tightened. The papers would have to wait. It appears to me that my Gamma here is worried about something. Anne, I think you should send him away. Again, my eyes widened in shock. Now why would I do that? Isaac's head suddenly snapped up, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ripples of emotions flowed through my veins from our bond. Shaking his head, he looked at me like I was missing the big point here. You just killed his father? He may want revenge? There's a chance he could very well attack you, right here, right now. I don't trust any Windrel blood, and I most certainly won't trust him with you involved. I don't understand why you let him have the position in the first place. Windrels are no good. His deep voice rumbled. The anxiety and distrust were obvious in his tone. I could feel his wolf perk up in caution, walking around in a circle and glancing at the door every once in a while. On the human side, Isaac was wary of the boy, and so was the wolf Isaac. Together, they were just a lump of a paranoid warrior. I exhaled, giving him a look. Of course, I knew where he was coming from. He did have a point. Typically, Any person whose parent was killed by someone would feel angry. Maybe angry enough to want to take revenge by attacking the killer, but that doesn't apply to the situation. Not when his father has made his mother, the rightful Luna, one of his many playthings. I may not be the most benevolent person there was, but I knew no one would be able to forgive a father who would do such a thing. Besides, I highly doubt the boy would try to kill me when he was in my territory. I refused to believe he was stupid enough to do that. With no child or siblings, Cade Windrell is the sole heir to the Alpha seat. If he dies, the pack will go into complete chaos, with no one knowing who will have the right to claim it, and the rest is history. The fact that there's no current Beta, Luna, or Gamma means there's no one else suitable for the title. No order in the pack. The rightful Luna wouldn't be able to claim the title because she was never given one in the first place, nor did she have any prior training to be able to fight off challengers. At least that I know of. It'll be fair game to anyone in the pack, but it's inevitably going to fall. With no alpha blood in the seat, the alpha will crumble under pressure, leading the pack to its demise. An alpha with no alpha blood or connection to an alpha blood as a mate is the same thing as a bunny going against a pack of lions. He'll be eaten alive, metaphorically speaking. I wasn't going to cower away just because there was a slim chance he would attack me. If he did, in fact, actually have the balls to try attacking me on my territory, I wouldn't hesitate to end him the same way I did his father. Maybe almost as brutally, to emphasize how I'm not a very kind person if you test me. I'm giving the boy the benefit of the doubt and trusting my intuition that he is nothing like his father. I trust paper and statistics, but when dealing with people, you never really know. You gamble in the game of trust. Alpha Windrell is not going to do harm. I genuinely believe he's a good man. Perhaps one of the best alphas in the future. Isaac opened his mouth to protest, but I cut him off. I won't turn him away because of chance, Isaac. My voice dripped with conviction. Allowing small waves of my dominance to seep through, Isaac stiffened. After a brief minute, he nodded, but I could see his strong disagreement etching on his face. He looked down, eyebrows tight in frustration, and thinned his lips together. He was stubborn, sulking at the decision I made. I sighed and raked my fingers through my hair. I'd like to see what he wants first. If it makes you feel any better, you're more than welcome to stay close. Granted, you aren't allowed to be in the same room out of respect for the alpha, but if anything he does makes you feel any bit suspicious of him, you can intervene. I trust you, Isaac. Now I need you to trust in my judgment. Finally, Isaac relented. He nodded in defeat before glaring down at the door. Okay, fine. But if the kid does anything I don't like, I'll beat his ass. The seriousness in his tone was almost endearing. I laughed, pushing myself off the edge. I placed a hand over his shoulder and smiled. Yes, yes. My Gamma is quite a strong warrior. At this, he brightened. With a cocky grin plastered on his face, he dismissively scoffed. I'm glad you understand. I believe you're missing handsome, young, strapping lad, but I'll let it go. You're one very lucky alpha. With one last smile, Isaac headed toward the door to get Alpha Windrell. I waited patiently, allowing myself to sit back down while putting away my important documents, which were starting to haunt me in my dreams. I know for a fact that Noah will not be happy with the extra paperwork being pushed aside. He would undoubtedly get a share from me later today. I heard a knock followed by Isaac's deep voice. Alpha Celine, Alpha Windrell is here to see you. I breathed in, making sure to erase any lingering expression on my face. Although I was confident in my judgment of Cade, I would never let my guard down. I didn't need to give him an opportunity to strike me just because I believed in the guy. Trust is a very fragile thing that could easily be manipulated. It's up to the person who believes in having a backup plan when things turn out for the worse. When they end up being wrong. Come in. The door creaked open, and Isaac let him in. My eyes swept down his body. Now that he was closer, I could see the slight muscles he had built up, the strong presence he gave, and most importantly, the dark, unwavering eyes he had, eyes that refused to yield. It was definitely the aura he was giving out. Strong, dignified, respectable. Everything I didn't sense from Windrel. Standing up, I reached out to him to shake his hand as a sign of my respect. He quickly grasped it, giving my hand a firm squeeze before pulling away. If I were being honest, I felt a little awkward. I was staring at the son whose father I had killed just moments before. Thankfully, he didn't seem to have any motive for murdering me, so it eased my nerves just a little. Isaac gave me one last glance before making a swift turn for the door and closing it shut. Alpha Crestfield. Cade's eyes held no malice. I couldn't feel the faintest thirst for blood on his end. If anything, he was completely relaxed in my presence, if not feeling slightly out of place. Now that I think about it, it was weird Cade got in without me knowing. No one was permitted to enter Pack territory without my permission. Ms. Meredith Crestfield allowed me entrance. Cade said suddenly, she, seemed quite welcoming. He answered as if sensing my question. I sighed in annoyance. Something told me she most likely assumed he was a suitor, or, better yet, my boyfriend. Meredith probably thanked the moon goddess on my behalf. I see. I breathed out with a pressed laugh. Well, I'd say I was expecting your visit, but I'd be lying if I did. So what can I do for you, Alpha Windrel? I asked. Cade rubbed the back of his neck stiffly. He shuffled around on his feet before raising his eyes to meet mine. He looked very wary. Not in the I don't trust you way, but the I am about to say something you might not like way. I would actually prefer it if you'd call me by my mother's last name, Woods. I'd rather not be associated to that sperm donor. You could also just call me Cade. It doesn't really make much of a difference to me. But please, anything but Windrel. I already knew I was going to like this guy. Well, okay then, Alpha Woods. Is there anything you need? Cade frowned. Sighing, he slumped his shoulders back. His wolf was a large one. Large, but a bit lanky. He had all the qualities of an alpha save for the proper training. He needed to fill out more. The only exceptional part of him right now was the way he carried himself. It's the way he announced his dominance. Unexpected and uncontrolled. Sometimes he let it out at full force. Other times, he'd let it dwindle. In the conference room just hours before, I barely felt it until his father said he submitted to me. His anger was so vast that his dominance poured out of him from every inch. Everyone was too focused on the bickering to notice, but surely I did. Yes, but first, I wanted to thank you. Thank me? Oh no, the title is rightfully yours. It wouldn't have been right if I took it. I quickly explained. I didn't really want to tell him that I also thought it was too much work. Managing 2 packs or merging 2 packs would be overkill with paperwork. Noah was praying to the goddess for a swift, easy death when he realized I was technically alpha for Evergreen until I passed the right to Cade. The mere fact gave him a breather. No, not that. Well, yes, that, but he ran a hand down his face in frustration with himself. Thank you for killing him. He mumbled. Windrel was not exactly Father of the Year, nor was he really Mate of the Year, but I'm sure everyone knows that. I've wanted to challenge him for the title for so long already, but I couldn't. He had my mate, held her in one of our dungeons underground. He threatened to make her into one of his girls and kill her if I tried to take it from him. He threatened the same with Mom, except he said he'd allow his men to have fun with her. To take turns. He never cared. Not once. Not ever. Cade's eyes were downcast. I could see that there was still a small part of him that wished his father had cared. Or maybe he was just wondering why he was like that. Why didn't he care for his son? Why was he so greedy for power? Windrel was not a good man. Anyone with eyes could see that, but I underestimated just how bad he was. I knew he was a pig since the first word I heard came from his mouth. I just didn't think he could be that heartless toward his own offspring. I would have thought his paternal instincts kicked in, but I guess it was different for him. He threatened his own son with his mate. That went beyond being a shit father. So thank you. You really saved us. And I know this is going to be completely selfish on my part, but please, I beg you, Cade suddenly bows, his body frigid and his hands tight at his sides. His wolf is doing the same, ears flattened down and tail low between his legs. His two front legs bent over so that his back tilts down and his legs hold him up. Please help train us. Our pack has no experience in combat. Windrel never allowed us to train because he feared someone will challenge him. We're completely vulnerable. The alphas in that conference room know we're inexperienced. Without a doubt, they'll try to challenge me. I want to change the pack. I want fix that man's mistake. As much as I hate him, I still have his blood running through my veins. Please. Please help us. Cade kept his head bowed, waiting for my response. What do I say in this situation? There were so many disadvantages that outshone the gains I could get from this, if there were any gains at all. Training his pack meant giving up my resources. It meant sending my men over to his pack instead of keeping them here to protect us. Trusting him too quickly can backfire and lead me to lose some pack members. If what Isaac said was right about him being like Windrel, he could very well be plotting something against me. But did I have the guts to turn my back on him? Could I possibly abandon someone in need of help when all I ever wanted was help in the past? Abandoning him and his pack was like abandoning Duskfall and Lila. I stared at him, noticing similarities between us. The drive to protect something, someone, and the similar drive to need strength, but different circumstances brought it up. For me, vengeance. For him, reconstruction. I remained silent, still soaked in my thoughts. Cade must have assumed that was my answer because he swallowed harshly. The disappointment he tried to conceal slipped through his mask of indifference. His face looked solemn as he straightened his back. He tried to laugh it off, but it sounded too forced. I understand if you don't want to do it. You've already done so much for us, I'll think about it. Cade's lips parted. Immediately, his face beamed when he realized what I said. He smiled an ear-splitting smile that stretched miles across his face. The wolf in him wagged its tail, eyes shining with hope and excitement. Sucking in a breath, he looked at the ground before meeting my gaze brightly. Thank you. Thank you. Not long after, Cade left. I watched him get in his car and drive off my territory through the office window. The boy didn't even bring his own guards. Then again, did they even have properly trained guards back in his territory? I sighed, walked away from the window, and sat down on my chair. I screwed my eyes shut in exhaustion. Why'd you say you'd think about it, when you know you'll do it anyway? I kept my eyes shut but breathed out. Why are you planning on asking me to train them if you don't trust any Windrel blood? I opened one eye to look at Isaac. He stood there, leaning on his left foot with a slight grin on his face. He shrugged and pursed his lips. What can I say? I have a soft spot for tragic backstories. I cocked a brow. I call bullshit. Really? I asked, drawing out the why incredulously. Isaac and I stared at each other for a few seconds before he gave in. Shoving his hands in his jeans pockets, he kicked at the ground, mumbling. Okay, fine. I know Alpha Oliver would have wanted me to. You know what he's like with these things. He hates leaving vulnerable people behind. People like Lila. He paused, warily looking up at me before quickly darting away. I kept my face blank even when my heart slightly tightened at the name. The sore subject is still difficult for me to talk, hear, or even think about being the cause. He hates the idea of abandoning someone in need. Isaac gave me a lopsided smile. Just like you do. I just kept staring at him. I knew deep down inside I would have agreed anyway. I just used the ideas of disadvantages to try to convince myself I wouldn't. At first, I wasn't sure who I'd send it to, but seeing as Isaac was more than willing to do it, I believe I found my person. With a nod, I conceded to the idea. I pulled open the drawer and took out a single-pack transfer sheet. Isaac's attention fell on the paper I slid across the desk toward him. Handing him a pen, I gave him a hard look. If Cade wanted help with training, then I'd have to send the best I had. You leave tomorrow. Isaac prepared his luggage at the very same minute. He decided to bring only 2 sets to get more in their territory. That night, I had a hard time sleeping. Worry and anxiety crept up inside me, but I blocked our bond so he wouldn't notice. I knew if he felt the tiniest bit of hesitance on my part, he would revoke his offer and sit his ass right here. I didn't need him to change his mind because of my needless worrying. So, with only a few hours of sleep on my body, morning came quickly, and it was time to part with him. If anything is wrong, and I mean anything, please call me back. Don't try to handle everything yourself. I may have promised to train them until I saw fit, but I'm your gamma. I won't hesitate to turn tail and run my way back home if you do. Pride be damned. My loyalty lies with you, not with them. Our blood oath is evidence of that. I gave Isaac a reassuring smile before grabbing hold of his neck and nuzzling our foreheads together. Doing this was an intimate thing between close companions, whether lovers, friends, siblings, or comrades. It was a meaningful gesture. It showed complete trust and affection and how valuable the relationship between the 2 wolves was. It was a good indicator of familiarity. You worry yourself more than I worry for you, Isaac. I'll be fine. Take care of those wolves. They'll need all the guidance they can get. With one last nuzzle, I let Isaac pull away and watched as he got in the van. Cade was more than ecstatic to hear that I was sending my gamma, of all people, to train them. Ideally, the training sessions would only last a few months, 6 at most. But that's only if he manages to teach them the basic understanding of combat. I remained rooted in my spot, thinking of Bentley and how prouder he would have been to see how far Isaac had grown. Of all his accomplishments, I was there to see it. He passed the Gamma training, his first Gamma challenge, taking the oath, taking the blood oath, everything. I could almost see Bentley's face melting into that warm smile that made his bluish-green eyes sparkle even brighter. The same smile he gave Lila when he'd see her talking animatedly about anything and everything. The kind of smile a father would give his child for simply breathing. Alpha Celine, we've just received a message from the Nightwake Pack. Alpha Walker has requested an audience with you at his territory today. My eyebrows raised at this. I couldn't help but let out a small laugh. He wanted to see me? I didn't think he'd quite literally take my word and set up an appointment. Then again, if it wasn't a formal invitation, there'd be no way I would accept it. Noah looked at me quietly with the sensation of unease releasing from our bond. He knew my history with Landon and my family. Once we formed the blood oath, we formed somewhat of a soul connection. Everything I went through, he knew. Everything he went through, I knew. The same thing with Isaac. I knew his history as he knew mine. He felt like it wasn't a good idea. A million things could go wrong by attending this meeting. Fights could break out. Tempers could be lost. Screaming, yelling, crying. I shuddered. I was sure that if Isaac were here, he'd feel the same way. But sadly, I wouldn't have listened to their request had they asked me not to go. Denying the request was like running away. Landon would know I was purposely avoiding him if I decided to refuse the meeting. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of thinking he still had an effect on me. Granted, the mate bond was still there, but it was mostly just a slight pinch. The anger and fury residing inside me overpowers that small speck of emotion. That was one thing I didn't understand. Wolves were instinctual. They were bat-hit crazy for their mate, yet mine understood and adapted to the situation far more easily than any wolf should. It's like she knew from the start something would happen and only ever acted out when he was mated and marked. Other than that, her reaction to everything else was minimal compared to how other wolves would have handled it. Sure, she had been initially possessive over Landon, but she wasn't forcing me to act out in order to obtain him. Some wolves would lash out if their mate so much as looked at another a second too long. Mine never really did. Shaking my head, I forced myself to stop thinking about it. I should be glad I was blessed with an independent wolf who wasn't stuck on a man who didn't want us. That's another reason why agreeing to this meeting wasn't all that hard, either. I didn't have to pretend like I didn't care about him and Hestia because, honestly, I don't. I stopped caring the moment I lay there on the ground, doubling over in pain as Lila stared at me with those pretty little eyes, slowly closing shut. The only emotion that overwhelms me is rage over their betrayal. The fact that they were willing to let me die. The fact that they let so many others die. There will always be that underlying tension that connects us, but other than that, they can do whatever they'd like with each other as long as they leave me out of it. I wouldn't dare act like a coward. Besides, this will be good publicity. It's about time I start forming alliances with select packs. Now that my debut was out in the open, I was surely getting more eyes on me. Just this morning, I had a few requests for alliance formation from abroad. Some will try to kiss me, while others will scheme. I'll be prepared for both. Obviously, Nightwake is not part of that bunch I was considering. How could I ever consider people who don't try to aid alliances when they need help? How could I ever consider people who don't honor their word? I'll never forget what they did to me. To Duskfall. To Lila. But by my going there, it would look like I, at the very least, considered it. People won't be able to say shit if I actually accept the invitation. Their decision to ignore warnings and refuse to aid a documented ally was treachery and punishable by law. At the same time, why were the rogues giving Nightwake warnings? Why threaten them by destroying other packs? What was their goal? Their motive? I had these infuriating questions swirling in my mind for years. If I had been an officially inducted member of Duskfall, I could have brought my case to court. The fact that I reached out for help and was denied could have been incriminating. At the time of the attack, I was only a temporary transfer. I had no grounds to claim a breach of the treaty. I could plead my case, telling them I heard rogues speaking about their treachery, but what evidence did I have? My word? That wouldn't be enough. Their denial of my attempt to communicate with them won't do much either. They could just as easily claim that they didn't know why I was reaching out at the time and use the excuse that we were on bad terms and simply didn't want to speak with me. Either way, there was no way around it. To implicate them, I needed cold, hard proof. Admission from the rogues in question. I've tried getting as much intel as I could beforehand, but I could only do so much at a distance. I didn't have any connection to Nightwake or the rogues. No one would believe the word of one person, no matter the person being an alpha. In fact, people would be much more suspicious because I'm an alpha and the ex-mate of the current alpha is the one I blame for the incident. There's too much at stake for me to go barging in and pointing fingers without evidence. I may be angry, but I wasn't foolish. In total, for people know what I heard. Meredith, Noah, Isaac, and Chancellor Williams. We lay low, secretly trying to piece together clues while I strive further down my path. That's why the two rogues are that much more important. That's why I need them locked up and away from the danger of escaping. They were the two rogues who indirectly told me about their connection to Nightwake. I've had several guesses about what it could be. I've thought about more land, seeing as Nightwake and Duskfall were neighbors, but Alpha Walker had long before backed out of the dispute. I've even considered underlying hatred or revenge, but why would the rogues think it was a good idea to use Duskfall if Nightwake hated them or sought revenge? Could it be that the rogues are the ones with the bitterness? Then again, they would have attacked Duskfall without any warning in the first place. Instead, they used Duskfall as leverage against Nightwake. Could it be that Nightwake has something Zeneron wants? Thinking more and more about this, Walker's invitation was only getting more appealing. I could use this to my advantage, scope out anything I could find, and just maybe come home with answers. I possibly heard things during my visit there. Whatever the rogues want, Nightwake has. Once I find out what exactly that is, I'll gather the evidence I need and file a case against Nightwake. Pursing my lips together, I nodded to myself before turning on my heels and walking into the pack house. If I were going to visit a pack, I would, of course, have to dress for the occasion. Noah followed a few steps behind, waiting patiently for what I would say next. Get the van ready. We're leaving now. Yes, Alpha. The van door slid open with my warriors piling out in a single line. They stood firm and unwavering, glaring down at anyone throwing looks our way. We were beginning to attract attention. A lot of it. I swung my legs over the car seat, letting my feet sink into Nightwake territory. It was still the same, a vast land surrounded by smaller houses and a huge house meant for the Alpha right in the middle, with a huge field on the far side of the territory. The simple, modern buildings are identical to the ones I could salvage from my memories. It hardly changed. A few bystanders took the time to stop whatever they were doing to stare. Some are actively trying to find out where the Alpha was or who we were. Our unfamiliar sense traveled far and wide, seeing as a few people stuck their heads out the window to investigate. I could feel their suspicions projected onto us from their gazes. Wolves didn't like non-pack members to be on their territory. They felt threatened, if not extremely intimidated. I was certain Landon kept our visit to himself rather than letting his pack members know. They looked completely confused and a little hostile upon our arrival. Most of these people were the ones who grew up with me, knowing only my name and my sister. People who never treated me badly, but instead acted like I didn't exist. It was bad enough the place gave me unwanted memories, but now it's trying to suck me back into the past. Breathing in the scent I was so familiar with but soon grew stranger to, a sense of nostalgia came over me. Snippets of seeing myself walk down the path from school all alone lingered in my mind. The garden I used to tend was probably forgotten about and withered away. Noah stood by my side, standing tall and looking sharp, wearing a suit he only wore when visiting outside packs. He looked over the area, no doubt noting the layout. It was his first time setting foot on Nightwake. "Excuse me, can we help you?" My gaze drifted to a small, petite woman holding an infant about 6 months old. She watched us curiously, bright, tawny eyes squinting with intrigue. Noah immediately stepped forward, nodding at her before gesturing to me. My Alpha, Celine Crestfield of Greyhound Territory, was invited by Alpha Walker for a meeting. "We were told to come here today, but I see that no one is really expecting us." Noah's voice was slightly irritated. When an Alpha visits another pack, it's common courtesy for the Alpha of the territory to receive their guests personally. Often, they make a big deal of it by having a welcoming feast. It establishes respect for his counterpart and demonstrates goodwill toward the visitor. Goodwill, my ass. The only good Landon can ever do is to stay the hell out of my way. Just before the girl could respond, we noticed someone pushing through the crowd. I knew from his scent who it was. I kept my head high and watched as Benicio managed to squeeze through the bodies of nosy spectators. He was breathing hard as he fought to catch his breath. Once his gaze settled on Noah and me, he straightened up. Clearing his throat, he looked me dead in the eyes. "Seal, Alpha Crestfield, our apologies for the lack of hospitality. We weren't aware you'd arrive this early. Again, forgive us. Alpha Landon is now expecting you at his office." I gave him a curt nod. Nothing more, nothing less. My wolf huffed out, tail swishing back and forth dismissively at the lack of welcome. Her sour mood was already beginning to affect mine. Following the beta down the road, whispers passed through the crowd. Some had recognized my individual scent, realizing who I was with Benicio's initial slip-up of familiarity. "Isn't that Luna Hestia's sister? Didn't she die? Wasn't she a Duskfall? How is she an Alpha?" "She doesn't have Alpha blood in her. Look at her neck. Seems like she's a soul Alpha. No mate. Crestfield? Do you mean to tell me she changed her name? Traitor. She's just power-hungry." I threw a glare at the gutsy brunette standing by the sidelines. She immediately cowered away when she felt my gaze, submissively looking down with her body as stiff as a board. Her friends surrounding her stepped away, separating themselves from my locked gaze. A warning growl left my lips. The sound reverberated down the yard and caused other heads to look down at hers. Benicio froze, fighting the desire to submit when his head dipped an inch lower before hastily quickening his steps. His wolf recognized me as an alpha and instinctively acted upon the pressure he felt. When we reached the patio, I looked at my warriors and told them to stay put. I was only permitted to bring my beta and gamma, which was hard, seeing as one was currently missing. Noah would just have to do it. Walking inside, I looked around the house and found myself feeling nostalgic again. The last time I was here, I was rejected, beaten down mentally and emotionally, and lastly, forcibly kicked out. My emotions stirred from deep within. Anger from the humiliation I faced racked up my spine. The anger I wouldn't let myself act upon. This way, please. I glanced over at him as he led us up the stairs. Can I please beat them up? I almost snort, but I hold it in. I turn back to Noah, who seems very unamused. His eyebrows knit together with a firm scowl on his face. Unless you want both of us fighting over 100 wolves at the same time, potentially killing half the population, I'll have to say no. Noah rolled his eyes, grumbling under his breath about the disrespect Nightwake had shown and how we could easily handle them. While I know he's letting his irritation do the talking, I neither claim nor disclaim his statement. Ignoring him, we were led to the Alpha's office. The door with the golden nameplate, Alpha Harrison, was now changed to Alpha Landon. I frowned, thinking of the disappointment I felt over Harrison Walker's involvement in the treachery. Ignoring the warnings that were sent 3 months prior to the attack, it was his fault as much as it was Benicio's and Landon's. My view of him was ruined in the split second I realized that. Alpha Landon, Alpha Crestfield, and Beta Jones are here. Come in. Benicio opened the door, gesturing for us to go in first. I strode inside, not glancing at my mother, Sophie, who sat on the couch. Her eyes widened, bulging out from her skull as she took me in. She had aged. She still looked the same, but the gray started to sprout from the roots of her hair, and the wrinkles forming on her forehead showed me that time had an effect on her. Please have a seat, Landon said, sounding dubious as I didn't look at him. I felt his gaze prickling my skin, urging me to look at him. I brushed it off without a second thought. Sophie, who still gaped at me like I was a ghost she was seeing, didn't say a word as I sat down at the conference table. The mahogany table I'd seen in the past was still there, but at the far side of the center. Benicio stood behind them, with Landon in the center. Everyone who was involved in ruining my life was here. My father, my mother, my sister, whom I still hadn't looked at, and lastly, my mate. Landon. Noah was just sitting beside me with a bemused expression on his face. He enjoyed their feelings of discomfort quite a bit. Silence was guaranteed at this awful tension seeping into the room. None of them wanted to say anything. Their reluctance was as clear as day on their faces. If this was the whole point of this meeting, we were going to have a problem. I sighed, crossed my legs, and leaned back against the chair. I stared at Benicio, eyes unblinking as he shifted uncomfortably on his feet. My alpha presence must have made his wolf antsy, even though I was his daughter. Wolves would get easily intimidated by an alpha stare. It could be seen as a challenge or a look of disapproval, none of which they would want to be pointed out to them. Turning my gaze to Landon, who sat opposite me, I raised a brow. I would assume this isn't the reason you sought an audience with me? This dash, I gestured around us, silence. He didn't answer. I'm not sure I really expected him to. Just as I thought we'd spend 40 minutes just staring at each other, the beta broke the silence. We just wanted to explain. To apologize. He reasoned. I mentally scoffed. Oh, goddess. My face was completely void of emotion, but inside, I was internally riled by their audacity. If anything, I looked completely done with their shit. The thought of them asking for forgiveness crossed my mind, but most of me desperately wished they hadn't. So they could save us the meaningless words of apologies and time when we both knew they didn't mean it. I don't need empty words. I don't need them. Celine, my daughter, please hear us out. I know we don't deserve it, But your sister is pregnant and dash. I held up my hand to stop the man named Benicio Dixon from speaking. I had had enough. Surely, they didn't call me here just so they could dump all their personal problems onto me or dig up the past. If that was the case, they're quite foolish. I'm not interested in the slightest. Shifting my attention from my father to the woman he stood behind, my gaze narrowed on the small but visible bump under her sundress. Hestia and Dixon. My younger sister. The Luna of my old pack and the woman my mate chose over me. She was pregnant. I turned to the male sitting beside her in the Alpha's seat. Guilt and regret crossed his striking features when he refused to meet me in the eye. If the reason you called me here is because of this nonsense. I gestured between my sister and my mate, then it would appear I wasted my time. With all due respect, Beta Dixon, I am an Alpha. I have many and much more important things to do than discuss petty mate bonds. If it wasn't obvious enough, I'll make myself clear. I stood up, not caring for the gazes burning into my skin. Not even his gaze that pleaded with me to spare him a glance. Whether or not she has this pup has nothing to do with me. Luna Walker's mate has nothing to do with me. In fact, none of you have anything to do with me outside of pack business. If you're worried about my interference, don't. I won't say nor do anything. To put it simply, I don't want him. I didn't want him for the past 4 years since he rejected me and you all left me to die. Rest assured that seeing him again won't change anything. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much more important things to attend to. I held my head high, walking off with my beta trailing behind me. I saw Landon flinch with hurt from what I said. If it stung so much, he'd have to get used to it. I wasn't going to sugarcoat my words if they were just going to waste my time. Just as I reached the door, it abruptly pulled open, and I came face to face with the most beautiful man I've ever seen in my life. Dark, crystal gray eyes bore into me, and I found myself going still. Alpha Rizel Locksworth. The Bloodlust Alpha. I've never seen Alpha Locksworth before, not even in photos, but there was no mistaking it. His presence was telling enough. The blood circulating inside me got impossibly hotter as he held my gaze. His mere presence was like a shockwave coursing through my veins. I felt my body go stiff. Every atom inside me was reacting to this man. He, who was said to have been crueler than rogues and demons alike, had me feeling lightheaded. He who had no regard for anything or anyone other than himself, and his pack had me feeling strange. Alpha Locksworth stood intimidatingly tall. His lean, sturdy figure, clad in a white dress shirt with the first 2 buttons undone, hugged his body to showcase his well-defined chest. Black dress pants that highlighted his long legs fit around him perfectly. His fit, proportionate torso with broad shoulders connected to his thick arms at his sides. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, exposing his forearms riddled with taut muscles. I wondered for a brief moment if he had tattoos underneath that shirt. Then there was his scent. The thick, enticing scent of musk with a mix of rosewood entranced me. He was overflowing with dominance. Pure instinct of authority and domination was hidden in the depths of his hooded eyes, which stared right back at me. The concept of time was lost. My body, on its own accord, starts feeling flushed with heat at the thought of him half naked. The pit of my stomach does flips when I trail my eyes around his features, soaking him in completely. His chiseled face, gifted with a strong jawline, high cheekbones, clean-shaven face, sharp, prominent nose, plump lips, and luscious raven-like hair, attempts to be slicked back, only to have strands fall over his eyes. I could almost feel my fingers twisting around his locks. He looked flawless. Like the goddess above, she had specifically taken her time to hand-sculpt him to utter perfection. Right to the very tips of his toes, he had unparalleled beauty. Something so beautiful could be so terrifying. His facade may have the beauty of a god, but I knew there was more to him than that. My wolf perked up, walking out from the corner of her spot and staring at him blankly. Then she tilts her head to the side, and ever so slowly, her tail starts swishing back and forth in excitement. She remained quiet, but usually attentive at the sudden appearance of Rizal Locksworth. What the actual hell? His consuming, steely gaze kept me captive from straying away from him. He kept his eyes on me as mine were on him. I could distinctly feel Noah's prying eyes and increasing confusion between the two of us. Mate. The voice completely broke me out of the trance. I whipped my head around to see Hestia standing up, her eyes trained on Alpha Locksworth, fierce hunger buried within her blue eyes. I couldn't stop the surprise on my face. Alpha Locksworth was her mate? A wave of unjust disappointment washed over me. The beginnings of a frown were unconsciously tugging at my lips. My wolf remained quiet, with no reaction whatsoever, but kept her attention on Locksworth even after what Hestia had just announced. Alpha Locksworth, we thank you for coming here to talk about the situation with my daughter, Hestia. Alpha Crestfield, if you will, Alpha Walker still has yet to say his part. Benicio sounded relieved. I turned my attention back to Locksworth, who was still looking at me. I was starting to feel self-conscious from his gaze, realizing now just how weird it must have been to be staring at each other for almost a minute. I snapped myself out of my Rizal-induced fascination. Clearing my throat, I looked back at Benicio with narrowed eyes. Whatever the hell was going on, they could do without me. I already seemed to have expected too much of them. The most I could do now was wander around and see if I could catch anything here. That is, if I don't get caught. I kept my eyes locked on the beta, who seemed very shifty from Locksworth's presence. I couldn't blame him. The alpha's presence behind me was so overwhelming, I almost didn't notice the man who stood behind him. Presumably, his beta. A tall guy, slightly shorter than Locksworth, with sandy blonde hair and brown eyes, stood calmly by his side. I couldn't detect any fleeting emotion from him, but I could see the amusement in those eyes. He and Noah would get along quite well. I felt the heat crawl up from my back. The heat from the smoldering gaze of the alpha behind me chained me to the ground I stood on. His attention initiated foreign sensations from puffing out inside me. My wolf purred, lying on her back with her paws outstretched. She was seriously confusing me. I have no business here. If it isn't pack-related, I'm not interested. I reply sharply, not bothering to hide the venom lacing my words. I turned to leave, shooting them one last glare, and strode my way to the door. I'll have to second that. I didn't come here to entertain your daughter's delusion from 3 weeks ago, Dixon. I freeze. The deep, raspy rumble from his chest lured ripples of shudders from me. Locksworth directs his attention to Benicio. His eyes harden, narrowing into slits as he releases more of his dominance into the air. Most of the room occupants are tense. My wolf barked, hungrily watching the ascending signs of a fight. She ruffled her fur out, eyes switching back and forth between the alpha and our blood-related father. I could feel her excitement trying to overwhelm my emotions into a high. Benicio glared angrily at Locksworth. His wolf peeked out, eyes slowly turning red. The shaking fists at his side let everyone know of his rising temper. Are you denying my daughter? Your mate. Alpha Locksworth raised a brow, amusement dancing in place with a hint of anger under those smoldering dark eyes. Though his expression was unchanging, the way his body stiffened said otherwise. He didn't like the tone Benicio was giving him, but he was quick to restrain the growl I knew was bubbling in the pit of his chest. His muscles were tight, itching to reach out and put the beta threatening him in place. Frankly, yes. I'll say this only once. She isn't my mate, but she is a liar. His eyes drifted to Hestia, whose face was red. She looked embarrassed under his gaze, uncomfortably fidgeting in her stance. With her eyes glued to the floor, she slowly took her seat as Landon threw her a nasty look. I could feel her wolf whine at the pressure being pointed at her. If you strongly believe that, then I'm sure you won't mind if we go to the moon goddess sacred pool. Beta Benicio. Landon finally speaks, appalled at the challenge directed toward Locksworth. Benicio, ignoring Landon's interjection, continues to challenge him silently. I can see the start of a smirk on his face, but Alpha Locksworth was quick to dismiss it with his own. A slow, dark, cynical smirk, knowing no bounds of mercy, inched across his attractive face. Of course. But you must be prepared to pay the consequences in full once I prove you wrong, Beta. His eyes darkened. I expect full reimbursement for all this trouble you and your daughter has been causing me. Benicio looked taken aback, eyes darting to Hestia, who refused to meet his gaze. He was positive that Hestia was telling the truth, but then why would the Alpha be so willing to prove his point if what she said was true? With a solemn face, he nods. Benicio was betting everything he had on the mere promise of Hestia's words. A promise that was so obviously untrue, but he chooses to be blind to it. I sigh. I was just wasting my time here. I continue to stride out the door with Noah on my tail. My hand reached out to grab hold of the knob once more when Alpha Crestfield. I flinched, reveling away from the door and focused my gaze on Locksworth, who stared heatedly at me. His brooding, dark gaze bore into me, piercing through every layer of my defenses. I felt vulnerable. My body lit up with caution as he addressed me. I'd like to ask you to accompany us. My gaze swept through the crowd of confused faces before settling back to his awaiting one. For reassurance as a liable witness, he explained. Yet somehow, a small tinge of doubt ruptured inside me, something that told me he wanted me to come along for an entirely different reason. The Moon Goddess pool was a sacred shrine. The pool indicated the mate ties between the two users. A drop of blood from both parties was required to be inked into the water in order to classify the bond as real. If the water turned blue, then they were mates. If the water turned red, they were not. The Moon Goddess placed the pool there to ensure wolves didn't misplace their feelings of attraction. Of course, it was hard to mistake the pull of mates for mere infatuation, but it was useful for those who had human mates. You wouldn't mind, would you? His voice was tight. It was almost like he was hanging by the string of my answer. I looked over to Noah, who held my gaze, his eyes darting between Locksworth and me in evident confusion. My wolf tugged at the barriers, willing me to go. She was wagging her tail, her tongue sticking out as she looked after Locksworth in pure awe. This reaction from her was so strange. She never treated anyone like this, not even Landon. Pursing my lips together, I shook my head. My curiosity was getting the best of me. No, I suppose I could go. And so we did. The drive to the goddess pool was a short one. It was close to Nightwake territory in the neutral region, just a few miles south. For a good 20 minutes, all I could think about was the intriguing exchange between Locksworth and me. There was no denying he was an attractive man, but would his physical features really have such a strong pull on me? It didn't make any sense. My wolf didn't make any sense. We're here, Alpha. Staring out the tinted windows, I took in the large mountain with the mouth of the cave in view. Surrounded by trees that stretched miles from us, I felt a faint smile on my face. This was the first time I've ever been here. It was a lot simpler than I expected. Sliding the van door open, I stepped out. The entrance is that way, Benicio said, looking directly at Locksworth. The wolf in him was thirsting for a fight. The denial of Hestia meant the denial of his bloodline. The ultimate disrespect for a wolf, especially for a beta or any high-ranking title. It's almost funny how it didn't matter when it happened to me. I felt a surge of power come from Locksworth as he narrowed his gaze on Benicio. Sophie, whom I just noticed was with us, stood close to her mate, urging him to calm his wolf. She, too, felt the pressure from Locksworth. The pressure that said he wasn't afraid to fight him if he were to be provoked once more. Locksworth looked to his beta and shared a moment of quiet understanding. The beta nodded, stood in his spot, and turned to the two warriors they had brought with them. Stay here. The Alpha demands privacy among all those involved. Sophie, who held onto her mate's arm in a tight hold, met my gaze. For a split second, something flashed in her eyes, but I didn't let it hold my interest. I looked at Noah and nodded in dismissal. If Locksworth wanted his privacy, I would respect it by telling my warriors to stay put. Landon did the same, bringing no one but Hestia, Sophie, and Benicio. All 8 of us made our way into the shrine. Noah and I trailed behind, not really having any part in this, but being spectators of the whole ordeal. The tension surrounding the 2 groups was thick, understandably so. The cave glowed with barely lit torches attached to the walls. The entrance was narrow and cold, and I felt a chill run through me. A few minutes in, we reached the goddess pool. Beautiful, shining crystals grew around it, some hanging from the cave ceiling and others growing from the walls. The water was sparkling, clear, and unearthly. It looked ethereal, more so with a sculpted marble figure of the moon goddess centered in the middle. Her hair was exquisitely long, and a garland of flowers was delicately carved above her head as a crown. Her thin arms were outstretched, as though she were posing for an embrace. One hand held a posy of flowers, the other held a balance scale. A small crescent moon lay on one of the weight pans, the sun on the other. A perfect balance. It was serene. The only sound we could hear was the water dripping from the crystal above and dropping into the pool. Well, there's no need to prolong this. Hestia, go on. My father said gruffly, motioning to the pool with his head. He looked annoyed, insistent on speeding the process up to prove Locksworth wrong. Pride was the most primal part of his being. An insult to his pride was as good as an insult to his existence. Hestia swallowed, looking at father nervously before staring after Locksworth. The longing and fear on her face matched my suspicions of her lie. Locksworth, without even glancing her way, walked forward, taking his place at the front of the pool and swiping out a metallic pocket knife from his back pocket. Sliding the blade out, he wordlessly sliced his palm open and held it above the water. He squeezed his fist, no indication of pain on his face as his blood dripped from his hand and mixed into the water. Ever so slightly, he turned to face Hestia and silently told her with his eyes to do the same. As I watched the exchange, his eyes shifted to meet mine. I felt instant heat the moment our gazes locked. Every fiber in my body felt the caress of his gaze. The heat trailed down my face, my collarbone, my chest, my waist. Every dip and curve he had the chance to see, he took. Goosebumps rose on my skin. Attempting to stop myself from the slight shaking, I crossed my arms. It felt intoxicating, like I was being held captive by his gaze. For the sake of my sanity, I tore my gaze away and watched Hestia slowly make her way up. Taking hesitant steps forward, she kept turning back for reassurance. She looked beyond nervous. Her eyes darted to everyone when she finally looked at me. I stoned myself, face neutral and blank, as she dropped her gaze to the floor. Landon had walked up to her. He handed her his pocket knife, which she took almost unwillingly. The reluctance was easy to spot. Just as Locksworth did, she sliced her palm, flinching at the sting before letting drops of her blood mix into the pool. Everyone watched with interest. At first, the blood just mixed in until it became clear. Then, as quickly as it had disappeared, the water started bubbling. From the corner of my eye, I could see Hestia watching with a tight expression on her face. Her hand flew to her slightly protruding stomach. As we all waited impatiently for the result, I almost let out a small gasp when the water turned a bright red. They weren't mates. I knew, somehow, deep down, they weren't mates, but knowing that she lied about it was still a shock. Why would she claim to find her mate when she didn't, and she already has Landon? My eyes flew to Hestia, whose face was tinged red. She kept her eyes downcast to the floor as my father stood gaping at the pool. Landon himself looked furious, his eyebrows scrunched together as he glared at his wife. He balled his fists, his wolf surfacing as his eyes menacingly switched to black. Hestia, how dare you lie? He bellowed, his fists shaking at his sides. Hestia winced, cowering away as she trembled from Landon's raised voice. I tried to find it in myself to feel bad, but I couldn't. She brought this upon herself. Whatever reason she may have, declaring an alpha as her mate when he wasn't was not only damaging to her reputation, but to Locksworth's as well. If she had told anyone outside the pack that he was her mate, a punishment would surely be in order for deception and malice. I looked away and focused my gaze on Benicio. He, too, was shell-shocked. He stared at the red water slowly dispersing back to its original state like it was a lie he couldn't believe. When he regained his composure, he immediately sought out Locksworth. The unmistakable embarrassment strained his expression. He swallowed, instantly going over to him. Alpha Locksworth, I am so terribly sorry. My daughter, I cannot dash. He stumbled on his words, still unable to accept that his daughter was lying. His wolf submitted, head low and snout touching the ground in the utmost belittling position, but Locksworth didn't seem to care. Which, in all honesty, I found odd. I expected him to, did he not? He remained silent, staring at the pool with mild interest, when suddenly, his gaze fell back onto me. My apologies, Alpha Locksworth. I'm sincerely Alpha Crestfield. Locksworth interrupted, completely disregarding my father. I looked at him with my arms still folded across my chest. Ignoring the slight butterflies I felt, I waited for him to continue. At this point, everyone had stopped talking and watched us in confusion. Locksworth stared, drilling his penetrating gaze into my eyes and lifted his hand. Extending his palm toward me, his gaze softened by a fraction. The test. I'd like to try it with you.